Life's Handicap, Being Stories of Mine Own People ******** Life's Handicap Being Stories of Mine Own People by Rudyard Kipling 1915–EKR From RK 1887–89 CMG Contents Preface The Lang Menno Larut Reingelder and the German Flag The Wandering Jew Through the Fire The Finances of the Gods The Emir's Homily Jews in Shushan The Limitations of Pampsrung Little Tabra Bubbling Well Road The City of Dreadful Night Georgie Porgy Naboth The Dream of Duncan Parannus The Incarnation of Krishna Mulvaney The Courting of Dinah Shad on Green How Hill The man who was the head of the district without benefit of clergy At the end of the passage The Mutiny of the Mavericks The Mark of the Beast The Return of Imran Amgay Dula Batran and Bimimoti Guj Mutineer El Envoy Preface In northern India stood a monastery called the Chubara of Tani Bhagat. No one remembered who or what Tani Bhagat had been. He had lived his life, made a little money and spent it all, as every good Hindu should do, on a work of piety, the Chubara. That was full of brick cells, gaily painted with the figures of gods and kings and elephants, where worn-out priests could sit and meditate on the latter end of things. The paths were brick-paved, and the naked feet of thousands had worn them into gutters. Clumps of mangoes sprouted from between the bricks, great pipal trees overhung the well-windlass that whined all day, and hosts of parrots tore through the trees. Crows and squirrels were tame in that place, for they knew that never a priest would touch them. The wandering mendicants, charm sellers, and holy vagabonds for 100 miles round used to make the Chubara their place of call and rest. Mohammedan, Sikh, and Hindu mixed equally under the trees. They were old men, and when man has come to the turnstiles of night all the creeds in the world seem to him wonderfully alike and colorless. Gobind the one-eyed told me this. He was a holy man who lived on an island in the middle of a river and fed the fishes with little bread pellets twice a day. In flood time, when swollen corpses stranded themselves at the foot of the island, Gobind would cause them to be piously burned, for the sake of the honor of mankind, and having regard to his own account with God hereafter. But when 2/3 of the island was torn away in a spate, Gobind came across the river to Tani Bhagat's Chubara, he and his brass drinking vessel with the well cord round the neck, his short armrest crutch studded with brass nails, his roll of bedding, his big pipe, his umbrella, and his tall sugarloaf hat with the nodding peacock feathers in it. He wrapped himself up in his patched quilt made of every color and material in the world, sat down in a sunny corner of the very quiet Chubara, and, resting his arm on his short-handled crutch, waited for death. The people brought him food and little clumps of marigold flowers, and he gave his blessing in return. He was nearly blind, and his face was seamed and lined and wrinkled beyond belief, for he had lived in his time which was before the English came within 500 miles of Tani Bhagat's Chubara. When we grew to know each other well, Gobind would tell me tales in a voice most like the rumbling of heavy guns over a wooden bridge. His tales were true, but not 1 in 20 could be printed in an English book, because the English do not think as natives do. They brood over matters that a native would dismiss till a fitting occasion, and what they would not think twice about a native will brood over till a fitting occasion. Then native and English stare at each other hopelessly across great gulfs of miscomprehension. And what said Gobind one Sunday evening, is your honoured craft, and by what manner of means earn you your daily bread? I am, said I, a Kerani, one who writes with a pen upon paper, not being in the service of the government. Then what do you write? Said Gobind. Come nearer, for I cannot see your countenance, and the light fails. I write of all matters that lie within my understanding, and of many that do not. But chiefly I write of life and death, and men and women, and love and fate according to the measure of my ability, telling the tale through the mouths of one, two, or more people. Then by the favor of God the tales are sold and money accrues to me that I may keep alive. Even so, said Gobind. That is the work of the baser storyteller, but he speaks straight to men and women and does not write anything at all. Only when the tale has aroused expectation, and calamities are about to befall the virtuous, he stops suddenly and demands payment ere he continues the narration. Is it so in your craft, my son? I have heard of such things when a tale is of great length, and is sold as a cucumber, in small pieces. I was once a famed teller of stories when I was begging on the road between Cochin and Itra, before the last pilgrimage that ever I took to Orissa. I told many tales and heard many more at the rest houses in the evening when we were merry at the end of the march. It is in my heart that grown men are but as little children in the matter of tales, and the oldest tale is the most beloved. With your people that is truth, said I, but in regard to our people they desire new tales, and when all is written they rise up and declare that the tale were better told in such and such a manner, and doubt either the truth or the invention thereof. But what folly is theirs, said Gobind, throwing out his knotted hand. A tale that is told is a true tale as long as the telling lasts. And of their talk upon it, you know how Bilas Khan, that was the prince of tale-tellers, said to one who mocked him in the great rest house on the Jhelum road, Go on, my brother, and finish that I have begun. And he who mocked took up the tale, but having neither voice nor manner for the task came to a standstill, and the pilgrims at supper made him eat abuse and stick half that night. Nay, but with our people, money having passed, it is their right, as we should turn against a shoe seller in regard to shoes if those wore out. If ever I make a book you shall see and judge. And the parrot said to the falling tree, Wait, brother, till I fetch a prop, said Gobind with a grim chuckle. God has given me 80 years, and it may be some over. I cannot look for more than day granted by day and as a favor at this tide. Be swift. In what manner is it best to set about the task, said I, O chiefest of those who string pearls with their tongue? How do I know? Yet, he thought for a little, how should I not know? God has made very many heads, but there is only one heart in all the world among your people or my people. They are children in the matter of tales. But none are so terrible as the little ones. If a man misplace a word, or in a second telling vary events by so much as one small devil, I also have told tales to the little ones, but do thou this." His old eyes fell on the gaudy paintings of the wall, the blue and red dome, and the flames of the poinsettias beyond. "Tell them first of those things that thou hast seen and they have seen together. Thus their knowledge will piece out thy imperfections. Tell them of what thou alone hast seen, then what thou hast heard, and since they be children tell them of battles and kings, horses, devils, elephants, and angels, but omit not to tell them of love and such like. All the earth is full of tales to him who listens and does not drive away the poor from his door. The poor are the best of tale-tellers, for they must lay their ear to the ground every night." After this conversation the idea grew in my head, and Gobind was pressing in his inquiries as to the health of the book. Later, when we had been parted for months, it happened that I was to go away and far off, and I came to bid Gobind goodbye. "It is farewell between us now, for I go a very long journey," I said. "And I also." "A longer one than thou." "But what of the book?" said he. "It will be born in due season if it is so ordained." "I would I could see it," said the old man, huddling beneath his quilt. "But that will not be. I die 3 days hence, in the night, a little before the dawn. The term of my years is accomplished. In 9 cases out of 10 a native makes no miscalculation as to the day of his death. He has the foreknowledge of the beasts in this respect. Then thou wilt depart in peace, and it is good talk, for thou hast said that life is no delight to thee. But it is a pity that our book is not born. How shall I know that there is any record of my name? Because I promise, in the forepart of the book, preceding everything else, that it shall be written, Gobind, Sadhu, of the island in the river and awaiting God in honey begat Stubara, first spoke of the book, said I, and gave counsel, an old man's counsel. Gobind, son of Gobind of the Chumi village in the Karon Tehsil, in the district of Multan. Will that be written also? That will be written also. And the book will go across the black water to the houses of your people, and all the sahibs will know of me who am 80 years old. All who read the book shall know. I cannot promise for the rest. That is good talk. Call aloud to all who are in the monastery, and I will tell them this thing." They trooped up, Fakwars, Sadhus, Sanyasis, Bairagis, Nihangs, and Mullahs, priests of all faiths and every degree of raggedness, and Gobind, leaning upon his crutch, spoke so that they were visibly filled with envy, and a white-haired senior bade Gobind think of his latter end instead of transitory repute in the mouths of strangers. Then Gobind gave me his blessing and I came away. These tales have been collected from all places, and all sorts of people, from priests in the Tubara, from Alayya the carver, Chivan Singh the carpenter, nameless men on steamers and trains round the world, women spinning outside their cottages in the twilight, officers and gentlemen now dead and buried, and a few, but these are the very best, my father gave me. The greater part of them have been published in magazines and newspapers, to whose editors I am indebted, but some are new on this side of the water, and some have not seen the light before. The most remarkable stories are, of course, those which do not appear, for obvious reasons. The Langmenno Larat, footnote, copyright, 1891, by Macmillan and Co. The chief engineer's sleeping suit was of yellow striped with blue, and his speech was the speech of Aberdeen. They sluiced the deck under him, and he hopped onto the ornamental capstan, a black pipe between his teeth, though the hour was not 7 of the morn. "Did you ever hear o' the Langmenno Larat?" he asked when the man from Orizava had finished a story of an aboriginal giant discovered in the wilds of Brazil. There was never story yet past the lips of teller, but the man from Orizava could cap it. "No, we never did," we responded with one voice. The man from Orizava watched the chief keenly, as a possible rival. "I'm not telling the story for the sake of talking merely," said the chief, "but as a warning against betting, unless you bet on a perfect certainty." The Langmenno Larat were just a certainty. I have had talk with them. Now Larat, you will understand, is a dependency, or it may be an outlying possession, o' the island o' Penang, and there they will get you tin and manganese, and it may hap mica, and all manner o' minerals. Larat is a great place. "But what about the population?" said the man from Orizava. "The population," said the chief slowly, "were few but enormous. You must understand that, except in the tin mines, there is no special inducement to Europeans to reside in Larat. The climate is warm and remarkably like the climate o' Calcutta, and in regard to Calcutta, it cannot have escaped your observation that Calcutta isn't Larat, and we've only just come from it," protested the man from Orizava. "There's a meteorological department in Calcutta, too." But there's no meteorological department in Larat. Each man is a law to himself. Some drink whiskey, and some drink brandypanny, and some drink cocktails, vara bad for the coat so the stomach is a cocktail, and some drink sangari, so I have been credibly informed, but one and all they sweat like the packing of piston head on a 14 days voyage with the screw racing half her time. But, as I was saying, the population o' Larat was 5 all told of English, that is to say, Scotch, and I'm Scotch, ye know, said the chief. The man from Orizava lit another cigarette, and waited patiently. It was hopeless to hurry the chief engineer. "I am not pretending to account for the population o' Larat being laid down according to such fabulous dimensions. O' the 5 white men engaged upon the extraction o' tin ore and mercantile pursuits, there were 3 o' the sons o' Anak. Wait while I remember. Lamita was the first by 2 inches, a giant in the land, and a terrific man to cross in his ways. From heel to head he was 6 feet 9 inches, and proportionately built across and through the thickness of his body. 6 good feet 9 inches, an overbearing man. Next to him, and I have forgotten his precise business, was Sandy Vowell. And he was 6 feet 7, but lean and lathy, and it was more in the elasticity of his neck that the height lay than in any honesty o' bone and sinew. 5 feet and a few odd inches may have been his real height. The remainder came out when he held up his head, and 6 feet 7 he was upon the door sills. I took his measure in chalk standing on a chair. And next to him, but a proportionately made man, ruddy and of a fair countenance, was Jock Cone, that they called the Fir Cone. He was but 6 feet 5, and a child beside Lametta and Vowel. When the three walked out together, they made a scunner run through the colony o' Larut. The Malays ran round them as though they had been the giant trees in the Yosemite Valley, these 3 lang men o' Larut. It was perfectly ridiculous, illusious naturally, that one little place should have contained maybe the 3 tallest ordinary men upon the face o' the earth. Observe now the order o' things. For it led to the finest big drink in Larut, and 6 sore heads the morn that endured for a week. I am against immoderate liquor, but the event to follow was a justification. You must understand that many coasting steamers call at Larut we strangers o' the mercantile profession. In the springtime, when the young cocoa nuts were ripening, and the trees o' the forests were putting forth their leaves, there came an American man to Larut, and he was 6 foot 3, or it may have been 4, in his stockings. He came on business from Sacramento, but he stayed for pleasure with the lang men o' Larut. Less than a half o' the population were ordinary in their girth and stature. Ye will understand, Howson and Naylor, merchants, 5 feet 9 or thereabouts. He had business with those 2, and he stood above them from the 6 feet 3 o' his height till they went to drink. In the course o' conversation he said, as tall men will, things about his height, and the trouble of it to him. That was his pride o' the flesh. As the longest man in the island, he said, but there they took him up and asked if he were sure. I say I am the longest man in the island, he said, and on that I'll bet my substance. They laid down the bed plates of a big drink then and there, and put it aside while they called Jock Cone from his house, nearby among the fireflies winking. "How's a wi' you?" said Jock, and came in by the side o' the Sacramento profligate, 2 inches, or it may have been 1, taller than he. "You're long," said the man, opening his eyes. "But I am longer." And they sent a whistle through the night and howked it out Sandy Vowel from his bit bungalow, and he came in and stood by the side o' Jock, and the pair just filled the room to the ceiling cloth. The Sacramento man was a euchre player and a most profane swearer. "You hold both bowers," he said, "but the joker is with me." "Fair and softly," says Naylor. "Jock, whar's lang Lametta?" "Here," says that man, putting his leg through the window and coming in like an anaconda o' the desert furlong by furlong, 1 foot in Penang and 1 in Batavia, and a hand in North Borneo it may be. "Are you suited?" said Naylor, when the hinder end o' lang Lametta was slidden through the sill and the head of Lametta was lost in the smoke away above. The American man took out his card and put it on the table. "Istras B. Longer is my name, America is my nation, Frisco is my resting place, but this here beats creation," said he. "Boys, giants, sideshow giants, I minded to slide out of my bet if I had been overtopped, on the strength of the riddle on this pasteboard. I would have done it if you had topped me even by 3 inches, but when it comes to feet, yards, miles, I am not the man to shirk the biggest drink that ever made the traveler's joy palm blush with virginal indignation, or the orangutan and the perambulating dick howl with envy. Set them up and continue till the final conclusion. Oh Mon, I tell you 'twas an awful sight to see those 4 giants threshing about the house and the island, and tearing down the pillars thereof and throwing palm trees broadcast, and curling their long legs round the hills o' Larut. An awful sight. I was there. I did not mean to tell you, but it's out now. I was not overcome, for Ien sat me down under the pieces o' the table at 4 the morn and meditated upon the strangeness of things. Losh, yon's the breakfast bell. Reingelder and the German flag, footnote, copyright, 1891, by Macmillan and Co. Hans Breitman paddled across the deck in his pink pajamas, a cup of tea in one hand and a cheroot in the other, when the steamer was sweltering down the coast on her way to Singapore. He drank beer all day and all night, and played a game called Sket with 3 compatriots. I have washed, said he in a voice of thunder, but dear is no use washing on these hell seas. Look at me, I am still all wet and sweatin'. It is dirty. Makes me so. Boy, bring me Pilsner on ice. You will die if you drink beer before breakfast, said one man. Beer is the worst thing in the world for, ja, I know, der liver. I have no liver, und I shall not die. At least I will not die upon des bennies demers. Have no beer fit to drink. If I should have died, I will have done so 100 times before now, in Germany, in New York, in Japan, in Assam, and all over der inside bands of South America. Also in Jamaica should I had died, or in Siam, but I am here. Und der are my orchids. I have travelled all the world round to find. He pointed towards the wheel, where, in 2 rough wooden boxes, lay a mass of shriveled vegetation, supposed by all the ship to represent Assam orchids of fabulous value. Now, orchids do not grow in the main streets of towns, and Hans Breitman had gone far to get his. There was nothing that he had not collected that year, from king crabs to white kangaroos. Listen now, said he, after he had been speaking for not much more than 10 minutes without a pause. Listen, and I will tell you a story to show how bad and worse it is to go collecting and believe what another fool have said. This was in Uruguay, which was in America, north or south you would not know, and I was hunting orchids under fearedings else. I could back in my canisters, is draflings besamen gases. Dear was den mit me another man. Reingelder, was his name, und he was hunten also, but only coral snakes, just Uruguay coral snakes, a frickin' you could imagine. I tell you, a coral snake is a peyote, all red and white like coral. Has been strung in bands upon the neck of a girl. There is one snake haufer. We who collect no ash der Sherman flag, because ID is red and black and white, just like a sausage mit truffles. Reingelder, he was naturalist, gut man, gut trinker, better as me. By Gott, said Reingelder, I will get a Sherman flag snake or I will die. Und we turned all Uruguay upside behind all because of dot Sherman flag. Von day when we was in none knows where, swinging in our hammocks among der woods, whoop comes a native woman mit a Sherman flag in a bickle bottle, my bickle bottle, und we both fell from our hammocks flat on our pot, what you call stomach, mit showy at dis thing. Now I was collecting orchids also, und I know der day of life to re-ingelde was dis Sherman flag. Therefore I bigged myself swoop and I said, re-ingelde, dot is your find. Heart's true friend, du art a gut man said re-ingelde, und mit dot he opens der bickle bottle, und der native woman she squeals, Herrgott. It will bite. I said, because in Uruguay a man must be careful of der insects, re-ingelde, speifeligate her in der alcohol und then she will be all right. Neen said re-ingelde, I will der snake alive examine. There is no fear. Der coral snakes are my toothsting apparatus profited. But I looked at her het, und she was der het of a bossen snake, der true viper cranium, narrow und contract. It is not good said I, she may bite und den, we are 300 mile from a Feriwes. Produce der alcohol und bickle him alive. Re-ingelde he had him in his hand, crawling as slow as a worm und twice as giant. Nonsense says re-ingelde. Yates half said not one of der coral snakes half der sack of poison. Yates was der great authority upon der reptilia of South America. He hath written a book. You do not know, of course, but he was a great authority. I gum my eye upon der Sherman flag, crawling in re-ingelder's fist, und der het was not der het of innocence. Mein Gott I said. It is you dot will get der sack from dis life here pello. Den you may have der snake says re-ingelde, patting it upon her het. See now, I will show you what Yates hath written. Uad mit. He went into his dent, and brung out his big book of Yates, der Sherman flag crawling in his fist. Yates hath said re-ingelde, und he throwed open der book in der fork of his fist und read der passage, proof ein conclusivement. Never coral snake bite was poison. Den he shut der book mit a bang, und skis der Sherman flag, und she nip once und twice. Der little fool he hath bit me says re-ingelde. Des things was before we know about der permanganate potash injection. I was discomfortable. Die whoop der arm, re-ingelde said I, trink whiskey until you can no more trink. Trink 10,000 tivils. I will go to dinner said re-ingelde, und he put her affe und it was very red mit emotion. We lived upon soup, horse flesh, und beans for dinner, but before we was eaten der soup, re-ingelde he hath hold of his arm und cry, it is ben to der clavicle. I am a dead man, und Yates he hath lied in print. I tell you it was most sad, for der symptoms. Came was all dose of strychnine. He was doubled into big knots, und then undoubled, und den redoubled much worse than before, und he frothed. I was mit him, saying, Reingelde, dost du know me? But he himself, der inward consciousness part, was beyond knowledge, und so I know he was not in Bane. Den he rap himself whoop in Wondermendes not und den he died, all alone mit me in Uruguay. I was sorry, for I loathed Reingelde, und I pured him, und den I took der Koralschnake, dot Sherman flag, so bad und treacherous und I bickled him alive. So I got him, und so I lost Reingelde. The Wandering Jew, footnote, copyright, 1891, by Macmillan and Company. If you go once round the world in an easterly direction, you gain one day, said the men of science to John Hay. In after years John Hay went east, west, north, and south, transacted business, made love, and begat a family, as have done many men, and the scientific information above recorded lay neglected in the deeps of his mind with 1,000 other matters of equal importance. When a rich relative died, he found himself wealthy beyond any reasonable expectation that he had entertained in his previous career, which had been a checkered and evil one. Indeed, long before the legacy came to him, there existed in the brain of John Hay a little cloud, a momentary obscuration of thought that came and went almost before he could realize that there was any solution of continuity. So do the bats flit round the eaves of a house to show that the darkness is falling. He entered upon great possessions, in money, land, and houses, but behind his delight stood a ghost that cried out that his enjoyment of these things should not be of long duration. It was the ghost of the rich relative, who had been permitted to return to earth to torture his nephew into the grave. Wherefore, under the spur of this constant reminder, John Hay, always preserving the air of heavy business-like stolidity that hid the shadow on his mind, turned investments, houses, and lands into sovereigns, rich, round, red, English sovereigns, each one worth 20 shillings. Lands may become valueless, and houses fly heavenward on the wings of red flame, but till the day of judgment a sovereign will always be a sovereign, that is to say, a king of pleasures. Possessed of his sovereigns, John Hay would fain have spent them one by one on such coarse amusements as his soul loved, but he was haunted by the instant fear of death, for the ghost of his relative stood in the hall of his house close to the hat rack, shouting up the stairway that life was short, that there was no hope of increase of days, and that the undertakers were already roughing out his nephew's coffin. John Hay was generally alone in the house, and even when he had company, his friends could not hear the clamorous uncle. The shadow inside his brain grew larger and blacker. His fear of death was driving John Hay mad. Then, from the deeps of his mind, where he had stowed away all his discarded information, rose to light the scientific fact of the easterly journey. On the next occasion that his uncle shouted up the stairway urging him to make haste and live, a shriller voice cried, "Who goes round the world once easterly, gains one day." His growing diffidence and distrust of mankind made John Hay unwilling to give this precious message of hope to his friends. They might take it up and analyze it. He was sure it was true, but it would pain him acutely were rough hands to examine it too closely. To him alone of all the toiling generations of mankind had the secret of immortality been vouchsafed. It would be impious, against all the designs of the Creator, to set mankind hurrying eastward. Besides, this would crowd the steamers inconveniently, and John Hay wished of all things to be alone. If he could get round the world in 2 months, some one of whom he had read, he could not remember the name, had covered the passage in 80 days, he would gain a clear day, and by steadily continuing to do it for 30 years, would gain 180 days, or nearly the half of a year. It would not be much, but in course of time, as civilization advanced, and the Euphrates Valley Railway was opened, he could improve the pace. Armed with many sovereigns, John Hay, in the 35th year of his age, set forth on his travels, 2 voices bearing him company from Dover as he sailed to Calais. Fortune favored him. The Euphrates Valley Railway was newly opened, and he was the first man who took ticket direct from Calais to Calcutta, 13 days in the train. 13 days in the train are not good for the nerves, but he covered the world and returned to Calais from America in 12 days over the 2 months, and started afresh with 24 hours of precious time to his credit. 3 years passed, and John Hay religiously went round this earth seeking for more time wherein to enjoy the remainder of his sovereigns. He became known on many lines as the man who wanted to go on. When people asked him what he was and what he did, he answered, "I'm the person who intends to live, and I am trying to do it now." His days were divided between watching the white wake spinning behind the stern of the swiftest steamers, or the brown earth flashing past the windows of the fastest trains, and he noted in a pocketbook every minute that he had railed or screwed out of remorseless eternity. "This is better than praying for long life," quoth John Hay as he turned his face eastward for his 20th trip. The years had done more for him than he dared to hope. By the extension of the Brahmaputra Valley line to meet the newly developed China Midland, the Calais Railway ticket held good via Karachi and Calcutta to Hong Kong. The round trip could be managed in a fraction over 47 days, and, filled with fatal exultation, John Hay told the secret of his longevity to his only friend, the housekeeper of his rooms in London. He spoke and passed, but the woman was one of resource, and immediately took counsel with the lawyers who had first informed John Hay of his golden legacy. Very many sovereigns still remained, and another Hay longed to spend them on things more sensible than railway tickets and steamer accommodation. The chase was long, for when a man is journeying literally for the dear life, he does not tarry upon the road. Round the world Hay swept anew, and overtook the wearied doctor, who had been sent out to look for him, in Madras. It was there that he found the reward of his toil and the assurance of a blessed immortality. In half an hour the doctor, watching always the parched lips, the shaking hands, and the eye that turned eternally to the east, won John Hay to rest in a little house close to the Madras surf. All that Hay need do was to hang by ropes from the roof of the room and let the round earth swing free beneath him. This was better than steamer or train, for he gained a day in a day, and was thus the equal of the undying sun. The other hay would pay his expenses throughout eternity. It is true that we cannot yet take tickets from Calais to Hong Kong, though that will come about in 15 years. But men say that if you wander along the southern coast of India you shall find in a neatly whitewashed little bungalow, sitting in a chair swung from the roof, over a sheet of thin steel which he knows so well destroys the attraction of the earth, an old and worn man who forever faces the rising sun, a stopwatch in his hand, racing against eternity. He cannot drink, he does not smoke, and his living expenses amount to perhaps 25 rupees a month, but he is John Hay, the immortal. Without, he hears the thunder of the wheeling world with which he is careful to explain he has no connection whatever, but if you say that it is only the noise of the surf, he will cry bitterly, for the shadow on his brain is passing away as the brain ceases to work, and he doubts sometimes whether the doctor spoke the truth. Why does not the sun always remain over my head? Asks John Hay. Through the Fire, footnote, copyright, 1891, by Macmillan and Company. The policeman rode through the Himalayan forest, under the moss-draped oaks, and his orderly trotted after him. It's an ugly business, Piercing said the policeman. Where are they? It is a very ugly business, said Piercing, and as for them, they are, doubtless, now frying in a hotter fire than was ever made of spruce branches. Let us hope not, said the policeman, for, allowing for the difference between race and race, it's the story of Francesca the Rimini. Piercing. Piercing knew nothing about Francesca the Rimini, so he held his peace until they came to the charcoal burners' clearing, where the dying flames said wit, wit, wit as they fluttered and whispered over the white ashes. It must have been a great fire when at full height. Men had seen it at Dongapar across the valley, winking and blazing through the night, and said that the charcoal burners of Kodru were getting drunk. But it was only Suke Singh, sepoy of the Lode Punjab native infantry, and Athira, a woman, burning, burning, burning. This was how things befell, and the policeman's diary will bear me out. Athira was the wife of Madhu, who was a charcoal burner, one-eyed and of a malignant disposition. A week after their marriage, he beat Athira with a heavy stick. A month later, Suke Singh, sepoy, came that way to the cool hills on leave from his regiment, and electrified the villagers of Kodru with tales of service and glory under the government, and the honor in which he, Suke Singh, was held by the Colonel Sahib Bahadur. And Desdemona listened to Othello as Desdemonas have done all the world over, and, as she listened, she loved. I've a wife of my own, said Suke Singh, though that is no matter when you come to think of it. I am also due to return to my regiment after a time, and I cannot be a deserter, I who intend to be Havildar. There is no Himalayan version of I could not love thee, dear, as much, loved I not honor more, but Suke Singh came near to making one. Never mind, said Athira, stay with me, and, if Madhu tries to beat me, you beat him. Very good, said Suke Singh, and he beat Madhu severely, to the delight of all the charcoal burners of Kodru. "That is enough," said Suke Singh, as he rolled Madhu down the hillside. "Now we shall have peace." But Madhu crawled up the grass slope again, and hovered round his hut with angry eyes. "He'll kill me dead," said Athira to Suke Singh. "You must take me away. There'll be a trouble in the lines. My wife will pull out my beard, but never mind," said Suke Singh, "I will take you." There was loud trouble in the lines, and Suke Singh's beard was pulled, and Suke Singh's wife went to live with her mother and took away the children. "That's all right," said Athira, and Suke Singh said, "Yes, that's all right." So there was only Madhu left in the hut that looks across the valley to Dongapa, and, since the beginning of time, no one has had any sympathy for husbands so unfortunate as Madhu. He went to Juzin Days, the wizard man who keeps the talking monkey's head. "Get me back my wife," said Madhu. "I can't," said Juzin Days, "until you have made the Sutulj in the valley run up the Dongapa." "No riddles," said Madhu, and he shook his hatchet above Juzin Days's white head. "Give all your money to the headman of the village," said Juzin Days, "and they will hold a communal council, and the council will send a message that your wife must come back." So Madhu gave up all his worldly wealth, amounting to 27 rupees, 8 annas, 3 pice, and a silver chain, to the council of Kodru. And it fell as Juzin Days foretold. They sent Athira's brother down into Suke Singh's regiment to call Athira home. Suke Singh kicked him once round the lines, and then handed him over to the Havildar, who beat him with a belt. "Come back," yelled Athira's brother. "Where to?" said Athira. "To Madhu," said he. "Never," said she. "Then Juzin Days will send a curse, and you will wither away like a barked tree in the springtime," said Athira's brother. Athira slept over these things. Next morning she had rheumatism. "I am beginning to wither away like a barked tree in the springtime," she said. "That is the curse of Juzin Days." And she really began to wither away because her heart was dried up with fear, and those who believe in curses die from curses. Suke Singh, too, was afraid because he loved Athira better than his very life. 2 months passed, and Athira's brother stood outside the regimental lines again and yelped, "Aha! You are withering away. Come back." "I will come back," said Athira. "Say rather that we will come back," said Suke Singh. "Aye, but when?" said Athira's brother. "Upon a day very early in the morning," said Suke Singh, and he tramped off to apply to the Colonel Sahib Bahadur for 1 week's leave. "I am withering away like a barked tree in the spring," moaned Athira. "You will be better soon," said Suke Singh, and he told her what was in his heart, and the two laughed together softly, for they loved each other. But Athira grew better from that hour. They went away together, traveling 3rd class by train as the regulations provided, and then in a cart to the low hills, and on foot to the high ones. Athira sniffed the scent of the pines of her own hills, the wet Himalayan hills. "It is good to be alive," said Athira. "Ha," said Suke Singh. "Where is the Kodru road and where is the forest ranger's house?" It cost 40 rupees 12 years ago, said the forest ranger, handing the gun. Here are 20, said Sukh Singh, and you must give me the best bullets. It is very good to be alive, said Athira wistfully, sniffing the scent of the pine mold, and they waited till the night had fallen upon Kodru and the Dongapa. Madhu had stacked the dry wood for the next day's charcoal burning on the spur above his house. It is courteous in Madhu to save us this trouble, said Sukh Singh as he stumbled on the pile, which was 12 foot square and 4 high. We must wait till the moon rises. When the moon rose, Athira knelt upon the pile. If it were only a government snider, said Sukh Singh ruefully, squinting down the wire-bound barrel of the forest ranger's gun. Be quick, said Athira, and Sukh Singh was quick, but Athira was quick no longer. Then he lit the pile at the 4 corners and climbed onto it, reloading the gun. The little flames began to peer up between the big logs atop of the brushwood. The government should teach us to pull the triggers with our toes, said Sukh Singh grimly to the moon. That was the last public observation of Sepoy Sukh Singh. Upon a day, early in the morning, Madhu came to the pyre and shrieked very grievously, and ran away to catch the policeman who was on tour in the district. The base-born has ruined 4 rupees worth of charcoal wood, Madhu gasped. He has also killed my wife, and he has left a letter which I cannot read, tied to a pine bough. In the stiff, formal hand taught in the regimental school, Sepoy Sukh Singh had written, "Let us be burned together, if anything remain over, for we have made the necessary prayers." We have also cursed Madhu, and Malak the brother of Athira, both evil men. Send my service to the Colonel Sahib Bahadur. The policeman looked long and curiously at the marriage bed of red and white ashes on which lay, dull black, the barrel of the ranger's gun. He drove his spurred heel absently into a half-charred log, and the chattering sparks flew upwards. Most extraordinary people, said the policeman. Whew, few, ouiou, said the little flames. The policeman entered the dry bones of the case, for the Punjab government does not approve of romancing, in his diary. But who will pay me those 4 rupees, said Madhu. The finances of the gods, footnote, copyright, 1891, by Macmillan and Company. The evening meal was ended in Dhani Bhagat's Chubara, and the old priests were smoking or counting their beads. A little naked child pattered in, with its mouth wide open, a handful of marigold flowers in one hand, and a lump of conserved tobacco in the other. It tried to kneel and make obeisance to Gobind, but it was so fat that it fell forward on its shaven head, and rolled on its side, kicking and gasping, while the marigolds tumbled one way and the tobacco the other. Gobind laughed, set it up again, and blessed the marigold flowers as he received the tobacco. From my father, said the child. He has the fever, and cannot come. Wilt thou pray for him, father? Surely, littlest, but the smoke is on the ground, and the night chill is in the airs, and it is not good to go abroad naked in the autumn. I have no clothes, said the child, and all today I have been carrying cow dung cakes to the bazaar. It was very hot, and I am very tired. It shivered a little, for the twilight was cool. Gobind lifted an arm under his vast tattered quilt of many colors, and made an inviting little nest by his side. The child crept in, and Gobind filled his brass-studded leather water pipe with the new tobacco. When I came to the tuberer, the shaven head with the tufted top, and the beady black eyes looked out of the folds of the quilt as a squirrel looks out from his nest, and Gobind was smiling while the child played with his beard. I would have said something friendly, but remembered in time that if the child fell ill afterwards I should be credited with the evil eye, and that is a horrible possession. "Sit thou still, Thumbling," I said as it made to get up and run away. "Where is thy slate, and why has the teacher let such an evil character loose on the streets when there are no police to protect us weaklings? In which ward dost thou try to break thy neck with flying kites from the house-tops?" "Nay, Sahib, nay," said the child, burrowing its face into Gobind's beard, and twisting uneasily. "There was a holiday today among the schools, and I do not always fly kites. I play cricket like the rest. Cricket is the national game among the schoolboys of the Punjab, from the naked hedge school children, who use an old kerosene tin for wicket, to the B.S of the university, who compete for the championship belt. Thou play cricket. Thou art half the height of the bat," I said. The child nodded resolutely. "Yeah, I do play. Pehle ball out. Ran, ran, ran. I know it all. But thou must not forget with all this to pray to the gods according to custom," said Gobind, who did not altogether approve of cricket and Western innovations. "I do not forget," said the child in a hushed voice. "Also to give reverence to thy teacher, and," Gobind's voice softened, "to abstain from pulling holy men by the beard, little battling." A. The child's face was altogether hidden in the great white beard, and it began to whimper till Gobind soothed it as children are soothed all the world over, with the promise of a story. "I did not think to frighten thee, senseless little one. Look up. Am I angry? Ah. Shall I weep too, and of our tears make a great pond and drown us both, and then thy father will never get well, lacking thee to pull his beard? Peace, peace, and I will tell thee of the gods. Thou hast heard many tales." "Very many, father." "Now, this is a new one which thou hast not heard. Long and long ago, when the gods walked with men as they do today, but that we have not faith to see, Shiv, the greatest of gods, and Parvati his wife, were walking in the garden of a temple." "Which temple?" "That in the Nangon ward," said the child. "Nay, very far away. Maybe at Trimbak or Hurdwar, whither thou must make pilgrimage when thou art a man." Now, there was sitting in the garden under the jujube trees, a mendicant that had worshipped Shiv for 40 years, and he lived on the offerings of the pious, and meditated holiness night and day. "O father, was it thou?" said the child, looking up with large eyes. "Nay, I have said it was long ago, and, moreover, this mendicant was married." did they put him on a horse with flowers on his head, and forbid him to go to sleep all night long. Thus they did to me when they made my wedding, said the child, who had been married a few months before. And what didst thou do? Said I wept, and they called me evil names, and then I smote her, and we wept together. Thus did not the mendicant, said Gobind, for he was a holy man, and very poor. Parvati perceived him sitting naked by the temple steps where all went up and down, and she said to Shiv, what shall men think of the gods when the gods thus scorn their worshippers? For 40 years yonder man has prayed to us, and yet there be only a few grains of rice and some broken cowries before him after all. Men's hearts will be hardened by this thing. And Shiv said, it shall be looked to, and so he called to the temple, which was the temple of his son, Ganesh of the elephant head, saying, Son, there is a mendicant without who is very poor. What wilt thou do for him? Then that great elephant-headed one awoke in the dark and answered, in 3 days, if it be thy will, he shall have 1 lakh of rupees. Then Shiv and Parvati went away. But there was a moneylender in the garden hidden among the marigolds. The child looked at the ball of crumpled blossoms in its hands, among the yellow marigolds, and he heard the gods talking. He was a covetous man, and of a black heart, and he desired that lakh of rupees for himself. So he went to the mendicant and said, O brother, how much do the pious give thee daily? The mendicant said, I cannot tell. Sometimes a little rice, sometimes a little pulse, and a few cowries, and, it has been, pickled mangoes, and dried fish. That is good, said the child, smacking its lips. Then said the moneylender, because I have long watched thee, and learned to love thee and thy patience, I will give thee now 5 rupees for all thy earnings of the 3 days to come. There is only a bond to sign on the matter. But the mendicant said, Thou art mad. In 2 months I do not receive the worth of 5 rupees, and he told the thing to his wife that evening. She, being a woman, said, When did moneylender ever make a bad bargain? The wolf runs through the corn for the sake of the fat deer. Our fate is in the hands of the gods. Pledge it not even for 3 days. So the mendicant returned to the moneylender, and would not sell. Then that wicked man sat all day before him, offering more and more for those 3 days' earnings. First, 10, 50, and 100 rupees, and then, for he did not know when the gods would pour down their gifts, rupees by the 1,000, till he had offered half a lakh of rupees. Upon this sum the mendicant's wife shifted her counsel, and the mendicant signed the bond, and the money was paid in silver, great white bullocks bringing it by the cartload. But saving only all that money, the mendicant received nothing from the gods at all, and the heart of the moneylender was uneasy on account of expectation. Therefore at noon of the 3rd day the moneylender went into the temple to spy upon the counsels of the gods, and to learn in what manner that gift might arrive. Even as he was making his prayers, a crack between the stones of the floor gaped, and, closing, caught him by the heel. Then he heard the gods walking in the temple in the darkness of the columns, and Shiv called to his son Ganesh, saying, Son, what hast thou done in regard to the lakh of rupees for the mendicant? And Ganesh woke, for the moneylender heard the dry rustle of his trunk uncoiling, and he answered, Father, 1/2 of the money has been paid, and the debtor for the other half I hold here fast by the heel. The child bubbled with laughter. And the moneylender paid the mendicant, it said. Surely, for he whom the gods hold by the heel must pay to the uttermost. The money was paid at evening, all silver, in great carts, and thus Ganesh did his work. Nathu. Oi Nathu. A woman was calling in the dusk by the door of the courtyard. The child began to wriggle. That is my mother, it said. Go then, littlest, answered Gobind, but stay a moment. He ripped a generous yard from his patchwork quilt, put it over the child's shoulders, and the child ran away. The Amir's Homily, footnote, copyright, 1891, by Macmillan and Company. His Royal Highness Abdur Rahman, Amir of Afghanistan, GCSI, and trusted ally of Her Imperial Majesty the Queen of England and Empress of India, is a gentleman for whom all right-thinking people should have a profound regard. Like most other rulers, he governs not as he would but as he can, and the mantle of his authority covers the most turbulent race under the stars. To the Afghan neither life, property, law, nor kingship are sacred when his own lusts prompt him to rebel. He is a thief by instinct, a murderer by heredity and training, and frankly and bestially immoral by all three. Nonetheless he has his own crooked notions of honor, and his character is fascinating to study. On occasion he will fight without reason given till he is hacked in pieces, on other occasions he will refuse to show fight till he is driven into a corner. Herein he is as unaccountable as the grey wolf, who is his blood brother. And these men His Highness rules by the only weapon that they understand, the fear of death, which among some Orientals is the beginning of wisdom. Some say that the Emir's authority reaches no farther than a rifle bullet can range, but as none are quite certain when their king may be in their midst, and as he alone holds every one of the threads of government, his respect is increased among men. Ghulam Hyder, the commander-in-chief of the Afghan army, is feared reasonably, for he can impale. All Kabul city fears the governor of Kabul, who has power of life and death through all the wards, but the Emir of Afghanistan, though outlying tribes pretend otherwise when his back is turned, is dreaded beyond chief and governor together. His word is red law, by the gust of his passion falls the leaf of man's life, and his favor is terrible. He has suffered many things, and been a hunted fugitive before he came to the throne, and he understands all the classes of his people. By the custom of the East, any man or woman having a complaint to make, or an enemy against whom to be avenged, has the right of speaking face to face with the king at the daily public audience. This is personal government, as it was in the days of Harun al-Rashid of blessed memory, whose times exist still and will exist long after the English have passed away. The privilege of open speech is of course exercised at certain personal risk. The king may be pleased, and raise the speaker to honor for that very bluntness of speech which 3 minutes later brings a too imitative petitioner to the edge of the ever-ready blade. And the people love to have it so, for it is their right. It happened upon a day in Kabul that the Emir chose to do his day's work in the Baber Gardens, which lie a short distance from the city of Kabul. A light table stood before him, and round the table in the open air were grouped generals and finance ministers according to their degree. The court and the long tail of feudal chiefs, men of blood, fed and cowed by blood, stood in an irregular semicircle round the table, and the wind from the Kabul orchards blew among them. All day long sweating couriers dashed in with letters from the outlying districts with rumors of rebellion, intrigue, famine, failure of payments, or announcements of treasure on the road, and all day long the Emir would read the dockets, and pass such of these as were less private to the officials whom they directly concerned, or call up a waiting chief for a word of explanation. It is well to speak clearly to the ruler of Afghanistan. Then the grim head, under the black astrakhan cap with the diamond star in front, would nod gravely, and that chief would return to his fellows. Once that afternoon a woman clamored for divorce against her husband, who was bald, and the Emir, hearing both sides of the case, bade her pour curds over the bare scalp, and lick them off, that the hair might grow again, and she be contented. Here the court laughed, and the woman withdrew, cursing her king under her breath. But when twilight was falling, and the order of the court was a little relaxed, there came before the king, in custody, a trembling haggard wretch, sore with much buffeting, but of stout enough build, who had stolen 3 rupees. Of such small matters does his highness take cognizance. Why did you steal? Said he, and when the king asks questions they do themselves service who answer directly. I was poor, and no one gave. Hungry, and there was no food. Why did you not work? I could find no work, protector of the poor, and I was starving. You lie. You stole for drink, for lust, for idleness, for anything but hunger, since any man who will may find work and daily bread. The prisoner dropped his eyes. He had attended the court before, and he knew the ring of the death tone. Any man may get work. Who knows this so well as I do? For I too have been hungered, not like you, bastard scum, but as any honest man may be, by the turn of fate and the will of God. Growing warm, the Emir turned to his nobles all around and thrust the hilt of his saber aside with his elbow. You have heard this son of lies. Hear me tell a true tale. I also was once starved, and tightened my belt on the sharp belly pinch. Nor was I alone, for with me was another, who did not fail me in my evil days, when I was hunted, before ever I came to this throne. And wandering like a houseless dog by Kandahar, my money melted, melted, melted till he flung out a bare palm before the audience. And day upon day, faint and sick, I went back to that one who waited, and God knows how we lived, till on a day I took our best lihaf, silk it was, fine work of Iran, such as no needle now works, warm, and a coverlay for 2, and all that we had. I brought it to a moneylender in a Bailan, and I asked for 3 rupees upon it. He said to me, who am now the king, you are a thief. This is worth 300. I am no thief, I answered, but a prince of good blood, and I am hungry. Prince of wandering beggars, said that moneylender, I have no money with me, but go to my house with my clerk and he will give you 2 rupees 8 annas, for that is all I will lend. So I went with the clerk to the house, and we talked on the way, and he gave me the money. We lived on it till it was spent, and we fared hard. And then that clerk said, being a young man of a good heart, surely the moneylender will lend yet more on that behalf, and he offered me 2 rupees. These I refused, saying, nay, but get me some work. And he got me work, and I, even I, Abdur Rahman, Emir of Afghanistan, wrought day by day as a coolie, bearing burdens, and laboring of my hands, receiving 4 annas wage a day for my sweat and backache. But he, this bastard son of naught, must steal. For a year and 4 months I worked, and none dare say that I lie, for I have a witness, even that clerk who is now my friend. Then there rose in his place among the Sirdars and the nobles one clad in silk, who folded his hands and said, this is the truth of God, for I, who, by the favor of God and the Emir, am such as you know, was once clerk to that moneylender. There was a pause, and the Emir cried hoarsely to the prisoner, throwing scorn upon him, till he ended with the dread arid which clinches justice. So they led the thief away, and the whole of him was seen no more together, and the court rustled out of its silence, whispering, before God and the Prophet, but this is a man. Jews in Shushan, footnote, copyright, 1981, by Macmillan and Company. My newly purchased house furniture was, at the least, insecure, the legs parted from the chairs, and the tops from the tables, on the slightest provocation. But such as it was to be paid for, and Ephraim, agent and collector for the local auctioneer, waited in the veranda with the receipt. He was announced by the Mohammedan servant as Ephraim, Yahudi, Ephraim the Jew. He who believes in the brotherhood of man should hear my Ilahi books grinding the second word through his white teeth with all the scorn he dare show before his master. Ephraim was, personally, meek in manner, so meek indeed that one could not understand how he had fallen into the profession of bill collecting. He resembled an overfed sheep, and his voice suited his figure. There was a fixed, unvarying mask of childish wonder upon his face. If you paid him, he was as one marveling at your wealth; if you sent him away, he seemed puzzled at your hard-heartedness. Never was Jew more unlike his dread breed. Ephraim wore list slippers and coats of duster cloth, so preposterously patterned that the most brazen of British subalterns would have shied from them in fear. Very slow and deliberate was his speech, and carefully guarded to give offense to no one. After many weeks, Ephraim was induced to speak to me of his friends. There be 8 of us in Shushan, and we are waiting till there are 10. Then we shall apply for a synagogue, and get leave from Calcutta. Today we have no synagogue, and only I, am priest and butcher to our people. I am of the tribe of Judah, I think, but I am not sure. My father was of the tribe of Judah, and we wish much to get our synagogue. I shall be a priest of that synagogue. Shushan is a big city in the north of India, counting its dwellers by the 10,000, and these 8 of the chosen people were shut up in its midst, waiting till time or chance sent them their full congregation. Miriam the wife of Ephraim, 2 little children, an orphan boy of their people, Ephraim's uncle Jackrael Israel, a white-haired old man, his wife Hester, a Jew from Cush, 1 Benjamin, and Ephraim, priest and butcher, made up the list of the Jews in Shushan. They lived in one house, on the outskirts of the great city, amid heaps of saltpetre, rotten bricks, herds of kine, and a fixed pillar of dust caused by the incessant passing of the beasts to the river to drink. In the evening the children of the city came to the waste place to fly their kites, and Ephraim's sons held aloof, watching the sport from the roof, but never descending to take part in them. At the back of the house stood a small brick enclosure, in which Ephraim prepared the daily meat for his people after the custom of the Jews. Once the rude door of the square was suddenly smashed open by a struggle from inside, and showed the meek bill collector at his work, nostrils dilated, lips drawn back over his teeth, and his hands upon a half-maddened sheep. He was attired in strange raiment, having no relation whatever to duster coats or list slippers, and a knife was in his mouth. As he struggled with the animal between the walls, the breath came from him in thick sobs, and the nature of the man seemed changed. When the ordained slaughter was ended, he saw that the door was open and shut it hastily, his hand leaving a red mark on the timber, while his children from the neighboring housetop looked down awe-stricken and open-eyed. A glimpse of Ephraim busied in one of his religious capacities was no thing to be desired twice. Summer came upon Shushan, turning the trodden waste ground to iron, and bringing sickness to the city. "It will not touch us," said Ephraim confidently. "Before the winter we shall have our synagogue. My brother and his wife and children are coming up from Calcutta, and then I shall be the priest of the synagogue." Jackrael Israel, the old man, would crawl out in the stifling evenings to sit on the rubbish heap and watch the corpses being borne down to the river. "It will not come near us," said Jackrael Israel feebly, "for we are the people of God, and my nephew will be priest of our synagogue. Let them die." He crept back to his house again and barred the door to shut himself off from the world of the Gentile. But Miriam, the wife of Ephraim, looked out of the window at the dead as the biers passed and said that she was afraid. Ephraim comforted her with hopes of the synagogue to be, and collected bills as was his custom. In one night, the 2 children died and were buried early in the morning by Ephraim. The deaths never appeared in the city returns. "The sorrow is my sorrow," said Ephraim, and this to him seemed a sufficient reason for setting at naught the sanitary regulations of a large, flourishing, and remarkably well-governed empire. The orphan boy, dependent on the charity of Ephraim and his wife, could have felt no gratitude, and must have been a ruffian. He begged for whatever money his protectors would give him, and with that fled down country for his life. A week after the death of her children, Miriam left her bed at night and wandered over the country to find them. She heard them crying behind every bush, or drowning in every pool of water in the fields, and she begged the cartman on the Grand Trunk Road not to steal her little ones from her. In the morning the sun rose and beat upon her bare head, and she turned into the cool wet crops to lie down and never came back, though Chaim, Benjamin and Ephraim sought her for 2 nights. The look of patient wonder on Ephraim's face deepened, but he presently found an explanation. "There are so few of us here, and these people are so many," said he, "that, it may be, our God has forgotten us." In the house on the outskirts of the city, old Jackrael Israel and Hester grumbled that there was no one to wait on them, and that Miriam had been untrue to her race. Ephraim went out and collected bills, and in the evenings smoked with Chaim Benjamin till, one dawning, Chaim Benjamin died, having first paid all his debts to Ephraim. Jackrael Israel and Hester sat alone in the empty house all day, and, when Ephraim returned, wept the easy tears of age till they cried themselves asleep. A week later Ephraim, staggering under a huge bundle of clothes and cooking pots, led the old man and woman to the railway station, where the bustle and confusion made them whimper. "We are going back to Calcutta," said Ephraim, to whose sleeve Hester was clinging. "There are more of us there, and here my house is empty." He helped Hester into the carriage and, turning back, said to me, "I should have been priest of the synagogue if there had been 10 of us. Surely we must have been forgotten by our God." The remnant of the broken colony passed out of the station on their journey south, while a subaltern, turning over the books on the bookstall, was whistling to himself the 10 Little Nigger Boys. But the tune sounded as solemn as the Dead March. It was the dirge of the Jews in Shushan. The Limitations of Pambsrung, footnote, copyright 1891, by Macmillan and Company. If you consider the circumstances of the case, it was the only thing that he could do. But Pambsrung has been hanged by the neck till he is dead, and Nurkid is dead also. 3 years ago, when the Elsass-Lothringen steamer Saarbrück was coaling at Aden and the weather was very hot indeed, Nurkid, the big fat Zanzibar stoker who fed the second right furnace 30 feet down in the hold, got leave to go ashore. He departed a CD boy, as they call the stokers. He returned the full-blooded Sultan of Zanzibar, His Highness Sayyid Burghush, with a bottle in each hand. Then he sat on the forehatch grating, eating salt fish and onions, and singing the songs of a far country. The food belonged to Pamb, the srung or head man of the Lascar sailors. He had just cooked it for himself, turned to borrow some salt, and when he came back Nurkid's dirty black fingers were spading into the rice. A srung is a person of importance, far above a stoker, though the stoker draws better pay. He sets the chorus of higher. Hulla. Hia. He. When the captain's gig is pulled up to the davits, he heaves the lead too, and sometimes, when all the ship is lazy, he puts on his whitest muslin and a big red sash, and plays with the passengers' children on the quarter-deck. Then the passengers give him money, and he saves it all up for an orgy at Bombay or Calcutta, or Pulu Penang. Ho, you fat black barrel, you're eating my food, said Pamp, in the other lingua franca that begins where the Levant tongue stops, and runs from Port Said eastward till east is west, and the sealing brigs of the Kurile Islands gossip with the straight Hakodate junks. Son of Iblis, monkey face, dried shark's liver, pigman, I am the Sultan Sayyid Burgush, and the commander of all this ship. Take away your garbage, and Nurkid thrust the empty pewter rice plate into Pamp's hand. Pamp beat it into a basin over Nurkid's woolly head. Nurkid drew his sheath knife and stabbed Pamp in the leg. Pamp drew his sheath knife, but Nurkid dropped down into the darkness of the hold and spat through the grating at Pamp, who was staining the clean foredeck with his blood. Only the white moon saw these things, for the officers were looking after the coaling, and the passengers were tossing in their close cabins. All right, said Pamp, and went forward to tie up his leg. We will settle the account later on. He was a Malay born in India, married once in Burma, where his wife had a cigar shop on the Shwe Dagon Road, once in Singapore, to a Chinese girl, and once in Madras, to a Mohammedan woman who sold fowls. The English sailor cannot, owing to postal and telegraph facilities, marry as profusely as he used to do, but native sailors can, being uninfluenced by the barbarous inventions of the Western savage. Pamp was a good husband when he happened to remember the existence of a wife, but he was also a very good Malay, and it is not wise to offend a Malay, because he does not forget anything. Moreover, in Pamp's case blood had been drawn and food spoiled. Next morning Nurkid rose with a blank mind. He was no longer Sultan of Zanzibar, but a very hot stoker. So he went on deck and opened his jacket to the morning breeze, till a sheath knife came like a flying fish and stuck into the woodwork of the cook's galley half an inch from his right armpit. He ran down below before his time, trying to remember what he could have said to the owner of the weapon. At noon, when all the ship's lascars were feeding, Nurkid advanced into their midst, and, being a placid man with a large regard for his own skin, he opened negotiations, saying, "Men of the ship, last night I was drunk, and this morning I know that I behaved unseemly to someone or another of you. Who was that man, that I may meet him face to face and say that I was drunk?" Pamp measured the distance to Nurkid's naked breast. If he sprang at him he might be tripped up, and a blind blow at the chest sometimes only means a gash on the breastbone. Ribs are difficult to thrust between unless the subject be asleep. So he said nothing, nor did the other lascars. Their faces immediately dropped all expression, as is the custom of the Oriental when there is killing on the carpet or any chance of trouble. Nurkid looked long at the white eyeballs. He was only an African, and could not read characters. A big sigh, almost a groan, broke from him, and he went back to the furnaces. The lascars took up the conversation where he had interrupted it. They talked of the best methods of cooking rice. Nurkid suffered considerably from lack of fresh air during the run to Bombay. He only came on deck to breathe when all the world was about, and even then a heavy block once dropped from a derrick within a foot of his head, and an apparently firm lashed grating on which he set his foot, began to turn over with the intention of dropping him on the cased cargo 15 feet below, and one insupportable night the sheath knife dropped from the forecastle, and this time it drew blood. So Nurkid made complaint, and, when the Sabruk reached Bombay, fled and buried himself among 800,000 people, and did not sign articles till the ship had been a month gone from the port. Pamp waited too, but his Bombay wife grew clamorous, and he was forced to sign in the Spichen to Hong Kong, because he realized that all play and no work gives Jack a ragged shirt. In the foggy China seas he thought a great deal of Nurkid, and, when Alsace-Lothringen steamers lay in port with the Spichen, inquired after him and found he had gone to England via the Cape, on the Gravelotte. Pamp came to England on the Worth. The Spichen met her by the Nore Light. Nurkid was going out with the Spichen to the Calicut coast. "Want to find a friend, my trap-mouthed coal scuttle," said a gentleman in the mercantile service. "Nothing easier. Wait at the Nyanza docks till he comes. Everyone comes to the Nyanza docks. Wait, you poor heathen." The gentleman spoke truth. There are 3 great doors in the world where, if you stand long enough, you shall meet anyone you wish. The head of the Suez Canal is one, but their death comes also. Charing Cross Station is the second, for inland work, and the Nyanza docks is the third. At each of these places are men and women looking eternally for those who will surely come. So Pamp waited at the docks. Time was no object to him, and the wives could wait, as he did from day to day, week to week, and month to month, by the blue diamond funnels, the red dot smokestacks, the yellow streaks, and the nameless dingy gypsies of the sea that loaded and unloaded, jostled, whistled, and roared in the everlasting fog. When money failed, a kind gentleman told Pamp to become a Christian, and Pamp became one with great speed, getting his religious teachings between ship and ship's arrival, and 6 or 7 shillings a week for distributing tracts to mariners. What the faith was Pamp did not in the least care, but he knew if he said native Khilestian, SAR to men with long black coats he might get a few coppers, and the tracts were vendible at a little public house that sold shag by the dottle, which is even smaller weight than the half screw, which is less than the half ounce, and a most profitable retail trade. But after 8 months Pamp fell sick with pneumonia, contracted from long-standing still in slush, and much against his will he was forced to lie down in his 2 and 6penny room raging against fate. The kind gentleman sat by his bedside, and grieved to find that Pamp talked in strange tongues, instead of listening to good books, and almost seemed to become a benighted heathen again, till one day he was roused from semi-stupor by a voice in the street by the dock head. "My friend," he whispered Pamp. "Call now, call Nurkid. Quick. God has sent him." "He wanted one of his own race," said the kind gentleman, and, going out, he called Nurkid, at the top of his voice. An excessively colored man in a rasping white shirt and brand new slops, a shining hat, and a breastpin, turned round. Many voyages had taught Nurkid how to spend his money and made him a citizen of the world. "Hi." "Yes," said he, when the situation was explained. "Command him, black nigger, when I was in the Saarbrück." "Ole Pamb, good ole Pamb." "Damlaska." "Show him up, Sar," and he followed into the room. One glance told the stoker what the kind gentleman had overlooked. Pamb was desperately poor. Nurkid drove his hands deep into his pockets, then advanced with clenched fists on the sick, shouting, "Higher, Pamb! Higher! Hia! Hulla! He! Takelo! Takelo! Make fast aft, Pamb! You know, Pamb! You know me! Deck ho, G! Look! Damn big fat lazy Laska!" Pamb beckoned with his left hand. His right was under his pillow. Nurkid removed his gorgeous hat and stooped over Pamb till he could catch a faint whisper. "How beautiful," said the kind gentleman. "How these Orientals love like children." "Spit him out," said Nurkid, leaning over Pamb yet more closely. "Touching the matter of that fish and onions," said Pamb, and sent the knife home under the edge of the rib bone upwards and forwards. There was a thick sick cough, and the body of the African slid slowly from the bed, his clutching hands letting fall a shower of silver pieces that ran across the room. "Now I can die," said Pamb. But he did not die. He was nursed back to life with all the skill that money could buy, for the law wanted him, and in the end he grew sufficiently healthy to be hanged in due and proper form. Pamb did not care particularly, but it was a sad blow to the kind gentleman. Little Tarbara, footnote, copyright, 1891, by Macmillan and Company. Prisoner's head did not reach to the top of the dock as the English newspapers say. This case, however, was not reported because nobody cared by so much as a hempen rope for the life or death of little Tarbara. The assessors in the Red Courthouse sat upon him all through the long hot afternoon, and whenever they asked him a question he salaamed and whined. Their verdict was that the evidence was inconclusive, and the judge concurred. It was true that the dead body of little Tarbara's sister had been found at the bottom of the well, and little Tarbara was the only human being within a half-mile radius at the time, but the child might have fallen in by accident. Therefore little Tarbara was acquitted, and told to go where he pleased. This permission was not so generous as it sounds, for he had nowhere to go to, nothing in particular to eat, and nothing whatever to wear. He trotted into the court compound, and sat upon the well curb, wondering whether an unsuccessful dive into the black water below would end in a forced voyage across the other black water. A groom put down an emptied nose bag on the bricks, and little Tarbara, being hungry, set himself to scrape out what wet grain the horse had overlooked. "O thief, and but newly set free from the terror of the law! Come along," said the groom, and little Tarbara was led by the ear to a large and fat Englishman, who heard the tale of the theft. "Ha," said the Englishman 3 times, only he said a stronger word. "Put him into the net and take him home." So little Tabra was thrown into the net of the cart, and, nothing doubting that he should be stuck like a pig, was driven to the Englishman's house. "Ha," said the Englishman as before. "Wet grain, by Jove! Feed the little beggar, some of you, and we'll make a riding boy of him. See! Wet grain, good Lord! Give an account of yourself," said the head of the grooms, to little Tabra after the meal had been eaten, and the servants lay at ease in their quarters behind the house. "You are not of the groom caste, unless it be for the stomach's sake. How came you into the court, and why? Answer, little devil's spawn." "There was not enough to eat," said little Tabra calmly. "This is a good place." "Talk straight talk," said the head groom, "or I will make you clean out the stable of that large red stallion who bites like a camel." "We be tellers, oil pressers," said little Tabra, scratching his toes in the dust. "We were tellers, my father, my mother, my brother, the elder by 4 years, myself, and the sister." "She who was found dead in the well," said one who had heard something of the trial. "Even so," said little Tabra gravely. "She who was found dead in the well. It befell upon a time, which is not in my memory, that the sickness came to the village where our oil press stood, and first my sister was smitten as to her eyes, and went without sight, for it was matter, the smallpox. Thereafter, my father and my mother died of that same sickness, so we were alone, my brother who had 12 years, I who had 8, and the sister who could not see. Yet were there the bullock and the oil press remaining, and we made shift to press the oil as before. But Sir Dundas, the grain seller, cheated us in his dealings, and it was always a stubborn bullock to drive. We put marigold flowers for the gods upon the neck of the bullock, and upon the great grinding beam that rose through the roof, but we gained nothing thereby, and Sir Dundas was a hard man." "Bapri bap," muttered the grooms' wives, "to cheat a child so. But we know what the bunnier folk are, sisters. The press was an old press, and we were not strong men, my brother and I, nor could we fix the neck of the beam firmly in the shackle." "Nay, indeed," said the gorgeously clad wife of the head groom, joining the circle. "That is a strong man's work. When I was a maid in my father's house, peace, woman," said the head groom. "Go on, boy." "It is nothing," said little Tabra. "The big beam tore down the roof upon a day which is not in my memory, and with the roof fell much of the hinder wall, and both together upon our bullock, whose back was broken. Thus we had neither home, nor press, nor bullock, my brother, myself, and the sister who was blind. We went crying away from that place, hand in hand, across the fields, and our money was 7 annas and 6 pi. There was a famine in the land. I do not know the name of the land. So, on a night when we were sleeping, my brother took the 5 annas that remained to us and ran away. I do not know whither he went. The curse of my father be upon him. But I and the sister begged food in the villages, and there was none to give. Only all men said, "Go to the Englishmen and they will give." I did not know what the Englishmen were, but they said that they were white, living in tents. I went forward, but I cannot say whither I went, and there was no more food for myself or the sister. And upon a hot night, she weeping and calling for food, we came to a well, and I bade her sit upon the curb, and thrust her in, for, in truth, she could not see, and it is better to die than to starve. R.E. A.H.I. wailed the grooms' wives in chorus, he thrust her in, for it is better to die than to starve. I would have thrown myself in also, but that she was not dead and called to me from the bottom of the well, and I was afraid and ran. And one came out of the crops saying that I had killed her and defiled the well, and they took me before an Englishman, white and terrible, living in a tent, and me he sent here. But there were no witnesses, and it is better to die than to starve. She, furthermore, could not see with her eyes, and was but a little child. Was but a little child, echoed the head groom's wife. But who art thou, weak as a fowl and small as a day-old colt, what art thou? I who was empty am now full, said little Tarbara, stretching himself upon the dust. And I would sleep. The groom's wife spread a cloth over him while little Tarbara slept the sleep of the just. Bubbling Well Road, footnote, copyright, 1891, by Macmillan and Company. Look out on a large-scale map the place where the Chenab River falls into the Indus 15 miles or so above the hamlet of Shashuran. 5 miles west of Shashuran lies Bubbling Well Road, and the house of the Gosin or priest of Artigoth. It was the priest who showed me the road, but it is no thanks to him that I am able to tell this story. 5 miles west of Shashuran is a patch of the plumed jungle grass, that turns over in silver when the wind blows, from 10 to 20 feet high and from 3 to 4 miles square. In the heart of the patch hides the Gosin of Bubbling Well Road. The villagers stone him when he peers into the daylight, although he is a priest, and he runs back again as a strayed wolf turns into tall crops. He is a one-eyed man and carries, burnt between his brows, the impress of 2 copper coins. Some say that he was tortured by a native prince in the old days, for he is so old that he must have been capable of mischief in the days of Ranjit Singh. His most pressing need at present is a halter, and the care of the British government. These things happened when the jungle grass was tall, and the villagers of Shashuran told me that a sounder of pig had gone into the Artigoth patch. To enter jungle grass is always an unwise proceeding, but I went, partly because I knew nothing of pig hunting, and partly because the villagers said that the big boar of the sounder owned foot-long tushes. Therefore I wished to shoot him, in order to produce the tushes in after years, and say that I had ridden him down in fair chase. I took a gun and went into the hot, close patch, believing that it would be an easy thing to unearth 1 pig in 10 square miles of jungle. Mr. Woodall, the terrier, went with me because he believed that I was incapable of existing for an hour without his advice and countenance. He managed to slip in and out between the grass clumps, but I had to force my way, and in 20 minutes was as completely lost as though I had been in the heart of Central Africa. I did not notice this at first till I had grown wearied of stumbling and pushing through the grass, and Mr. Woodle was beginning to sit down very often and hang out his tongue very far. There was nothing but grass everywhere, and it was impossible to see 2 yards in any direction. The grass stems held the heat exactly as boiler tubes do. In half an hour, when I was devoutly wishing that I had left the big boar alone, I came to a narrow path which seemed to be a compromise between a native footpath and a pig run. It was barely 6 inches wide, but I could sidle along it in comfort. The grass was extremely thick here, and where the path was ill-defined it was necessary to crush into the tussocks either with both hands before the face, or to back into it, leaving both hands free to manage the rifle. Nonetheless it was a path, and valuable because it might lead to a place. At the end of nearly 50 yards of fairway, just when I was preparing to back into an unusually stiff tussock, I missed Mr. Woodle, who for his girth is an unusually frivolous dog and never keeps to heel. I called him 3 times and said aloud, "Where has the little beast gone to?" Then I stepped backwards several paces, for almost under my feet a deep voice repeated, "Where has the little beast gone?" To appreciate an unseen voice thoroughly you should hear it when you are lost in stifling jungle grass. I called Mr. Woodle again and the underground echo assisted me. At that I ceased calling and listened very attentively, because I thought I heard a man laughing in a peculiarly offensive manner. The heat made me sweat, but the laughter made me shake. There is no earthly need for laughter in high grass. It is indecent, as well as impolite. The chuckling stopped, and I took courage and continued to call till I thought that I had located the echo somewhere behind and below the tussock into which I was preparing to back just before I lost Mr. Woodle. I drove my rifle up to the triggers, between the grass stems in a downward and forward direction. Then I waggled it to and fro, but it did not seem to touch ground on the far side of the tussock as it should have done. Every time that I grunted with the exertion of driving a heavy rifle through thick grass, the grunt was faithfully repeated from below, and when I stopped to wipe my face the sound of low laughter was distinct beyond doubting. I went into the tussock, face first, an inch at a time, my mouth open and my eyes fine, full, and prominent. When I had overcome the resistance of the grass I found that I was looking straight across a black gap in the ground, that I was actually lying on my chest leaning over the mouth of a well so deep I could scarcely see the water in it. There were things in the water, black things, and the water was as black as pitch with blue scum atop. The laughing sound came from the noise of a little spring, spouting halfway down one side of the well. Sometimes as the black things circled round, the trickle from the spring fell upon their tightly stretched skins, and then the laughter changed into a sputter of mirth. One thing turned over on its back, as I watched, and drifted round and round the circle of the mossy brickwork with a hand and half an arm held clear of the water in a stiff and horrible flourish, as though it were a very wearied guide paid to exhibit the beauties of the place. I did not spend more than half an hour in creeping round that well and finding the path on the other side. The remainder of the journey I accomplished by feeling every foot of ground in front of me, and crawling like a snail through every tussock. I carried Mr. Waddle in my arms and he licked my nose. He was not frightened in the least, nor was I, but we wished to reach open ground in order to enjoy the view. My knees were loose, and the apple in my throat refused to slide up and down. The path on the far side of the well was a very good one, though boxed in on all sides by grass, and it led me in time to a priest's hut in the center of a little clearing. When that priest saw my very white face coming through the grass, he howled with terror and embraced my boots, but when I reached the bedstead set outside his door I sat down quickly and Mr. Waddle mounted guard over me. I was not in a condition to take care of myself. When I awoke I told the priest to lead me into the open, out of the Artigoth patch, and to walk slowly in front of me. Mr. Waddle hates natives, and the priest was more afraid of Mr. Waddle than of me, though we were both angry. He walked very slowly down a narrow little path from his hut. That path crossed 3 paths, such as the one I had come by in the first instance, and every one of the 3 headed towards the bubbling well. Once when we stopped to draw breath, I heard the well laughing to itself alone in the thick grass, and only my need for his services prevented my firing both barrels into the priest's back. When we came to the open the priest crashed back into cover, and I went to the village of Artigoth for a drink. It was pleasant to be able to see the horizon all round, as well as the ground underfoot. The villagers told me that the patch of grass was full of devils and ghosts, all in the service of the priest, and that men and women and children had entered it and had never returned. They said the priest used their livers for purposes of witchcraft. When I asked why they had not told me of this at the outset, they said that they were afraid they would lose their reward for bringing news of the pig. Before I left I did my best to set the patch alight, but the grass was too green. Some fine summer day, however, if the wind is favorable, a file of old newspapers and a box of matches will make clear the mystery of Bubbling Well Road. The City of Dreadful Night, footnote, copyright, 1891, by Macmillan and Company. The dense wet heat that hung over the face of land, like a blanket, prevented all hope of sleep in the first instance. The cicalas helped the heat, and the yelling jackals the cicalas. It was impossible to sit still in the dark, empty, echoing house and watch the punkah beat the dead air. So, at 10 o'clock of the night, I set my walking stick on end in the middle of the garden, and waited to see how it would fall. It pointed directly down the moonlit road that leads to the City of Dreadful Night. The sound of its fall disturbed a hare. She limped from her form and ran across to a disused Mohammedan burial ground, where the jawless skulls and rough-butted shank bones, heartlessly exposed by the July rains, glimmered like mother-o'-pearl on the rain-channeled soil. The heated air and the heavy earth had driven the very dead upward for coolness sake. The hare limped on, snuffed curiously at a fragment of a smoke-stained lamp shard, and died out, in the shadow of a clump of tamarisk trees. The mat weaver's hut under the lee of the Hindu temple was full of sleeping men who lay like sheeted corpses. Overhead blazed the unwinking eye of the moon. Darkness gives at least a false impression of coolness. It was hard not to believe that the flood of light from above was warm. Not so hot as the sun, but still sickly warm, and heating the heavy air beyond what was our due. Straight as a bar of polished steel ran the road to the city of dreadful night, and on either side of the road lay corpses disposed on beds in fantastic attitudes, 170 bodies of men. Some shrouded all in white with bound-up mouths, some naked and black as ebony in the strong light, and one, that lay face upwards with dropped jaw, far away from the others, silvery white and ashen grey. A leper asleep, and the remainder wearied coolies, servants, small shopkeepers, and drivers from the hack stand hard by. The scene, a main approach to Lahore city, and the night a warm one in August. This was all that there was to be seen, but by no means all that one could see. The witchery of the moonlight was everywhere, and the world was horribly changed. The long line of the naked dead, flanked by the rigid silver statue, was not pleasant to look upon. It was made up of men alone. Were the women kind, then, forced to sleep in the shelter of the stifling mud huts as best they might? The fretful wail of a child from a low mud roof answered the question. Where the children are, the mothers must be also to look after them. They need care on these sweltering nights. A black little bullet head peeped over the coping, and a painfully thin, brown leg was slid over onto the gutter pipe. There was a sharp clink of glass bracelets, a woman's arm showed for an instant above the parapet, twined itself round the lean little neck, and the child was dragged back, protesting, to the shelter of the bedstead. His thin, high-pitched shriek died out in the thick air almost as soon as it was raised, for even the children of the soil found it too hot to weep. More corpses, more stretches of moonlit, white road, a string of sleeping camels at rest by the wayside, a vision of scudding jackals, eco-ponies asleep, the harness still on their backs, and the brass-studded country carts, winking in the moonlight, and again more corpses. Wherever a grain cart atilt, a tree trunk, a sawn log, a couple of bamboos and a few handfuls of thatch cast a shadow, the ground is covered with them. They lie, some face downwards, arms folded, in the dust, some with clasped hands flung up above their heads, some curled up dog-wise, some thrown like limp gunner bags over the side of the grain carts, and some bowed with their brows on their knees in the full glare of the moon. It would be a comfort if they were only given to snoring, but they are not, and the likeness to corpses is unbroken in all respects save one. The lean dogs snuff at them and turn away. Here and there a tiny child lies on his father's bedstead, and a protecting arm is thrown round it in every instance. But, for the most part, the children sleep with their mothers on the house-tops. Yellow-skinned white-toothed pariahs are not to be trusted within reach of brown bodies. A stifling hot blast from the mouth of the Delhi gate nearly ends my resolution of entering the city of dreadful night at this hour. It is a compound of all evil savours, animal and vegetable, that a walled city can brew in a day and a night. The temperature within the motionless groves of plantain and orange trees outside the city walls seems chilly by comparison. Heaven help all sick persons and young children within the city tonight. The high house walls are still radiating heat savagely, and from obscure side gullies fetid breezes eddy that ought to poison a buffalo. But the buffaloes do not heed. A drove of them are parading the vacant main street, stopping now and then to lay their ponderous muzzles against the closed shutters of a grain dealer's shops and to blow thereon like grampuses. Then silence follows, the silence that is full of the night noises of a great city. A stringed instrument of some kind is just, and only just, audible. High overhead someone throws open a window, and the rattle of the woodwork echoes down the empty street. On one of the roofs, a hookah is in full blast, and the men are talking softly as the pipe gutters. A little farther on, the noise of conversation is more distinct. A slit of light shows itself between the sliding shutters of a shop. Inside, a stubble-bearded, weary-eyed trader is balancing his account books among the bales of cotton prints that surround him. 3 sheeted figures bear him company, and throw in a remark from time to time. First he makes an entry, then a remark, then passes the back of his hand across his streaming forehead. The heat in the built-in street is fearful. Inside the shops it must be almost unendurable. But the work goes on steadily, entry, guttural growl, and uplifted hand stroke succeeding each other with the precision of clockwork. A policeman, turbanless and fast asleep, lies across the road on the way to the Mosque of Wazir Khan. A bar of moonlight falls across the forehead and eyes of the sleeper, but he never stirs. It is close upon midnight, and the heat seems to be increasing. The open square in front of the mosque is crowded with corpses, and a man must pick his way carefully for fear of treading on them. The moonlight stripes the mosque's high front of colored enamel work in broad diagonal bands, and each separate dreaming pigeon in the niches and corners of the masonry throws a squab little shadow. Sheeted ghosts rise up wearily from their pallets, and flit into the dark depths of the building. Is it possible to climb to the top of the great minars, and thence to look down on the city? At all events the attempt is worth making, and the chances are that the door of the staircase will be unlocked. Unlocked it is, but a deeply sleeping janitor lies across the threshold, face turned to the moon. A rat dashes out of his turban at the sound of approaching footsteps. The man grunts, opens his eyes for a minute, turns round, and goes to sleep again. All the heat of a decade of fierce Indian summers is stored in the pitch-black, polished walls of the corkscrew staircase. Halfway up, there is something alive, warm, and feathery, and it snores. Driven from step to step as it catches the sound of my advance, it flutters to the top and reveals itself as a yellow-eyed, angry kite. Dozens of kites are asleep on this and the other minars, and on the domes below. There is the shadow of a cool, or at least a less sultry breeze at this height, and, refreshed thereby, turn to look on the city of dreadful night. Dawn might have drawn it, Zola could describe it, this spectacle of sleeping thousands in the moonlight and in the shadow of the moon. The rooftops are crammed with men, women, and children, and the air is full of undistinguishable noises. They are restless in the city of dreadful night, and small wonder. The marvel is that they can even breathe. If you gaze intently at the multitude, you can see that they are almost as uneasy as a daylight crowd, but the tumult is subdued. Everywhere, in the strong light, you can watch the sleepers turning to and fro, shifting their beds and again resettling them. In the pit-like courtyards of the houses there is the same movement. The pitiless moon shows it all. Shows, too, the plains outside the city, and here and there a hand's breadth of the Ravi without the walls. Shows lastly, a splash of glittering silver on a housetop almost directly below the mosque minar. Some poor soul has risen to throw a jar of water over his fevered body. The tinkle of the falling water strikes faintly on the ear. 2 or 3 other men, in far-off corners of the city of dreadful night, follow his example, and the water flashes like heliographic signals. A small cloud passes over the face of the moon, and the city and its inhabitants, clear drawn in black and white before, fade into masses of black and deeper black. Still the unrestful noise continues, the sigh of a great city overwhelmed with the heat, and of a people seeking in vain for rest. It is only the lower class women who sleep on the housetops. What must the torment be in the latticed zianas, where a few lamps are still twinkling? There are footfalls in the court below. It is the muezzin, faithful minister, but he ought to have been here an hour ago to tell the faithful that prayer is better than sleep, the sleep that will not come to the city. The muezzin fumbles for a moment with the door of one of the minars, disappears a while, and a bull-like roar, a magnificent bass thunder, tells that he has reached the top of the minar. They must hear the cry to the banks of the shrunken Ravi itself. Even across the courtyard it is almost overpowering. The cloud drifts by and shows him outlined in black against the sky, hands laid upon his ears, and broad chest heaving with the play of his lungs. Allahu Akbar. Then a pause while another muezzin somewhere in the direction of the Golden Temple takes up the call, Allahu Akbar. Again and again, 4 times in all, and from the bedsteads a dozen men have risen up already. I bear witness that there is no God but God. What a splendid cry it is! The proclamation of the creed that brings men out of their beds by scores at midnight. Once again he thunders through the same phrase, shaking with the vehemence of his own voice, and then, far and near, the night air rings with Muhammad is the prophet of God. It is as though he were flinging his defiance to the far-off horizon, where the summer lightning plays and leaps like a bared sword. Every muezzin in the city is in full cry, and some men on the rooftops are beginning to kneel. A long pause precedes the last cry, La ilaha illallah, and the silence closes up on it, as the ram on the head of a cotton bale. The muezzin stumbles down the dark stairway grumbling in his beard. He passes the arch of the entrance and disappears. Then the stifling silence settles down over the city of dreadful night. The kites on the minar sleep again, snoring more loudly. the hot breeze comes up in puffs and lazy eddies, and the moon slides down towards the horizon. Seated with both elbows on the parapet of the tower, one can watch and wonder over that heat-tortured hive till the dawn. How do they live down there? What do they think of? When will they awake? More tinkling of sluiced water pots, faint jarring of wooden bedsteads moved into or out of the shadows, uncouth music of stringed instruments softened by distance into a plaintive wail, and one low grumble of far-off thunder. In the courtyard of the mosque the janitor, who lay across the threshold of the minar when I came up, starts wildly in his sleep, throws his hands above his head, mutters something, and falls back again. Lulled by the snoring of the kites, they snore like overgorged humans, I drop off into an uneasy doze, conscious that 3 o'clock has struck, and that there is a very slight, coolness in the atmosphere. The city is absolutely quiet now, but for some vagrant dog's love song. Nothing save dead heavy sleep. Several weeks of darkness pass after this. For the moon has gone out. The very dogs are still, and I watch for the first light of the dawn before making my way homeward. Again the noise of shuffling feet. The morning call is about to begin, and my night watch is over. Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! The east grows grey, and presently saffron. The dawn wind comes up as though the muezzin had summoned it, and, as one man, the city of dreadful night rises from its bed and turns its face towards the dawning day. With return of life comes return of sound. First a low whisper, then a deep bass hum, for it must be remembered that the entire city is on the housetops. My eyelids weighed down with the arrears of long-deferred sleep, I escape from the minar through the courtyard and out into the square beyond, where the sleepers have risen, stowed away the bedsteads, and are discussing the morning hookah. The minute's freshness of the air has gone, and it is as hot as at first. Will the Sahib, out of his kindness, make room? What is it? Something borne on men's shoulders comes by in the half-light, and I stand back. A woman's corpse going down to the burning ghat, and a bystander says, she died at midnight from the heat. So the city was of death as well as night after all. Georgie Porgy, footnote, copyright, 1891, by Macmillan and Company. Georgie Porgy, pudding and pie, kissed the girls and made them cry. When the girls came out to play, Georgie Porgy ran away. If you will admit that a man has no right to enter his drawing room early in the morning, when the housemaid is setting things right and clearing away the dust, you will concede that civilized people who eat out of china and own card cases have no right to apply their standard of right and wrong to an unsettled land. When the place is made fit for their reception, by those men who are told off to the work, they can come up, bringing in their trunks their own society and the Decalogue, and all the other apparatus. Where the Queen's law does not carry, it is irrational to expect an observance of other and weaker rules. The men who run ahead of the cars of decency and propriety, and make the jungle ways straight, cannot be judged in the same manner as the stay-at-home folk of the ranks of the regular chin. Not many months ago the Queen's Law stopped a few miles north of the 8 Mile on the Irrawaddy. There was no very strong public opinion up to that limit, but it existed to keep men in order. When the government said that the Queen's Law must carry up to Bamo and the Chinese border, the order was given, and some men whose desire was to be ever a little in advance of the rush of respectability flocked forward with the troops. These were the men who could never pass examinations, and would have been too pronounced in their ideas for the administration of bureau-worked provinces. The supreme government stepped in as soon as might be, with codes and regulations, and all but reduced New Burma to the dead Indian level, but there was a short time during which strong men were necessary and ploughed a field for themselves. Among the forerunners of civilization was Georgie Porgy, reckoned by all who knew him a strong man. He held an appointment in Lower Burma when the order came to break the frontier, and his friends called him Georgie Porgy because of the singularly Burmese-like manner in which he sang a song whose first line is something like the words Georgie Porgy. Most men who have been in Burma will know the song. It means, puff, 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 great steamboat. Georgie sang it to his banjo, and his friends shouted with delight, so that you could hear them far away in the teak forest. When he went to Upper Burma he had no special regard for God or man, but he knew how to make himself respected, and to carry out the mixed military-civil duties that fell to most men's share in those months. He did his office work and entertained, now and again, the detachments of fever-shaken soldiers who blundered through his part of the world in search of a flying party of dacoits. Sometimes he turned out and dressed down dacoits on his own account, for the country was still smouldering and would blaze when least expected. He enjoyed these charivaris, but the dacoits were not so amused. All the officials who came in contact with him departed with the idea that Georgie Porgy was a valuable person, well able to take care of himself, and, on that belief, he was left to his own devices. At the end of a few months he wearied of his solitude, and cast about for company and refinement. The Queen's Law had hardly begun to be felt in the country, and public opinion, which is more powerful than the Queen's Law, had yet to come. Also, there was a custom in the country which allowed a white man to take to himself a wife of the daughters of Heth upon due payment. The marriage was not quite so binding as is the nikah ceremony among Mohammedans, but the wife was very pleasant. When all our troops are back from Burma there will be a proverb in their mouths, as thrifty as a Burmese wife, and pretty English ladies will wonder what in the world it means. The headman of the village next to Georgie Porgy's post had a fair daughter who had seen Georgie Porgy and loved him from afar. When news went abroad that the Englishman with the heavy hand who lived in the stockade was looking for a housekeeper, the headman came in and explained that, for 500 rupees down, he would entrust his daughter to Georgie Porgy's keeping, to be maintained in all honor, respect, and comfort, with pretty dresses, according to the custom of the country. This thing was done, and Georgie Porgy never repented it. He found his rough-and-tumble house put straight and made comfortable, his hitherto unchecked expenses cut down by 1/2, and himself petted and made much of by his new acquisition, who sat at the head of his table and sang songs to him and ordered his Madrasi servants about, and was in every way as sweet and merry and honest and winning a little woman as the most exacting of bachelors could have desired. No race, men say who know, produces such good wives and heads of households as the Burmese. When the next detachment tramped by on the warpath, the subaltern in command found at Georgie Porgy's table a hostess to be deferential to, a woman to be treated in every way as one occupying an assured position. When he gathered his men together next dawn and replunged into the jungle, he thought regretfully of the nice little dinner and the pretty face, and envied Georgie Porgy from the bottom of his heart. Yet he was engaged to a girl at home, and that is how some men are constructed. The Burmese girl's name was not a pretty one, but as she was promptly christened Georgina by Georgie Porgy, the blemish did not matter. Georgie Porgy thought well of the petting and the general comfort, and vowed that he had never spent 500 rupees to a better end. After 3 months of domestic life, a great idea struck him. Matrimony, English matrimony, could not be such a bad thing after all. If he were so thoroughly comfortable at the back of beyond with this Burmese girl who smoked cheroots, how much more comfortable would he be with a sweet English maiden who would not smoke cheroots, and would play upon a piano instead of a banjo. Also he had a desire to return to his kind, to hear a band once more, and to feel how it felt to wear a dress suit again. Decidedly, matrimony would be a very good thing. He thought the matter out at length of evenings, while Georgina sang to him, or asked him why he was so silent, and whether she had done anything to offend him. As he thought, he smoked, and as he smoked he looked at Georgina, and in his fancy turned her into a fair, thrifty, amusing, merry, little English girl, with hair coming low down on her forehead, and perhaps a cigarette between her lips. Certainly, not a big, thick, Burma cheroot, of the brand that Georgina smoked. He would wed a girl with Georgina's eyes and most of her ways. But not all. She could be improved upon. Then he blew thick smoke wreaths through his nostrils and stretched himself. He would taste marriage. Georgina had helped him to save money, and there were 6 months' leave due to him. "See here, little woman," he said, "we must put by more money for these next 3 months. I want it." That was a direct slur on Georgina's housekeeping, for she prided herself on her thrift, but since her God wanted money she would do her best. "You want money," she said with a little laugh. "I have money. Look." She ran to her own room and fetched out a small bag of rupees. "Of all that you give me, I keep back some. See. 107 rupees. Can you want more money than that? Take it. It is my pleasure if you use it." She spread out the money on the table and pushed it towards him, with her quick, little, pale yellow fingers. Georgie Porgy never referred to economy in the household again. 3 months later, after the dispatch and receipt of several mysterious letters which Georgina could not understand, and hated for that reason. Georgie Porgy said that he was going away and she must return to her father's house and stay there. Georgina wept. She would go with her God from the world's end to the world's end. Why should she leave him? She loved him. I am only going to Rangoon, said Georgie Porgy. I shall be back in a month, but it is safer to stay with your father. I will leave you 200 rupees. If you go for a month, what need of 200? 50 are more than enough. There is some evil here. Do not go, or at least let me go with you. Georgie Porgy does not like to remember that scene even at this date. In the end he got rid of Georgina by a compromise of 75 rupees. She would not take more. Then he went by steamer and rail to Rangoon. The mysterious letters had granted him 6 months' leave. The actual flight and an idea that he might have been treacherous hurt severely at the time, but as soon as the big steamer was well out into the blue, things were easier, and Georgina's face, and the queer little stockaded house, and the memory of the rushes of shouting dacoits by night, the cry and struggle of the first man that he had ever killed with his own hand, and 100 other more intimate things, faded and faded out of Georgie Porgy's heart, and the vision of approaching England took its place. The steamer was full of men on leave, all rampantly jovial souls who had shaken off the dust and sweat of Upper Burma and were as merry as schoolboys. They helped Georgie Porgy to forget. Then came England with its luxuries and decencies and comforts, and Georgie Porgy walked in a pleasant dream upon pavements of which he had nearly forgotten the ring, wondering why men in their senses ever left town. He accepted his keen delight in his furlough as the reward of his services. Providence further arranged for him another and greater delight, all the pleasures of a quiet English wooing, quite different from the brazen businesses of the East, when half the community stand back and bet on the result, and the other half wonder what Mrs. So-and-so will say to it. It was a pleasant girl and a perfect summer, and a big country house near Petworth where there are acres and acres of purple heather and high-grassed water meadows to wander through. Georgie Porgy felt that he had at last found something worth the living for, and naturally assumed that the next thing to do was to ask the girl to share his life in India. She, in her ignorance, was willing to go. On this occasion there was no bartering with a village headman. There was a fine middle-class wedding in the country, with a stout papa and a weeping mamma, and a best man in purple and fine linen, and 6 snub-nosed girls from the Sunday school to throw roses on the path between the tombstones up to the church door. The local paper described the affair at great length, even down to giving the hymns in full. But that was because the direction were starving for want of material. Then came a honeymoon at Arundel, and the mamma wept copiously before she allowed her one daughter to sail away to India under the care of Georgie Porgy the bridegroom. Beyond any question, Georgie Porgy was immensely fond of his wife, and she was devoted to him as the best and greatest man in the world. When he reported himself at Bombay he felt justified in demanding a good station for his wife's sake, and, because he had made a little mark in Burma and was beginning to be appreciated. They allowed him nearly all that he asked for, and posted him to a station which we will call Sutrain. It stood upon several hills, and was styled officially a sanitarium for the good reason that the drainage was utterly neglected. Here Georgie Porgy settled down, and found married life come very naturally to him. He did not rave, as do many bridegrooms, over the strangeness and delight of seeing his own true love sitting down to breakfast with him every morning as though it were the most natural thing in the world. He had been there before, as the Americans say, and, checking the merits of his own present grace by those of Georgina, he was more and more inclined to think that he had done well. But there was no peace or comfort across the Bay of Bengal, under the teak trees where Georgina lived with her father, waiting for Georgie Porgy to return. The head man was old, and remembered the War of '51. He had been to Rangoon, and knew something of the ways of the Colors. Sitting in front of his door in the evenings, he taught Georgina a dry philosophy which did not console her in the least. The trouble was that she loved Georgie Porgy just as much as the French girl in the English history books loved the priest whose head was broken by the king's bullies. One day she disappeared from the village with all the rupees that Georgie Porgy had given her, and a very small smattering of English, also gained from Georgie Porgy. The head man was angry at first, but lit a fresh cheroot and said something uncomplimentary about the sex in general. Georgina had started on a search for Georgie Porgy, who might be in Rangoon, or across the Black Water, or dead, for aught that she knew. Chance favored her. An old Sikh policeman told her that Georgie Porgy had crossed the Black Water. She took a steerage passage from Rangoon and went to Calcutta, keeping the secret of her search to herself. In India every trace of her was lost for 6 weeks, and no one knows what trouble of heart she must have undergone. She reappeared, 400 miles north of Calcutta, steadily heading northwards, very worn and haggard, but very fixed in her determination to find Georgie Porgy. She could not understand the language of the people, but India is infinitely charitable, and the womenfolk along the Grand Trunk gave her food. Something made her believe that Georgie Porgy was to be found at the end of that pitiless road. She may have seen a sepoy who knew him in Burma, but of this no one can be certain. At last, she found a regiment on the line of march, and met there one of the many subalterns whom Georgie Porgy had invited to dinner in the far-off, old days of the dacoit hunting. There was a certain amount of amusement among the tents when Georgina threw herself at the man's feet and began to cry. There was no amusement when her story was told, but a collection was made, and that was more to the point. One of the subalterns knew of Georgie Porgy's whereabouts, but not of his marriage. So he told Georgina, and she went her way joyfully to the north, in a railway carriage where there was rest for tired feet and shade for a dusty little head. The marches from the train through the hills into Sutrain were trying, but Georgina had money, and families journeying in bullock carts gave her help. It was an almost miraculous journey, and Georgina felt sure that the good spirits of Burma were looking after her. The hill road to Sutrain is a chilly stretch, and Georgina caught a bad cold. Still there was Georgie Porgy at the end of all the trouble to take her up in his arms and pet her, as he used to do in the old days when the stockade was shut for the night and he had approved of the evening meal. Georgina went forward as fast as she could, and her good spirits did her one last favor. An Englishman stopped her, in the twilight, just at the turn of the road into Sutrain, saying, "Good heavens! What are you doing here?" He was Gillis, the man who had been Georgie Porgy's assistant in Upper Burma, and who occupied the next post to Georgie Porgy's in the jungle. Georgie Porgy had applied to have him to work with at Sutrain because he liked him. "I have come," said Georgina simply. "It was such a long way, and I have been months in coming." "Where is his house?" Gillis gasped. He had seen enough of Georgina in the old times to know that explanations would be useless. You cannot explain things to the Oriental. You must show. "I'll take you there," said Gillis, and he led Georgina off the road, up the cliff, by a little pathway, to the back of a house set on a platform cut into the hillside. The lamps were just lit, but the curtains were not drawn. "Now look," said Gillis, stopping in front of the drawing-room window. Georgina looked and saw Georgie Porgy and the bride. She put her hand up to her hair, which had come out of its top knot and was straggling about her face. She tried to set her ragged dress in order, but the dress was past pulling straight, and she coughed a queer little cough, for she really had taken a very bad cold. Gillis looked, too, but while Georgina only looked at the bride once, turning her eyes always on Georgie Porgy, Gillis looked at the bride all the time. "What are you going to do?" said Gillis, who held Georgina by the wrist, in case of any unexpected rush into the lamplight. "Will you go in and tell that Englishwoman that you lived with her husband?" "No," said Georgina faintly. "Let me go. I am going away. I swear that I am going away." She twisted herself free and ran off into the dark. "Poor little beast," said Gillis, dropping onto the main road. "I'd given her something to get back to Burma with. What a narrow shave though. And that angel would never have forgiven it." This seems to prove that the devotion of Gillis was not entirely due to his affection for Georgie Porgy. The bride and the bridegroom came out into the veranda after dinner, in order that the smoke of Georgie Porgy's cheroots might not hang in the new drawing-room curtains. "What is that noise down there?" said the bride. Both listened. "Oh," said Georgie Porgy, "I suppose some brute of a hillman has been beating his wife." "Beating his wife? How ghastly," said the bride. "Fancy your beating me." She slipped an arm round her husband's waist, and, leaning her head against his shoulder, looked out across the cloud-filled valley in deep content and security. But it was Georgina crying, all by herself, down the hillside, among the stones of the watercourse where the washermen wash the clothes. Naboth, footnote, copyright, 1891, by Macmillan and Company. This was how it happened. and the truth is also an allegory of empire. I met him at the corner of my garden, an empty basket on his head, and an unclean cloth round his loins. That was all the property to which Naboth had the shadow of a claim when I first saw him. He opened our acquaintance by begging. He was very thin and showed nearly as many ribs as his basket, and he told me a long story about fever and a lawsuit, and an iron cauldron that had been seized by the court in execution of a decree. I put my hand into my pocket to help Naboth, as kings of the East have helped alien adventurers to the loss of their kingdoms. A rupee had hidden in my waistcoat lining. I never knew it was there, and gave the trove to Naboth as a direct gift from heaven. He replied that I was the only legitimate protector of the poor he had ever known. Next morning he reappeared, a little fatter in the round, and curled himself into knots in the front veranda. He said I was his father and his mother, and the direct descendant of all the gods in his pantheon, besides controlling the destinies of the universe. He himself was but a sweetmeat seller, and much less important than the dirt under my feet. I had heard this sort of thing before, so I asked him what he wanted. My rupee, quoth Naboth, had raised him to the everlasting heavens, and he wished to prefer a request. He wished to establish a sweetmeat pitch near the house of his benefactor, to gaze on my revered countenance as I went to and fro illumining the world. I was graciously pleased to give permission, and he went away with his head between his knees. Now at the far end of my garden, the ground slopes toward the public road, and the slope is crowned with a thick shrubbery. There is a short carriage road from the house to the mall, which passes close to the shrubbery. Next afternoon I saw that Naboth had seated himself at the bottom of the slope, down in the dust of the public road, and in the full glare of the sun, with a starved basket of greasy sweets in front of him. He had gone into trade once more on the strength of my munificent donation, and the ground was as paradise by my honored favor. Remember, there was only Naboth, his basket, the sunshine, and the grey dust when the sap of my empire first began. Next day he had moved himself up the slope nearer to my shrubbery, and waved a palm leaf fan to keep the flies off the sweets. So I judged that he must have done a fair trade. 4 days later I noticed that he had backed himself and his basket under the shadow of the shrubbery, and had tied an Isabella-colored rag between 2 branches in order to make more shade. There were plenty of sweets in his basket. I thought that trade must certainly be looking up. 7 weeks later the government took up a plot of ground for a chief court close to the end of my compound, and employed nearly 400 coolies on the foundations. Naboth bought a blue and white striped blanket, a brass lamp stand, and a small buoy, to cope with the rush of trade, which was tremendous. 5 days later he bought a huge, fat, red-backed account book, and a glass inkstand. Thus I saw that the coolies had been getting into his debt, and that commerce was increasing on legitimate lines of credit. Also I saw that the one basket had grown into 3, and that Naboth had backed and hacked into the shrubbery, and made himself a nice little clearing for the proper display of the basket, the blanket, the books, and the boy. 1 week and 5 days later he had built a mud fireplace in the clearing, and the fat account book was overflowing. He said that God created few Englishmen of my kind, and that I was the incarnation of all human virtues. He offered me some of his sweets as tribute, and by accepting these I acknowledged him as my feudatory under the skirt of my protection. 3 weeks later I noticed that the boy was in the habit of cooking Naboth's midday meal for him, and Naboth was beginning to grow a stomach. He had hacked away more of my shrubbery and owned another and a fatter account book. 11 weeks later Naboth had eaten his way nearly through that shrubbery, and there was a reed hut with a bedstead outside it, standing in the little glade that he had eroded. 2 dogs and a baby slept on the bedstead. So I fancied Naboth had taken a wife. He said that he had, by my favor, done this thing, and that I was several times finer than Krishna. 6 weeks and 2 days later a mud wall had grown up at the back of the hut. There were fowls in front and it smelled a little. The municipal secretary said that a cesspool was forming in the public road from the drainage of my compound, and that I must take steps to clear it away. I spoke to Naboth. He said I was lord paramount of his earthly concerns, and the garden was all my own property, and sent me some more sweets in a second-hand duster. 2 months later a coolie bricklayer was killed in a scuffle that took place opposite Naboth's vineyard. The inspector of police said it was a serious case, went into my servants' quarters, insulted my butler's wife, and wanted to arrest my butler. The curious thing about the murder was that most of the coolies were drunk at the time. Naboth pointed out that my name was a strong shield between him and his enemies, and he expected that another baby would be born to him shortly. 4 months later the hut was all mud walls, very solidly built, and Naboth had used most of my shrubbery for his 5 goats. A silver watch and an aluminium chain shone upon his very round stomach. My servants were alarmingly drunk several times, and used to waste the day with Naboth when they got the chance. I spoke to Naboth. He said, by my favor and the glory of my countenance, he would make all his womenfolk ladies, and that if anyone hinted that he was running an illicit still under the shadow of the tamarisks, why, I, his suzerain, was to prosecute. A week later he hired a man to make several dozen square yards of trellis work to put around the back of his hut, that his womenfolk might be screened from the public gaze. The man went away in the evening, and left his day's work to pave the short cut from the public road to my house. I was driving home in the dusk, and turned the corner by Naboth's vineyard quickly. The next thing I knew was that the horses of the phaeton were stamping and plunging in the strongest sort of bamboo network. Both beasts came down. One rose with nothing more than chipped knees. The other was so badly kicked that I was forced to shoot him. Naboth is gone now, and his hut is ploughed into its native mud with sweetmeats instead of salt for a sign that the place is accursed. I have built a summer house to overlook the end of the garden, and it is as a fort on my frontier whence I guard my empire. I know exactly how Ahab felt. he has been shamefully misrepresented in the scriptures. The Dream of Duncan Parenness, footnote, copyright, 1891, by Macmillan and Company. Like Mr. Bunyan of old, I, Duncan Parenness, writer to the Most Honourable the East India Company, in this God-forgotten city of Calcutta, have dreamed a dream, and never since that Kitty my mare fell lame have I been so troubled. Therefore, lest I should forget my dream, I have made shift to set it down here. Though heaven knows how unhandy the pen is to me who was always readier with sword than inkhorn when I left London 2 long years since. When the Governor-General's great dance, that he gives yearly at the latter end of November, was finished, I had gone to mine own room which looks over that sullen, un-English stream, the Hooghly, scarce so sober as I might have been. Now, roaring drunk in the west is but fuddled in the east, and I was drunk nor easterly as Mr. Shakespeare might have said. Yet, in spite of my liquor, the cool night winds, though I have heard that they breed chills and fluxes innumerable, sobered me somewhat, and I remembered that I had been but a little wrung and wasted by all the sicknesses of the past 4 months, whereas those young bloods that came eastward with me in the same ship had been all, a month back, planted to eternity in the foul soil north of Writers' Buildings. So then, I thanked God mistily, though, to my shame, I never kneeled down to do so, for license to live, at least till March should be upon us again. Indeed, we that were alive, and our number was less by far than those who had gone to their last account in the hot weather late past, had made very merry that evening, by the ramparts of the fort, over this kindness of Providence, though our jests were neither witty nor such as I should have liked my mother to hear. When I had lain down, or rather thrown me on my bed, and the fumes of my drink had a little cleared away, I found that I could get no sleep for thinking of 1,000 things that were better left alone. First, and it was a long time since I had thought of her, the sweet face of Kitty Somerset, drifted, as it might have been drawn in a picture, across the foot of my bed, so plainly, that I almost thought she had been present in the body. Then I remembered how she drove me to this accursed country to get rich, that I might the more quickly marry her, our parents on both sides giving their consent, and then how she thought better, or worse may be, of her troth, and wed Tom Sanderson but a short 3 months after I had sailed. From Kitty I fell a musing on Mrs. Vansuthen, a tall pale woman with violet eyes that had come to Calcutta from the Dutch factory at Chinchura, and had set all our young men, and not a few of the factors, by the ears. Some of our ladies, it is true, said that she had never a husband or marriage lines at all, but women, and specially those who have led only indifferent good lives themselves, are cruel hard one on another. Besides, Mrs. Vansuthen was far prettier than them all. She had been most gracious to me at the Governor-General's rout, and indeed I was looked upon by all as her pro-chevalier, which is French for a much worse word. Now, whether I cared so much as the scratch of a pin for this same Mrs. Vansuthen, albeit I had vowed eternal love 3 days after we met, I knew not then nor did till later on, but mine own pride, and a skill in the small sword that no man in Calcutta could equal, kept me in her affections, so that I believed I worshipped her. When I had dismissed her violet eyes from my thoughts, my reason reproached me for ever having followed her at all, and I saw how the 1 year that I had lived in this land had so burnt and seared my mind with the flames of 1,000 bad passions and desires, that I had aged 10 months for each one in the devil's school. Whereat I thought of my mother for a while, and was very penitent, making in my sinful tipsy mood 1,000 vows of reformation, all since broken, I fear me, again and again. Tomorrow, says I to myself, I will live cleanly forever. And I smiled dizzily, the liquor being still strong in me, to think of the dangers I had escaped, and built all manner of fine castles in Spain, whereof a shadowy Kitty Somerset that had the violet eyes and the sweet slow speech of Mrs. Vansuthen, was always queen. Lastly, a very fine and magnificent courage, that doubtless had its birth in Mr. Hastings' Madeira, grew upon me, till it seemed that I could become Governor-General, Nawab, Prince, even the great Mogul himself, by the mere wishing of it. Wherefore, taking my first steps, random and unstable enough, towards my new kingdom, I kicked my servants sleeping without till they howled and ran from me, and called heaven and earth to witness that I, Duncan Parrenness, was a writer in the service of the company and afraid of no man. Then, seeing that neither the moon nor the Great Bear were minded to accept my challenge, I lay down again and must have fallen asleep. I was waked presently by my last words repeated 2 or 3 times, and I saw that there had come into the room a drunken man, as I thought, from Mr. Hastings' rout. He sate down at the foot of my bed in all the world as it belonged to him, and I took note, as well as I could, that his face was somewhat like mine own grown older, save when it changed to the face of the Governor-General or my father, dead these 6 months. But this seemed to me only natural, and the due result of too much wine, and I was so angered at his entry all unannounced, that I told him, not over-civilly, to go. To all my words he made no answer whatever, only saying slowly, as though it were some sweet morsel, writer in the company's service and afraid of no man. Then he stops short, and turning round sharp upon me, says that one of my kidney need fear neither man nor devil, that I was a brave young man, and like enough, should I live so long, to be Governor-General. But for all these things, and I suppose that he meant thereby the changes and chances of our shifty life in these parts, I must pay my price. By this time I had sobered somewhat, and being well waked out of my first sleep, was disposed to look upon the matter as a tipsy man's jest. So, says I merrily, and what price shall I pay for this palace of mine, which is but 12 feet square, and my 5 poor pagodas a month? The devil take you and your jesting, I have paid my price twice over in sickness. At that moment my man turns full towards me, so that by the moonlight I could see every line and wrinkle of his face. Then my drunken mirth died out of me, as I have seen the waters of our great rivers die away in one night, and I, Duncan Parrenness, who was afraid of no man, was taken with a more deadly terror than I hold it has ever been the lot of mortal man to know. for I saw that his face was my very own, but marked and lined and scarred with the furrows of disease and much evil living, as I once, when I was, Lord help me, very drunk indeed, have seen mine own face, all white and drawn and grown old, in a mirror. I take it that any man would have been even more greatly feared than I. For I am in no way wanting in courage. After I had lain still for a little, sweating in my agony and waiting until I should awake from this terrible dream, for dream I knew it to be, he says again, that I must pay my price, and a little after, as though it were to be given in pagodas and sikka rupees, what price will you pay? Says I, very softly, for God's sake let me be, whoever you are, and I will mend my ways from tonight. Says he, laughing a little at my words, but otherwise making no motion of having heard them, nay, I would only rid so brave a young ruffler as yourself of much that will be a great hindrance to you on your way through life in the Indies, for believe me, and here he looks full on me once more, there is no return. At all this rigmarole, which I could not then understand, I was a good deal put aback and waited for what should come next. Says he very calmly, give me your trust in man. At that I saw how heavy would be my price, for I never doubted but that he could take from me all that he asked, and my head was, through terror and wakefulness, altogether cleared of the wine I had drunk. So I takes him up very short, crying that I was not so wholly bad as he would make believe, and that I trusted my fellows to the full as much as they were worthy of it. It was none of my fault, says I, if one half of them were liars and the other half deserved to be burnt in the hand, and I would once more ask him to have done with his questions. Then I stopped, a little afraid, it is true, to have let my tongue so run away with me, but he took no notice of this, and only laid his hand lightly on my left breast, and I felt very cold there for a while. Then he says, laughing more, give me your faith in women. At that I started in my bed as though I had been stung, for I thought of my sweet mother in England, and for a while fancied that my faith in God's best creatures could neither be shaken nor stolen from me. But later, myself's hard eyes being upon me, I fell to thinking, for the second time that night, of Kitty, she that jilted me and married Tom Sanderson, and of Mistress Vansuthan, whom only my devilish pride made me follow, and how she was even worse than Kitty, and I worst of them all, seeing that with my life's work to be done, I must needs go dancing down the devil's swept and garnished causeway, because, forsooth, there was a light woman's smile at the end of it. And I thought that all women in the world were either like Kitty or Mistress Vansuthan, as indeed they have ever since been to me, and this put me to such an extremity of rage and sorrow, that I was beyond word glad when myself's hand fell again on my left breast, and I was no more troubled by these follies. After this he was silent for a little, and I made sure that he must go or I awake ere long, but presently he speaks again, and very softly, that I was a fool to care for such follies as those he had taken from me, and that ere he went he would only ask me for a few other trifles such as no man, or for matter of that boy either, would keep about him in this country. And so it happened that he took from out of my very heart as it were, looking all the time into my face with my own eyes, as much as remained to me of my boy's soul and conscience. This was to me a far more terrible loss than the two that I had suffered before. For though, Lord help me, I had travelled far enough from all paths of decent or godly living, yet there was in me, though I myself write it, a certain goodness of heart which, when I was sober, or sick, made me very sorry of all that I had done before the fit came on me. And this I lost wholly, having in place thereof another deadly coldness at the heart. I am not, as I have before said, ready with my pen, so I fear that what I have just written may not be readily understood. Yet there be certain times in a young man's life, when, through great sorrow or sin, all the boy in him is burnt and seared away so that he passes at one step to the more sorrowful state of manhood, as our staring Indian day changes into night with never so much as the grey of twilight to temper the two extremes. This shall perhaps make my state more clear, if it be remembered that my torment was 10 times as great as comes in the natural course of nature to any man. At that time I dared not think of the change that had come over me, and all in one night, though I have often thought of it since. I have paid the price, says I, my teeth chattering, for I was deadly cold, and what is my return? At this time it was nearly dawn, and myself had begun to grow pale and thin against the white light in the east, as my mother used to tell me is the custom of ghosts and devils and the like. He made as if he would go, but my words stopped him and he laughed, as I remember that I laughed when I ran Angus McAllister through the sword arm last August, because he said that Mrs. Van Suthen was no better than she should be. What return? Says he, catching up my last words, why, strength to live as long as God or the devil pleases, and so long as you live, my young master, my gift. With that he puts something into my hand, though it was still too dark to see what it was, and when next I looked up he was gone. When the light came I made shift to behold his gift, and saw that it was a little piece of dry bread. The incarnation of Krishna Mulvani Wallauth, my bully cavaliers, we ride to church today. The man that hasn't got a horse must steal one straight away. Be reverent, men, remember this is a God's house. Do, Conrad, cut along der aisle and sklenk der whiskey aus. Hans Breitman's Ride to Church. Once upon a time, very far from England, there lived 3 men who loved each other so greatly that neither man nor woman could come between them. They were in no sense refined, nor to be admitted to the outer doormats of decent folk, because they happened to be private soldiers in Her Majesty's army, and private soldiers of our service have small time for self-culture. Their duty is to keep themselves and their accoutrements specklessly clean, to refrain from getting drunk more often than is necessary, to obey their superiors, and to pray for a war. All these things my friends accomplished, and of their own motion threw in some fighting work for which the army regulations did not call. Their fate sent them to serve in India, which is not a golden country, though poets have sung otherwise. Their men die with great swiftness, and those who live suffer many and curious things. I do not think that my friends concerned themselves much with the social or political aspects of the East. They attended a not unimportant war on the northern frontier, another one on our western boundary, and a third in Upper Burma. Then their regiment sat still to recruit, and the boundless monotony of cantonment life was their portion. They were drilled morning and evening on the same dusty parade ground. They wandered up and down the same stretch of dusty white road, attended the same church and the same grog shop, and slept in the same lime-washed barn of a barrack for 2 long years. There was Mulvaney, the father in the craft, who had served with various regiments from Bermuda to Halifax, old in war, scarred, reckless, resourceful, and in his pious hours an unequalled soldier. To him turned for help and comfort 6.5 feet of slow-moving, heavy-footed Yorkshiremen, born on the wolds, bred in the dales, and educated chiefly among the carriers' carts at the back of York railway station. His name was Leroyd, and his chief virtue an unmitigated patience which helped him to win fights. How Ortheris, a fox terrier of a cockney, ever came to be one of the trio, is a mystery which even today I cannot explain. There was always 3 av us, Mulvaney used to say. And by the grace av God, so long as our service lasts, 3 av us there'll always be. 'Tis better so. They desired no companionship beyond their own, and it was evil for any man of the regiment who attempted dispute with them. Physical argument was out of the question as regarded Mulvaney and the Yorkshiremen, and assault on Ortheris meant a combined attack from these twain, a business which no 5 men were anxious to have on their hands. Therefore they flourished, sharing their drinks, their tobacco, and their money, good luck and evil, battle and the chances of death, life and the chances of happiness, from Calicut in southern, to Peshawar in northern India. Through no merit of my own it was my good fortune to be in a measure admitted to their friendship, frankly by Mulvaney from the beginning, sullenly and with reluctance by Leroyd, and suspiciously by Ortheris, who held to it that no man not in the army could fraternize with a red coat. Like to like, said he. I'm a bloomin' sodger, he's a bloomin' civilian. Tinety natural, that's all. But that was not all. They thawed progressively, and in the thawing told me more of their lives and adventures than I am ever likely to write. Omitting all else, this tale begins with the lamentable thirst that was at the beginning of first causes. Never was such a thirst, Mulvaney told me so. They kicked against their compulsory virtue, but the attempt was only successful in the case of Ortheris. He, whose talents were many, went forth into the highways and stole a dog from a civilian, videlicet, someone, he knew not who, not in the army. Now that civilian was but newly connected by marriage with the colonel of the regiment, and outcry was made from quarters least anticipated by Ortheris, and, in the end, he was forced, lest a worse thing should happen, to dispose at ridiculously unremunerative rates of as promising a small terrier as ever graced one end of a leading string. The purchase money was barely sufficient for one small outbreak which led him to the guard-room. He escaped, however, with nothing worse than a severe reprimand, and a few hours of punishment drill. Not for nothing had he acquired the reputation of being the best soldier of his inches in the regiment. Mulvaney had taught personal cleanliness and efficiency as the first articles of his companion's creed. A dirty man, he was used to say, in the speech of his kind, goes to clink for a weakness in the knees, and is court-martialed for a pair of socks missing, but a clean man, such as is an ornament to his service, a man whose buttons are gold, whose coat is wax upon him, and whose accoutrements are widow to spec, that man may, spark in reason, do foot he likes and drink from day to devil. That's the pride of being decent. We sat together, upon a day, in the shade of a ravine far from the barracks, where a watercourse used to run in rainy weather. Behind us was the scrub jungle, in which jackals, peacocks, the grey wolves of the northwestern provinces, and occasionally a tiger strayed from central India, were supposed to dwell. In front lay the cantonment, glaring white under a glaring sun, and on either side ran the broad road that led to Delhi. It was the scrub that suggested to my mind the wisdom of Mulvaney taking a day's leave and going upon a shooting tour. The peacock is a holy bird throughout India, and he who slays one is in danger of being mobbed by the nearest villagers. But on the last occasion that Mulvaney had gone forth, he had contrived, without in the least offending local religious susceptibilities, to return with 6 beautiful peacock skins which he sold to profit. It seemed just possible then, but foot manner av uses ut to me going out widow to drink. The ground's powder underfoot, and ut gets unto the throat fit to kill, wailed Mulvaney, looking at me reproachfully. And a peacock is not a bird you can catch the tail of unless ye run. Can a man run on water, and jungle water too? Ortheris had considered the question in all its bearings. He spoke, chewing his pipe stem meditatively the while. Go forth, return in glory, to Clusium's royal home, and round these bloomin' temples and the bloomin' shields o' Rome. You better go. You ain't like to shoot yourself, not while there's a chance of liquor. Me and Leroyd'll stay at home and keep shop, case o' anything turnin' up. But you go out with a gas pipe gun and catch the little peacockses or something. You kin get 1 day's leave easy as winkin'. Go along and get it, and get peacockses or something. Jock, said Mulvaney, turning to Leroyd, who was half asleep under the shadow of the bank. He roused slowly. Sither, Mulvaney, go, said he. And Mulvaney went, cursing his allies with Irish fluency and barrackroom point. Take note, said he, when he had won his holiday, and appeared dressed in his roughest clothes with the only other regimental fowling piece in his hand. Take note, Jock, and you all threes, I am going in the face of my own will, all for to please you. I misdoubt anything will come of promiscuous hunting after her peacockses in a desolate land, and I know that I will lie down and die with thirst. Me catch peacockses for you, ye lazy scuts, and be sacrificed by the peasantry, He waved a huge paw and went away. At twilight, long before the appointed hour, he returned empty-handed, much begrimed with dirt. Peacockses? Queried Ortheris from the safe rest of a barrackroom table whereon he was smoking cross-legged, Leroyd fast asleep on a bench. Jock, said Mulvaney without answering, as he stirred up the sleeper. Jock, can ye fight? Will ye fight? Very slowly the meaning of the words communicated itself to the half-roused man. He understood, and again, what might these things mean? Mulvaney was shaking him savagely. Meantime the men in the room howled with delight. There was war in the Confederacy at last, war and the breaking of bonds. Barrackroom etiquette is stringent. On the direct challenge must follow the direct reply. This is more binding than the ties of tried friendship. Once again Mulvaney repeated the question. Leroyd answered by the only means in his power, and so swiftly that the Irishman had barely time to avoid the blow. The laughter around increased. Leroyd looked bewilderedly at his friend, himself as greatly bewildered. Ortheris dropped from the table because his world was falling. Come outside, said Mulvaney, and as the occupants of the barrackroom prepared joyously to follow, he turned and said furiously, there will be no fight this night, unless anyone of you is wishful to assist. The man that does, follows on. No man moved. The three passed out into the moonlight, Leroyd fumbling with the buttons of his coat. The parade ground was deserted except for the scurrying jackals. Mulvaney's impetuous rush carried his companions far into the open air. Leroyd attempted to turn round and continue the discussion. Be still now. 'Twas my fault for beginning things in the middle of an end, Jock. I should ha' commenced wid an explanation, but Jock, dear, on your soul are ye fit, think you, for the finest fight that ever was, better than fightin' me? Consider before ye answer. More than ever puzzled, Leroyd turned round 2 or 3 times, felt an arm, kicked tentatively, and answered, "I'm fit." He was accustomed to fight blindly at the bidding of the superior mind. They sat them down, the men looking on from afar, and Mulvaney untangled himself in mighty words. Following your fool's scheme, I went out into the trackless desert beyond the barracks. And there I met a pious Hindu driving a bullock cart. I took ut for granted he would be delighted for to convoy me a piece, and I jumped in. You long, lazy, black-haired swine, drawled Ortheris, who would have done the same thing under similar circumstances. 'Twas the height of policy. That nigger man drove miles and miles, as far as the new railway line they are building now back of the Tavi River. "'Tis a cart for dirt only," says he now and again timorously, "to get me out of ut. Dirt I am, said I, and the driest that you ever carted. Drive on, me son, and glory be with you." At that I went to sleep, and took no heed till he pulled up on the embankment of the line where the coolies were pilling mud. There was a mother of 2,000 coolies on that line, you remember that. Presently a bell rang, and they troops off to a big pay shed. "Where's the white man in charge?" said I to my cart driver. "In the shed," said he, "engaged on a riffle." "Afoot," said I. "Riffle," said he. "You take ticket." "He take money." "You get nothing." "Aho," said I, that's what the superior and cultivated man calls a raffle, me misbegotten child av darkness and sin. Lead on to that raffle, though foot the mischief tease doing so far away from us home, which is the charity bazaar at Christmas, and the colonel's wife grinning behind the tea table, is more than I know. With that I went to the shed and found 'twas payday among the coolies. Their wages was on a table for an insta big, fine, red buck av a man, 7 feet high, 4 feet wide, and 3 feet thick, with a fist on him like a corn sack. He was paying the coolies fair and easy, but he would ask each man if he would raffle that month, and each man said, yes av course. Then he would deduct from their wages a cordine. When all was paid, he filled an odd cigar box full av gun wads and scattered ut among the coolies. They did not take much joy av that performance, and small wonder. A man close to me picks up a black gun wad and sings out, I have ut. Good may ut do you, said I. The coolie went forward to this big, fine, red man, who threw a cloth off av the most sumptuous, jeweled, enameled and variously bedivelled sedan chair I ever saw. Sedan chair. Put your eed in a bag. That was a palanquin. Don't you know a palanquin when you see it, said Ortheris with great scorn. I choose to call ut sedan chair, and chair ut shall be, little man, continued the Irishman. 'Twas a most amazing chair, all lined with pink silk and fitted with red silk curtains. Here ut is, said the red man. Here ut is, said the coolie, and he grinned weakly ways. Is ut any use to you, said the red man. No, said the coolie, I'd like to make a present av ut to you. I am graciously pleased to accept that same, said the red man, and at that all the coolies cried aloud in foot was mint for cheerful notes, and went back to their digging, leaving me alone in the shed. The red man saw me, and his face grew blue on his big, fat neck. What do you want here, said he. Standing room and no more, said I, unless it may be foot ye never had, and that's manners, ye raffling ruffian, for I was not going to have the service thrud upon. Out of this, said he. I'm in charge av this section av construction. I'm in charge av meself, said I, and it's like I will stay a while. Do ye raffle much in these parts? What's that to you, said he. Nothing, said I, but a great deal to you, for begad I'm thinking you get the full half av your revenue from that sedan chair. Is ut always raffled so? I said, and with that I went to a coolie to ask questions. Pois, that man's name is Dearsley, and he's been raffling that at sedan chair monthly this mather av 9 months. Ivery coolie on the section takes a ticket, or he gives the go, once a month on payday. Ivery coolie that wins ut gives ut back to him, for he's too big to carry away, and he'd sack the man that tried to sell ut. That Dearsley has been marking the rowlin' wealth av roshus by nefarious rafflin'. Think av the burning shame to the suffering coolie man that the army in India are bound to protect and nourish in their bosoms. 2,000 coolies defrauded once a month. Dom T coolies. Has he gotten teacher, man, said Leroyd. Had on. Having unearthed this amazing and stupendous fraud committed by the man Dearsley, I held a council av war, he trying all the time to seduce me into a fight with opprobrious language. That sedan chair never belonged by right to any foreman av coolies. 'Tis a king's chair or a queen's. There's gold on ut and silk and all manner av tripsements. Pois, 'tis not for me to countenance any sort av wrongdoing, me being the ad man, but, anyway he has had ut 9 months, and he dare not make throuble av ut was taken from him. 5 miles away, or ut may be 6, there was a long pause, and the jackals howled merrily. Leroyd bared one arm, and contemplated it in the moonlight. Then he nodded partly to himself and partly to his friends. Ortheris wriggled with suppressed emotion. I thought ye would see the reasonableness av ut, said Mulvaney. I made bold to say as much to the man before. He was for a direct front attack, foot, horse, and guns, and all for nothing, seeing that I had no transport to convey the machine away. I will not argue with you, said I, this day, but subsequently, Mr. Dearsley, me rafflin jewel, we talk ut out lengthways. 'Tis no good policy to swindle the nager av his hard-earned emoluments, and by present information, 'twas the curt man that told me, ye've been perpetrating that same for 9 months. But I'm a just man, said I, and overlooking the presumption that yonder settee with the gilt top was not come by honest, at that he turned sky green. So I knew things was more through than tellable, not come by honest. I'm willing to compound the felony for this month's winnings. Ah! Ho! From Leroyd and Ortheris. That man Dearsley's rushing on his fate, continued Mulvaney, solemnly wagging his head. All hell had no name bad enough for me that tide. Faith! He called me a robber. Me. That was saving him from continuing in his evil ways widow to remonstrance, and to a man av conscience a remonstrance may change the tune av his life. 'Tis not for me to argue, said I, whatever ye are, Mr. Dearsley, but, by my hand, I'll take away the temptation for you that lies in that sedan chair. You will have to fight me for ut, said he, for well I know you will never dare make report to anyone. Fight I will, said I, but not this day, for I'm reduced for want av nourishment. Ye reaned both hands, said he, sizing me up and down, and a duel av a fight we will have. Eat now and drink, and go your way. With that he gave me some hump and whiskey, good whiskey, and we talked av this and that the while. It goes hard on me now, said I, wiping my mouth, to confiscate that piece av furniture, but justice is justice. Ye've not got ut yet, said he, there's the fight between. There is, said I, and a good fight. Ye shall have the pick av the best quality in my regiment for the dinner you have given this day. Then I came hot foot to you two. Hold your tongue, the both. 'Tis this way. Tomorrow we 3 will go there and he shall have his pick between me and Jock. Jock's a deceiving fighter, for he is all fat to the eye, and he moves slow. Now, I'm all beef to the look, and I move quick. By my reckoning the Dearsley man won't take me, so me and Authries LLC fair play. Jock, I tell you, 'twill be big fightin', whipped, with the cream above the jam. After the business 'twill take a good 3 av us, Jock LL be very hurt, to haul away that sedan chair. Palanquin. This from Authorius. Whatever UT is, we must have UT. T's the only sellin' piece av property within reach that we can get so cheap. And foot's a fight after all. He has robbed the nigger man, dishonest. We rob him honest for the sake av the whiskey he gave me. But what'll we do with the bloomin' article when we've got it? Them palanquins are as big as houses, and uncommon hard to sell, as McCleary said when ye stole the sentry box from the Curragh. Who's going to do tea fightin'? Said Leroyd, and Authorius subsided. The three returned to barracks without a word. Mulvaney's last argument clinched the matter. This palanquin was property, vendible, and to be attained in the simplest and least embarrassing fashion. It would eventually become beer. Great was Mulvaney. Next afternoon a procession of three formed itself and disappeared into the scrub in the direction of the new railway line. Leroyd alone was without care, for Mulvaney dived darkly into the future, and little Authorius feared the unknown. What befell at that interview in the lonely pay shed by the side of the half-built embankment, only a few hundred coolies know, and their tale is confusing one, running thus: we were at work. 3 men in red coats came. They saw the Sahib, Dearsley Sahib. They made oration, and noticeably the small man among the red coats. Dearsley Sahib also made oration, and used many very strong words. Upon this talk they departed together to an open space, and there the fat man in the red coat fought with Dearsley Sahib after the custom of white men, with his hands, making no noise, and never at all pulling Dearsley Sahib's hair. Such of us as were not afraid beheld these things for just so long a time as a man needs to cook the midday meal. The small man in the red coat had possessed himself of Dearsley Sahib's watch. No, he did not steal that watch. He held it in his hand, and at certain seasons made outcry, and the twain ceased their combat, which was like the combat of young bulls in spring. Both men were soon all red, but Dearsley Sahib was much more red than the other. Seeing this, and fearing for his life, because we greatly loved him, some 50 of us made shift to rush upon the red coats. But a certain man, very black as to the hair, and in no way to be confused with the small man, or the fat man who fought, that man, we affirm, ran upon us, and of us he embraced some 10 or 50 in both arms, and beat our heads together, so that our livers turned to water, and we ran away. It is not good to interfere in the fightings of white men. After that Dearsley Sahib fell and did not rise. These men jumped upon his stomach and despoiled him of all his money, and attempted to fire the pay shed, and departed. Is it true that Dearsley Sahib makes no complaint of these latter things having been done? We were senseless with fear, and do not at all remember. There was no palanquin near the pay shed. What do we know about palanquins? Is it true that Dearsley Sahib does not return to this place, on account of his sickness, for 10 days? This is the fault of those bad men in the red coats, who should be severely punished, for Dearsley Sahib is both our father and mother, and we love him much. Yet, if Dearsley Sahib does not return to this place at all, we will speak the truth. There was a palanquin, for the upkeep of which we were forced to pay 9/10 of our monthly wage. On such multings Dearsley Sahib allowed us to make obeisance to him before the palanquin. What could we do? We were poor men. He took a full half of our wages. Will the government repay us those monies? Those 3 men in red coats bore the palanquin upon their shoulders and departed. All the money that Dearsley Sahib had taken from us was in the cushions of that palanquin. Therefore they stole it. Thousands of rupees were there, all our money. It was our bank box, to fill which we cheerfully contributed to Dearsley Sahib 3/7 of our monthly wage. Why does the white man look upon us with the eye of disfavor? Before God, there was a palanquin, and now there is no palanquin, and if they send the police here to make inquisition, we can only say that there never has been any palanquin. Why should a palanquin be near these works? We are poor men, and we know nothing. Such is the simplest version of the simplest story connected with the descent upon Dearsley. From the lips of the coolies I received it. Dearsley himself was in no condition to say anything, and Mulvaney preserved a massive silence, broken only by the occasional licking of the lips. He had seen a fight so gorgeous that even his power of speech was taken from him. I respected that reserve until, 3 days after the affair, I discovered in a disused stable in my quarters a palanquin of unchastened splendor, evidently in past days the litter of a queen. The pole whereby it swung between the shoulders of the bearers was rich with the painted papier-mâché of Kashmir. The shoulder pads were of yellow silk. The panels of the litter itself were ablaze with the loves of all the gods and goddesses of the Hindu pantheon, lacquer on cedar. The cedar sliding doors were fitted with hasps of translucent jaipur enamel and ran in grooves shod with silver. The cushions were of brocade Delhi silk, and the curtains which once hid any glimpse of the beauty of the king's palace were stiff with gold. Closer investigation showed that the entire fabric was everywhere rubbed and discolored by time and wear, but even thus it was sufficiently gorgeous to deserve housing on the threshold of a royal ziana. I found no fault with it, except that it was in my stable. Then, trying to lift it by the silver-shod shoulder pole, I laughed. The road from Dearsley's pay shed to the cantonment was a narrow and uneven one, and, traversed by 3 very inexperienced palanquin bearers, one of whom was sorely battered about the head, must have been a path of torment. Still I did not quite recognize the right of the 3 musketeers to turn me into a fence for stolen property. "I'm asking you to warehouse UT," said Mulvaney when he was brought to consider the question. "There's no steel in UT. Dearsley told us we could have UT if we fought. Jock fought, and, oh, sir, when the throuble was at its finest and Jock was bleeding like a stuck pig, and little Orthries was skeeling on one leg chewing big bites out av Dearsley's watch, I'd ha given my place at the fight to have had you see one round. He took Jock, as I suspicioned he would, and Jock was deceptive. 9 rounds they were even matched, and at the 10th, about that palanquin now. There's not the least throuble in the world, or we'd not ha brought you here. You will understand that the Queen, God bless her, does not reckon for a private soldier to keep elephants and palanquins and sick in barracks. After we had dragged ut down from Dearsley's through that cruel scrub that near broke Orthris's heart, we set ut in the ravine for a night, and a thief av a porcupine and a civet cat av a jackal roosted in ut, as well we knew in the morning. I put ut to you, sir, is an elegant palanquin, fit for the princess, the natural abiding place av all the vermin in cantonments. We brought ut to you, after dark, and put ut in your stable. Do not let your conscience prick. Think av the rejoicing men in the pay shed yonder, looking at Dearsley with his head tied up in a towel, and well knowing that they can draw their pay every month without stoppages for riffles. Indirectly, sir, you have rescued from an unprincipled son av a night hawk the peasant 3 av a numerous village. And besides, will I let that sedan chair rot on our hands? Not it's not every day a piece av pure jewelry comes into the market. There's not a king within these 40 miles, he waved his hand round the dusty horizon, not a king would not be glad to buy ut. Some day myself, when I have leisure, I'll take ut up along the road and dispose av ut. How, said I, for I knew the man was capable of anything. Get into ut, av course, and keep one eye open through the curtains. When I see a likely man av the native persuasion, I will descend blushing from my canopy and say, buy a palanquin, ye black scut. I will have to hire 4 men to carry me first, though, and that's impossible till next payday. Curiously enough, Leroyd, who had fought for the prize, and in the winning secured the highest pleasure life had to offer him, was altogether disposed to undervalue it, while Ortheris openly said it would be better to break the thing up. Dearsley, he argued, might be a many-sided man, capable, despite his magnificent fighting qualities, of setting in motion the machinery of the civil law, a thing much abhorred by the soldier. Under any circumstances their fun had come and passed. The next payday was close at hand, when there would be beer for all. Wherefore longer conserve the painted palanquin? A first-class rifle shot and a good little man av your inches you are, said Mulvaney. But you never had a head worth a soft-boiled egg. Tease me has to lie awake av nights scamming and plotting for the 3 av us. Orthries, me son, tease no mather av a few gallons av beer, no, nor 20 gallons, but tubs and vats and firkins in that sedan chair. Who ut was, and what ut was, and how ut got there, we do not know, but I know in my bones that you and me and Jock with his sprained thumb will get a fortune thereby. Leave me alone, and let me think. Meantime the palanquin stayed in my stall, the key of which was in Mulvaney's hands. Payday came, and with it beer. It was not inexperience to hope that Mulvaney, dried by 4 weeks' drought, would avoid excess. Next morning he and the palanquin had disappeared. He had taken the precaution of getting 3 days' leave to see a friend on the railway, and the colonel, well knowing that the seasonal outburst was near, and hoping it would spend its force beyond the limits of his jurisdiction, cheerfully gave him all he demanded. At this point Mulvaney's history, as recorded in the mess room, stopped. Ortheris carried it not much further. "No, 'e wasn't drunk," said the little man loyally. "The liquor was no more than feeling its way round inside of 'im. But 'e went and filled that ole bloomin' palanquin with bottles 'fore 'e went off. 'E's gone and 'ired 6 men to carry 'im, and I 'ad to 'elp 'im into 'is nuptial couch, 'cause 'e wouldn't 'ear reason. 'E's gone off in 'is shirt and trousers, swearin' tremenjus, gone down the road in the palanquin, wavin' 'is legs out o' windy." "Yes," said I, "but where?" "Now you ax me a question. 'E said 'e was going to sell that palanquin, but from observations what happened when I was stuffin' 'im through the door, I fancy 'e's gone to the new embankment to mock at Dearsley. Soon as Jock's off duty I'm going there to see if 'e's safe, not Mulvaney, but t'other man. My saints, but I pity 'im as 'elps turrants out o' the palanquin when 'e's once fair drunk." "He'll come back without harm," I said. "Course he will. Only question is, what'll 'e be doing on the road?" "Killing Dearsley, like as not. 'E shouldn't ha' gone without Jock or me." Reinforced by Leroyd, Ortheris sought the foreman of the cooler gang. Dearsley's head was still embellished with towels. Mulvaney, drunk or sober, would have struck no man in that condition, and Dearsley indignantly denied that he would have taken advantage of the intoxicated brave. "I had my pick o' you two," he explained to Leroyd, "and you got my palanquin, not before I'd made my profit on it. Why'd I do harm when everything's settled? Your man did come here, drunk as Davy's sow on a frosty night, came a purpose to mock me, stuck his head out of the door and called me a crucified hodman. I made him drunker, and sent him along. But I never touched him." To these things, Leroyd, slow to perceive the evidences of sincerity, answered only, "If oat comes to Mulvaney long o' you, I'll gripple you, clouts or no clouts on your ugly head, and I'll draw throat twisty ways, man. See there now." The embassy removed itself, and Dearsley, the battered, laughed alone over his supper that evening. 3 days passed, a fourth and a fifth. The week drew to a close and Mulvaney did not return. He, his royal palanquin, and his 6 attendants, had vanished into air. A very large and very tipsy soldier, his feet sticking out of the litter of a reigning princess, is not a thing to travel along the ways without comment. Yet no man of all the country round had seen any such wonder. He was, and he was not, and Leroyd suggested the immediate smashment of Dearsley as a sacrifice to his ghost. Ortheris insisted that all was well, and in the light of past experience his hopes seemed reasonable. "When Mulvaney goes up the road," said he, "'e's like to go a very long ways up, 'specially when 'e's so blue drunk as 'e is now. But what gets me is not being 'eard of pullin' wool off the niggers somewheres about. That don't look good. The drink must ha' died out in 'im by this, unless 'e's broke a bank, and then, why don't 'e come back? 'E didn't ought to ha' gone off without us." Even Ortheris's heart sank at the end of the 7th day, for half the regiment were out scouring the countryside, and Learoyd had been forced to fight 2 men who hinted openly that Mulvaney had deserted. To do him justice, the colonel laughed at the notion, even when it was put forward by his much trusted adjutant. "Mulvaney would as soon think of deserting as you would," said he. "No, he's either fallen into a mischief among the villagers, and yet that isn't likely, for he'd blarney himself out of the pit, or else he is engaged on urgent private affairs, some stupendous devilment that we shall hear of at mess after it has been the round of the barrack rooms. The worst of it is that I shall have to give him 28 days confinement at least for being absent without leave, just when I most want him to lick the new batch of recruits into shape. I never knew a man who could put a polish on young soldiers as quickly as Mulvaney can. How does he do it?" "With blarney and the buckle end of a belt, sir," said the adjutant. "He is worth a couple of non-commissioned officers when we are dealing with an Irish draft, and the London lads seem to adore him. The worst of it is that if he goes to the cells the other 2 are neither to hold nor to bind till he comes out again. I believe Ortheris preaches mutiny on those occasions, and I know that the mere presence of Learoyd mourning for Mulvaney kills all the cheerfulness of his room. The sergeants tell me that he allows no man to laugh when he feels unhappy. They are a queer gang. For all that, I wish we had a few more of them. I like a well-conducted regiment, but these paste-faced, shifty-eyed, mealy-mouthed young slouchers from the depot worry me sometimes with their offensive virtue. They don't seem to have backbone enough to do anything but play cards and prowl round the married quarters. I believe I'd forgive that old villain on the spot if he turned up with any sort of explanation that I could in decency accept." "Not likely to be much difficulty about that, sir," said the adjutant. "Mulvaney's explanations are only 1 degree less wonderful than his performances. They say that when he was in the Black Tyrone, before he came to us, he was discovered on the banks of the Liffey trying to sell his colonel's charger to a Donegal dealer as a perfect lady's hack. Shackbolt commanded the Tyrone then. Shackbolt must have had apoplexy at the thought of his ramping war horses answering to that description. He used to buy unbacked devils, and tame them on some pet theory of starvation." "What did Mulvaney say?" "That he was a member of the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, anxious to sell the poor beast where he would get something to fill out his dimples." Shackbolt laughed, but I fancy that was why Mulvaney exchanged 2 hours. "I wish he were back," said the colonel, "for I like him and believe he likes me." That evening, to cheer our souls, Learoyd, Ortheris, and I went into the waist to smoke out a porcupine. All the dogs attended, but even their clamor, and they began to discuss the shortcomings of porcupines before they left cantonments, could not take us out of ourselves. A large, low moon turned the tops of the plume grass to silver, and the stunted camel-thorn bushes and sour tamarisks into the likenesses of trooping devils. The smell of the sun had not left the earth, and little aimless winds blowing across the rose gardens to the southward brought the scent of dried roses and water. Our fire once started, and the dogs craftily disposed to wait the dash of the porcupine, we climbed to the top of a rain-scarred hillock of earth, and looked across the scrub seamed with cattle paths, white with the long grass, and dotted with spots of level pond bottom, where the snipe would gather in winter. This said Ortherus, with a sigh, as he took in the unkempt desolation of it all, this is sanguinary. This is unusually sanguinary. Sort o' mad country. Like a grate when the fire's put out by the sun. He shaded his eyes against the moonlight. And there's a loony dancin' in the middle of it all. Quite right. I'd dance too if I wasn't so downheart. There pranced a portent in the face of the moon, a huge and ragged spirit of the waste, that flapped its wings from afar. It had risen out of the earth, it was coming towards us, and its outline was never twice the same. The toga, tablecloth, or dressing gown, whatever the creature wore, took 100 shapes. Once it stopped on a neighboring mound and flung all its legs and arms to the winds. My, but that scarecrow has got bad, said Ortherus. Seems like if he comes any further we'll have to argufy with him. Leroyd raised himself from the dirt as a bull clears his flanks of the wallow. And as a bull bellows, so he, after a short minute at gaze, gave tongue to the stars. Mulvaney! Mulvaney! Ahu! Oh, then it was that we yelled, and the figure dipped into the hollow, till, with a crash of rending grass, the lost one strode up to the light of the fire and disappeared to the waist in a wave of joyous dogs. Then Leroyd and Ortherus gave greeting, bass and falsetto together, both swallowing a lump in the throat. You damned fool, said they, and severally pounded him with their fists. Go easy, he answered, wrapping a huge arm round each. I would have you to know that I am a god, to be treated as such, though, by my faith, I fancy I've got to go to the guardroom just like a private soldier. The latter part of the sentence destroyed the suspicions raised by the former. Anyone would have been justified in regarding Mulvaney as mad. He was hatless and shoeless, and his shirt and trousers were dropping off him. But he wore one wondrous garment, a gigantic cloak that fell from collarbone to heel, of pale pink silk, wrought all over in cunningest needlework of hands long since dead, with the loves of the Hindu gods. The monstrous figures leaped in and out of the light of the fire as he settled the folds round him. Ortherus handled the stuff respectfully for a moment while I was trying to remember where I had seen it before. Then he screamed, "What have you done with the palanquin? You're wearing the linen." "I am," said the Irishman, "and by the same token the broidery is scraping my hide off." I've lived in this sumptuous counterpane for 4 days. Me son, I begin to understand why the nigger is no use. Widout me boots, and me trousers like an open-work stocking on a Jill's leg at a dance, I begin to feel like a nigger man, all fearful and timorous. Give me a pipe and I'll tell on. He lit a pipe, resumed his grip of his 2 friends, and rocked to and fro in a gale of laughter. Mulvaney said Ortheris sternly, "'Tain't no time for laughing. You've given Jock and me more trouble than you're worth. You have been absent without leave and you'll go into cells for that, and you have come back disgustingly dressed and most improper in the linen o' that bloomin' palanquin. Instead of which you laugh. And we thought you was dead all the time." "Poise," said the culprit, still shaking gently, "when I've done my tale you may cry if you like, and little Ortheris here can trample my inside out. Ha done and listen. My performances have been stupendous, my luck has been the blessed luck of the British Army, and there's no better than that. I went out drunk and drinking in the palanquin, and I have come back a pink god. Did any of you go to Dearsley after my time was up?" "He was at the bottom of ut all." "I said so," murmured Learoyd. "Tomorrow I'll smash face in upon his head." "Ye will not. Dearsley's a jewel of a man." After Ortheris had put me into the palanquin and the 6 bearer men were grunting down the road, I took thought to mock Dearsley for that fight. So I told them, "Go to the embankment," and there, being most amazing full, I stuck my head out of the concern and passed compliments with Dearsley. I must harm miscalled him outrageous, for when I am that way the power of the tongue comes on me. I can bear remember telling him that his mouth opened endways like the mouth of a skate, which was through after Learoyd had handled ut, and I clear remember his taking no manner nor matter of offence, but giving me a big drink of beer. 'Twas the beer did the trick, for I crawled back into the palanquin, stepping on me right ear wid me left foot, and then I slept like the dead. Once I half roused, and begad the noise in my head was tremendous, roaring and rattling and pounding such as was quite new to me. Mother of mercy, thinks I, what a concertina I will have on my shoulders when I wake. And with that I curls myself up to sleep before ut should get hard on me. Poise, that noise was not drink, 'twas the rattle of a thrain." There followed an impressive pause. Yes, he had put me on a thrain, put me, palanquin and all, and 6 black assassins of his own coolies that was in his nefarious confidence, on the flat of a ballast truck, and we were rowling and bowling along to Benares. Glory be that I did not wake up thin and introduce myself to the coolies. As I was saying, I slept for the better part of a day and a night. But remember you, that man Dearsley had packed me off on one of his material thrains to Benares, all for to make me overstay my leave and get me into the cells. The explanation was an eminently rational one. Benares lay at least 10 hours by rail from the cantonments, and nothing in the world could have saved Mulvaney from arrest as a deserter had he appeared there in the apparel of his orgies. Dearsley had not forgotten to take revenge. Leroyd, drawing back a little, began to place soft blows over selected portions of Mulvaney's body. His thoughts were away on the embankment, and they meditated evil for Dearsley. Mulvaney continued, "When I was full awake the palanquin was set down in a street, I suspicioned, for I could hear people passin' and talking. But I knew well I was far from home. There is a queer smell upon our cantonments, a smell av dried earth and brick kilns wid whiffs av cavalry stable litter. This place smelt marigold flowers and bad water, and once something alive came and blew heavy with his muzzle at the chink av the shutter. It's in a village I am, thinks I to myself, and the parochial buffalo is investigating the palanquin. But anyways I had no desire to move. Only lie still when you're in foreign parts and the standing luck av the British Army will carry ye through. That is an epigram. I made ut. Then a lot av whisperindevils surrounded the palanquin. Take ut up, said one man. But who'll pay us, said another. The Maharani's minister, av course, said the man. Aho, said I to myself, I'm a queen in me own right, wid a minister to pay me expenses. I'll be an emperor if I lie still long enough, but this is no village I've found. I lay quiet, but I gummed me right eye to a crack av the shutters, and I saw that the whole street was crammed wid palanquins and horses, and a sprinklin' av naked priests all yellow powder and tigers' tails. But I may tell you, all threes, and you, Leroyd, that av all the palanquins ours was the most imperial and magnificent. Now a palanquin means a native lady all the world over, except when a soldier av the queen happens to be taking a ride. Women and priests, said I, your father's son is in the right pew this time, Terence. There will be proceedings. 6 black devils in pink muslin tuck up the palanquin, I know. But the rowlin' and the rocking made me sick. Then we got fair jammed among the palanquins, not more than 50 av them, and we grated and bumped like Queenstown potato smacks in a running tide. I could hear the women gigglin' and squirkin' in their palanquins, but mine was the royal equipage. They made way for ut, and, begad, the pink muslin men o' mine were howlin', room for the Maharani av Gokral Sitaran. Do you know aught av the lady, sir? Yes, said I, she is a very estimable old queen of the Central Indian states, and they say she is fat. How on earth could she go to Benares without all the city knowing her palanquin? 'Twas the eternal foolishness av the nagger man. They saw the palanquin lying loneful and forlornsome, and the beauty av ut, after Dearsley's men had dropped ut and gone away, and they gave ut the best name that occurred to them. Quite right too. For aught we know the old lady was travellin' in cog, like me. I'm glad to hear she's fat. I was no lightweight myself, and my men were mortial anxious to drop me under a great big archway promiscuously ornamented with the most improper carvings and cut-ins I ever saw. Begad! They made me blush, like a Maharani. The temple of Prithai Devi, I murmured, remembering the monstrous horrors of that sculptured archway at Benares. Pretty devilskins, salve in your presence, sir. There was nothing pretty about UT, except me. 'Twas all half dark, and when the coolies left they shut a big black gate behind us, and half a company of fat yellow priests began pull haulin the palanquins into a darker place yet, a big stone hole full of pillars, and gods, and incense, and all manner of similar thruck. The gate disconcerted me, for I perceived I would have to go forward to get out, my retreat being cut off. By the same token a good priest makes a bad palanquin coolie. Begad! They nearly turned me inside out dragging the palanquin to the temple. Now the disposition of the forces inside was this way. The Maharani of Gokral Sitaran, that was me, lay by the favour of Providence on the far left flank behind the dirk of a pillar carved with elephants' heads. The remainder of the palanquins was in a big half-circle facing into the biggest, fattest, and most amazing she-god that I dreamed average. Her head ran up into the black above us, and her feet stuck out in the light of a little fire of melted butter that a priest was feeding out of a butter dish. Then a man began to sing and play on something back in the dark, and 'twas a queer song. Ut made my hair lift on the back of my neck. Then the doors of all the palanquins slid back, and the women bundled out. I saw what I'll never see again. 'Twas more glorious than transformations at a pantomime, for they was in pink and blue and silver and red and grass green, with diamonds and emeralds and great red rubies all over them. But that was the least part of the glory. Oh boys! They were more lovely than the like of any loveliness in heaven, their little bare feet were better than the white hands of a lord's lady, and their mouths were like puckered roses, and their eyes were bigger and darker than the eyes of any living women I've seen. Ye may laugh, but I'm speaking truth. I never saw the like, and never I will again. Seeing that in all probability you were watching the wives and daughters of most of the kings of India, the chances are that you won't, I said, for it was dawning on me that Mulvaney had stumbled upon a big queen's praying at Benares. I never will, he said mournfully. That sight doesn't come twist to any man. It made me ashamed to watch. A fat priest knocked at my door. I didn't think he'd have the insolence to disturb the Maharani of Gokral Sitaran, so I lay still. The old cow's asleep, said he to another. Let her be, said that. 'Twill be long before she has a calf. I might ha' known before he spoke that all a woman prays for in India, and for matter o' that in England too, is child her. That made me more sorry I'd come, me being, as you well know, a childless man. He was silent for a moment, thinking of his little son, dead many years ago. They prayed, and the butter fires blazed up and the incense turned everything blue, and between that and the fires the women looked as though they were all ablaze and twinkling. They took hold of the she-god's knees, they cried out and they threw themselves about, and that world without end amen music was driving them mad. Mother of heaven! How they cried, and the she god grinning above them all so scornful. The drink was dying out in me fast, and I was thinking harder than the thoughts would go through my head, thinking how to get out, and all manner of nonsense as well. The women were rocking in rows, their diamond belts clicking, and the tears running out between their hands, and the lights were going lower and darker. Then there was a blaze like lightning from the roof, and that showed me the inside of the palanquin, and at the end where my foot was, stood the living spitten image o' myself worked on the lining. This man here, UT was. He hunted in the folds of his pink cloak, ran a hand under one, and thrust into the firelight a foot-long embroidered presentment of the great god Krishna, playing on a flute. The heavy jowl, the staring eye, and the blue-black moustache of the god made up a far-off resemblance to Mulvaney. The blaze was gone in a wink, but the whole scum came to me thin. I believe I was mad too. I slid the off shutter open and rolled out into the dark behind the elephant head pillar, tucked up my trousers to my knees, slipped off my boots and tuck a general hood av all the pink lining av the palanquin. Glory be, UT ripped out like a woman's dress when you tread on UT at a sergeant's ball, and a bottle came with UT. I took the bottle and the next minute I was out av the dirk av the pillar, the pink lining wrapped round me most graceful, the music thundering like kettle drums, and a cold draught blowing round my bare legs. By this hand that did UT, I was Krishna tootling on the flute, the god that the regimental chaplain talks about. A sweet sight I must ha' looked. I knew my eyes were big, and my face was wax white, and at the worst I must ha' looked like a ghost. But they took me for the living god. The music stopped, and the women were dead dumb, and I crooked my legs like a shepherd on a china basin, and I did the ghost waggle with my feet as I had done UT at the regimental theatre many times, and I slid across the width av that temple in front av the she god tootling on the beer bottle. What did you toot? Demanded Orthoris the practical. Me. Oh. Mulvaney sprang up, suiting the action to the word, and sliding gravely in front of us, a dilapidated but imposing deity in the half-light. I sang. Only say you'll be Mrs. Brolahan. Don't say nay, charming Judy Callahan. I didn't know me own voice when I sang. No. 'Twas pitiful to see the women. The darlings were down on their faces. When I passed the last one I could see her poor little fingers working one in another as if she wanted to touch my feet. So I drew the tail av this pink overcoat over her head for the greater honor, and I slid into the dirk on the other side av the temple, and fetched up in the arms av a big fat priest. All I wanted was to get away clear. So I took him by his greasy throat and shut the speech out av him. Out, said I, which way, ye fat heathen? Oh, said he. Man, said I, white man, soldier man, common soldier man. Where in the name av confusion is the back door? The women in the temple were still on their faces, and a young priest was holding out his arms above their heads. This way, said my fat friend, duck in behind a big bull god and divin into a passage. Then I remembered that I must ha made the miraculous reputation av that temple for the next 50 years. Not so fast, I said, and I held out both my hands with a wink. That old thief smiled like a father. I took him by the back av the neck in case he should be wishful to put a knife into me unbeknownst, and I ran him up and down the passage twice to collect his sensibilities. Be quiet, said he, in English. Now you talk sense, I said. Foot you give me for the use av that most elegant palanquin I have no time to take away. Don't tell, said he. Is ut like, said I, but ye might give me my railway fare. I'm far from my home and I've done you a service. Pois, 'tis a good thing to be a priest. The old man never troubled himself to draw from a bank. As I will prove to you subsequent, he philandered all round the slack av his clothes and began dribbling 10-rupee notes, old gold mohurs, and rupees into my hand till I could heard no more. You lie, said Ortheris. You're mad or sunstroke. A native don't give coin unless you cut it out o' him. Tiny nature. Then my lie and my sunstroke is concealed under that lump av sod yonder, retorted Mulvaney unruffled, nodding across the scrub. And there's a deal more in nature than your squidgy little legs have Ivia taken you to, or threes, me son. 434 rupees by my reckoning, and a big fat gold necklace that I took from him as a remembrancer, was our share in that business. And he give it you for love, said Ortheris. We were alone in that passage. Maybe I was a trifle too pressin', but couldn't see a foot I had done for the good av the temple and the everlasting joy av those women. 'Twas cheap at the price. I'd ha taken more if I could ha found ut. I turned the old man upside down at the last, but he was milked dhry. Then he opened a door in another passage and I found myself up to my knees in Benares river water, and bad smellin' ut is. More by token I had come out on the river line close to the burning ghat and contagious to a crackling corpse. This was in the heart av the night, for I had been 4 hours in the temple. There was a crowd av boats tied up, so I took one and went across the river. Then I came home across country, lying up by day. How on earth did you manage? I said. How did Sir Frederick Roberts get from Kabul to Kandahar? He marched and he never told how near he was to breaking down. That's why he is foot he is. And now, Mulvaney yawned portentously. Now I will go and give myself up for absence without leave. It's 28 days and the rough end of the colonel's tongue in orderly room, any way you look at ut. But 'tis cheap at the price. Mulvaney, said I softly. If there happens to be any sort of excuse that the colonel can in any way accept, I have a notion that you'll get nothing more than the dressing gown. The new recruits are in, and, not a word more, sir. Is ut excuses the old man wants. 'Tis not my way, but he shall have them. I'll tell him I was engaged in financial operations connected with a church and he flapped his way to cantonments and the cells, singing lustily, so they sent a corporal's file, and they put me in the guard room for conduct unbecoming of a soldier. And when he was lost in the midst of the moonlight we could hear the refrain, bang upon the big drum, bash upon the cymbals, as we go marching along, boys, oh. For although in this campaign there's no whiskey nor champagne, we'll keep our spirits going with a song, boys. Therewith he surrendered himself to the joyful and almost weeping God, and was made much of by his fellows. But to the colonel he said that he had been smitten with sunstroke and had lain insensible on a villager's cot for untold hours, and between laughter and goodwill the affair was smoothed over, so that he could, next day, teach the new recruits how to fear God, honor the Queen, shoot straight, and keep clean. The courting of Dinah Shadd, what did the colonel's lady think? Nobody never knew. Somebody asked the sergeant's wife and she told true. When you git to a man in the case they're like a row o' pins, for the colonel's lady and Judy O'Grady are sisters under their skins. Barrackroom Ballad. All day I had followed at the heels of a pursuing army engaged on one of the finest battles that ever camp of exercise beheld. 30,000 troops had by the wisdom of the government of India been turned loose over a few thousand square miles of country to practice in peace what they would never attempt in war. Consequently cavalry charged unshaken infantry at the trot. Infantry captured artillery by frontal attacks delivered in line of quarter columns, and mounted infantry skirmished up to the wheels of an armored train which carried nothing more deadly than a 25-pounder Armstrong, 2 Nordenfeldts, and a few score volunteers all cased in 3/8-inch boilerplate. Yet it was a very lifelike camp. Operations did not cease at sundown, nobody knew the country and nobody spared man or horse. There was unending cavalry scouting and almost unending forced work over broken ground. The Army of the South had finally pierced the center of the Army of the North, and was pouring through the gap hotfoot to capture a city of strategic importance. Its front extended fanwise, the sticks being represented by regiments strung out along the line of route backwards to the divisional transport columns and all the lumber that trails behind an army on the move. On its right the broken left of the Army of the North was flying in mass, chased by the Southern horse and hammered by the Southern guns till these had been pushed far beyond the limits of their last support. Then the flying sat down to rest, while the elated commandant of the pursuing force telegraphed that he held all in check and observation. Unluckily he did not observe that 3 miles to his right flank a flying column of Northern horse with a detachment of Gurkhas and British troops had been pushed round, as fast as the failing light allowed, to cut across the entire rear of the Southern Army, to break, as it were, all the ribs of the fan where they converged by striking at the transport, reserve ammunition, and artillery supplies. Their instructions were to go in, avoiding the few scouts who might not have been drawn off by the pursuit, and create sufficient excitement to impress the Southern Army with the wisdom of guarding their own flank and rear before they captured cities. It was a pretty maneuver, neatly carried out. Speaking for the 2nd Division of the Southern Army, our first intimation of the attack was at twilight, when the artillery were laboring in deep sand. Most of the escort were trying to help them out, and the main body of the infantry had gone on. A Noah's Ark of elephants, camels, and the mixed menagerie of an Indian transport train bubbled and squealed behind the guns when there appeared from nowhere in particular British infantry to the extent of 3 companies, who sprang to the heads of the gun horses and brought all to a standstill amid oaths and cheers. "How's that, umpire?" said the major commanding the attack. And with one voice the drivers and limber gunners answered hoot, while the colonel of artillery sputtered. "All your scouts are charging our main body," said the major. "Your flanks are unprotected for 2 miles. I think we've broken the back of this division. And listen, there go the Gurkhas." A weak fire broke from the rearguard more than a mile away, and was answered by cheerful howlings. The Gurkhas, who should have swung clear of the 2nd Division, had stepped on its tail in the dark, but drawing off hastened to reach the next line of attack, which lay almost parallel to us 5 or 6 miles away. Our column swayed and surged irresolutely. 3 batteries, the divisional ammunition reserve, the baggage, and a section of the hospital and bearer corps. The commandant ruefully promised to report himself cut up to the nearest umpire, and commending his cavalry and all other cavalry to the special care of Iblis, toiled on to resume touch with the rest of the division. "We'll bivouac here tonight," said the major. "I have a notion that the Gurkhas will get caught. They may want us to reform on. Stand easy till the transport gets away." A hand caught my beast's bridle and led him out of the choking dust. A larger hand deftly canted me out of the saddle, and 2 of the hugest hands in the world received me sliding. Pleasant is the lot of the special correspondent who falls into such hands as those of Privates Mulvaney, Ortheris, and Learoyd. "And that's all right," said the Irishman calmly. "We thought we'd find you somewheres hereby. Is there anything av yours in the transport?" "Ortheris ll fetch ut out." Ortheris did fetch ut out from under the trunk of an elephant, in the shape of a servant and an animal both laden with medical comforts. The little man's eyes sparkled. "If the brutal and licentious soldiery av these parts gets sight av the thruck," said Mulvaney, making practiced investigations, "they'll loot everything. They're being fed on iron filings and dog biscuit these days, but glory's no compensation for a bellyache. Praise be, we're here to protect you, sir. Beer, sausage, bread, soften that's a curiosity, soup in a tin, whiskey by the smell avut, and fowls. Mother av Moses, but ye take the field like a confectioner. Tease scandalous." "Essa officer," said Ortheris significantly. "When the sergeant's done lush in the privet may clean the pot." I bundled several things into Mulvaney's haversack before the major's hand fell on my shoulder and he said tenderly, "Requisitioned for the Queen's service." Wolseley was quite wrong about special correspondents. They are the soldiers' best friends. Come and take potluck with us tonight. And so it happened amid laughter and shoutings that my well-considered commissariat melted away to reappear later at the mess table, which was a waterproof sheet spread on the ground. The flying column had taken 3 days' rations with it, and there be few things nastier than government rations, especially when government is experimenting with German toys. Erbsenwurst, tinned beef of surpassing tinniness, compressed vegetables, and meat biscuits may be nourishing, but what Thomas Atkins needs is bulk in his inside. The Major, assisted by his brother officers, purchased goats for the camp and so made the experiment of no effect. Long before the fatigue party sent to collect brushwood had returned, the men were settled down by their valises, kettles and pots had appeared from the surrounding country and were dangling over fires as the kid and the compressed vegetable bubbled together. There rose a cheerful clinking of mess tins, outrageous demands for a little more stuffin' with that there liver wing, and gust on gust of chaff as pointed as a bayonet and as delicate as a gun butt. "The boys are in a good temper," said the Major. "They'll be singing presently." "Well, a night like this is enough to keep them happy." Over our heads burned the wonderful Indian stars, which are not all pricked in on one plane, but, preserving an orderly perspective, draw the eye through the velvet darkness of the void up to the barred doors of heaven itself. The earth was a grey shadow more unreal than the sky. We could hear her breathing lightly in the pauses between the howling of the jackals, the movement of the wind in the tamarisks, and the fitful mutter of musketry leagues away to the left. A native woman from some unseen hut began to sing, the mail train thundered past on its way to Delhi, and a roosting crow cawed drowsily. Then there was a belt-loosening silence about the fires, and the even breathing of the crowded earth took up the story. The men, full-fed, turned to tobacco and song, their officers with them. The subaltern is happy who can win the approval of the musical critics in his regiment, and is honored among the more intricate step dancers. By him, as by him who plays cricket cleverly, Thomas Atkins will stand in time of need, when he will let a better officer go on alone. The ruined tombs of forgotten Musulman saints heard the ballad of Agra town, the Buffalo Battery, marching to Kabul, the long, long Indian day, the place where the Punkah coolie died, and that crashing chorus which announces youth's daring spirit, manhood's fire, firm hand and eagle eye, must he acquire who would aspire to see the grey boar die. Today, of all those jovial thieves who appropriated my commissariat and lay and laughed round that waterproof sheet, not one remains. They went to camps that were not of exercise and battles without umpires. Burma, the Sudan, and the frontier, fever and fight, took them in their time. I drifted across to the men's fires in search of Mulvaney, whom I found strategically greasing his feet by the blaze. There is nothing particularly lovely in the sight of a private thus engaged after a long day's march, but when you reflect on the exact proportion of the might, majesty, dominion, and power of the British Empire which stands on those feet, you take an interest in the proceedings. "There's a blister, bad luck to UT, on the heel," said Mulvaney. "I can't touch UT. Prick UT out, little man." Ortheris took out his housewife, eased the trouble with a needle, stabbed Mulvaney in the calf with the same weapon, and was swiftly kicked into the fire. "I've bruck the best av my toes over you, ye grinnin' child av disruption," said Mulvaney, sitting cross-legged and nursing his feet, then seeing me, "Oh, you tease you, sir. Be welcome, and take that maraudin Scott's place. Jock, hold him down on the Sindhurst for a bit." But Ortherus escaped and went elsewhere, as I took possession of the hollow he had scraped for himself and lined with his great coat. Leroyd on the other side of the fire grinned affably and in a minute fell fast asleep. "There's the height of politeness for you," said Mulvaney, lighting his pipe with a flaming branch. "But Jock's eaten half a box of your sardines at one gulp, and I think the tin too. What's the best with you, sir, and how did you happen to be on the Lausanne side this day when we captured you?" "The Army of the South is winning all along the line," I said. "Then that line's the hangman's rope, savin your presence. You'll learn tomorrow how we rethreated to draw them on before we made them trouble, and that's what a woman does. By the same token, we'll be attacked before the dawnin' and it would be better not to slip your boots." "How do I know that?" "By the light of pure reason. Here are 3 companies of us ever so far inside of the enemy's flank and a crowd of roaring, tarring, squealing cavalry gone on just to turn out the whole hornet's nest of them. Of course the enemy will pursue, by brigades like as not, and then we'll have to run for ut. Mark my words. I am of the opinion of Polonius when he said, 'Don't fight wid ivory scut for the pure joy of fightin', but if you do, knock the nose of him first and frequent.' We ought to ha' gone on and helped the Goukas." "But what do you know about Polonius?" I demanded. This was a new side of Mulvaney's character. "All that Shakespeare Ivor wrote and a deal more that the gallery shouted," said the man of war, carefully lacing his boots. "Did I not tell you of Silver's Theatre in Dublin, when I was younger than I am now and a patron of the drama? At Silver would never pay actor man or woman their just dues, and by consequence his companies was collapsible at the last minute. Then the boys would clamour to take a part, and oft as not at Silver made them pay for the fun. Faith, I've seen Hamlet played wid a new black eye and the Queen as full as a cornucopia. I remember once Horgin that listed in the Black Tyrone and was shot in South Africa. He seduced at Silver into giving him Hamlet's part instead of me that had a fine fancy for rhetoric in those days. Of course I went into the gallery and began to fill the pit with other people's hats, and I passed the time of day to Horgin walking through Denmark like a hamstrung mule with a pole on his back. 'Hamlet,' said I, 'there's a hole in your heel.' 'Pull up your stockings, Hamlet,' said I, 'Hamlet, Hamlet, for the love of decency drop that skull and pull up your stockings.' The whole house begun to tell him that. He stopped his soliloquisms mid-between. 'My stockings may be coming down or they may not,' said he, screwing his eye into the gallery, for well he knew who I was. 'But after this performance is over me and the ghost LL trample the tripes out of you, Terence, with your ass's bray.' And that's how I come to know about Hamlet. Yeah. Those days, those days. Did you ever have one end in devilment and nothing to pay for it in your life, sir? Never, without having to pay, I said. That's through. T's main when you can see her on UT, but UT's the same with horse or foot. A headache if you drink, and a bellyache if you eat too much, and a heartache to keep all down. Faith, the beast only gets the colic, and he's the lucky man. He dropped his head and stared into the fire, fingering his moustache the while. From the far side of the bivouac the voice of Corbett Nolan, senior subaltern of B Company, uplifted itself in an ancient and much appreciated song of sentiment, the men moaning melodiously behind him. The north wind blew coldly, she drooped from that hour, my own little Kathleen, my sweet little Kathleen, Kathleen, my Kathleen, Kathleen Amore. With 4 to 5 O's in the last word, even at that distance you might have cut the soft South Irish accent with a shovel. For all we take we must pay, but the price is cruel high, murmured Mulvaney when the chorus had ceased. What's the trouble? I said gently, for I knew that he was a man of an inextinguishable sorrow. Here now, said he. Ye know what I am now. I know what I meant to be at the beginning av my service. I've told you time and again, and what I have not Dinah Shad has. And what am I? Oh, Mary Mother av Hyven, and a drunken, untrustable based av a privet that has seen the regiment change out from colonel to drummer boy, not once or twice, but scores av times. Scores. And me not so near getting promotion as in the first. And me living on an capin clear av clink, not by my own good conduct, but the kindness av some officer boy young enough to be son to me. Do I not know ut? Can I not tell when I'm passed over at P-Rad, though I'm rocking full av liquor and ready to fall all in one piece, such as even a sucking child might see, because, oh, 'tis only at Mulvaney. And when I'm let off in ordinary room through some thrick of the tongue and a ready answer in the ad man's mercy, is ut smiling I feel when I fall away and go back to Dinah Shad, trying to carry ut all off as a joke. Not I. 'Tis hell to me, dumb hell through ut all, and next time when the fit comes I will be as bad again. Good cause the regiment has to know me for the best soldier in ut. Better cause have I to know meself for the worst man. I'm only fit to touch the new drafts what I'll never learn meself, and I am sure, as though I heard ut, that the minute one av these pink-eyed recruities gets away from my mind. Ye now and listen to this, Jim, boy, sure I am that the sergeant holds me up to him for a warning. So I touch, as they say at musketry instruction, by direct and ricochet fire. Lord be good to me, for I have stud some throuble. Lie down and go to sleep, said I, not being able to comfort or advise. You're the best man in the regiment, and, next to Ortheris, the biggest fool. Lie down and wait till we're attacked. What force will they turn out? Guns, think you? Try that with your lords and ladies, twist in and turn in the talk, though you meant ut well. Ye could say nothing to help me, and yet ye never knew what cause I had to be what I am. Begin at the beginning and go on to the end, I said royally. But rake up the fire a bit first. I passed Ortheris's bayonet for a poker. That shows how little we know what we do, said Mulvaney, putting it aside. Fire takes all the heart out of the steel, and the next time, maybe, that our little man is fighting for his life his bridle break, and so you'll ha killed him, man, in no more than to keep yourself warm. Tease a recruitis thrick that. Pass the clownin' rod, sir. I snuggled down abuzed, and after an interval the voice of Mulvaney began. Did I ever tell you how Dinah Shadd came to be wife of mine? I dissembled a burning anxiety that I had felt for some months, ever since Dinah Shadd, the strong, the patient, and the infinitely tender, had of her own good love and free will washed a shirt for me, moving in a barren land where washing was not. I can't remember, I said casually. Was it before or after you made love to Annie Bragen, and got no satisfaction? The story of Annie Bragen is written in another place. It is one of the many less respectable episodes in Mulvaney's checkered career. Before, long before, was that business of Annie Bragen and the corporal's ghost. Niver woman was the worse for me when I had married Dinah. There's a time for all things, and I know how to keep all things in place, barrin' the drink, that keeps me in my place with no hope of coming to be aught else. Begin at the beginning, I insisted. Mrs. Mulvaney told me that you married her when you were quartered in Crab Bokar barracks. And the same is a cesspit, said Mulvaney piously. She spoke through, did Dinah? 'Twas this way. Talking of that, have ye ever fallen in love, sir? I preserved the silence of the damned. Mulvaney continued, then I will assume that ye have not. I did. In the days of my youth, as I have more than once told you, I was a man that filled the eye and delighted the soul of women. Niver man was hated as I have been. Niver man was loved as I, no, not within half a day's march of ut. For the first 5 years of my service, when I was what I would give my soul to be now, I took whatever was within my reach and digested ut, and that's more than most men can say. Drink I took, and ut did me no harm. By the hollow of heaven, I could play wid 4 women at once, and keep them from finding out anything about the other 3, and smile like a full-blown marigold through ut all. Dick Cahan, av the battery we'll have down on us tonight, could drive his team no better than I mine, and I hiled the worser cattle. And so I lived, and so I was happy till after that business wid Annie Bragen, she that turned me off as cool as a meat safe, and taught me where I stood in the mind of an honest woman. 'Twas no sweet dose to swallow. After that I sickened a while and took thought to my regimental work, conceiting meself I would study and be a sergeant, and a major general 20 minutes after that. But on top of my ambitiousness there was an empty place in my soul, and me own opinion of meself could not fill ut. Said I to meself, Terence, you're a great man and the best set up in the regiment. Go on and get promotion. Said meself to me, what for? Sej I to meself, for the glory avut. Sej meself to me, will that fill these two strong arums av yours, turns. Go to the devil sej I to meself. Go to the married lines sej meself to me. T's the same thing sej I to meself. Av you're the same man, ut is said meself to me, and with that I considered on ut a long while. Did you ever feel that way, sir? I snored gently, knowing that if Mulvaney were uninterrupted he would go on. The clamor from the bivouac fires beat up to the stars, as the rival singers of the companies were pitted against each other. So I felt that way in a bad time ut was. Once, being a fool, I went into the married lines more for the sarkav spark into our ad colour sergeant shad than for any thruckwid women folk. I was a corporal then, reduced aft herwards, but a corporal then. I've got a photographed av meself to prove ut. You'll take a cup av tea with us, sej shad. I will that I sej, though tea is not my devotion. 'Twould be better for you if ut were sejed mother shad, and she had ought to know, for shad, in the ind av his service, drank bungful each night. With that I took off my gloves, there was pipe clay in them, so that they stood alone, and pulled up my chair, looking round at the china ornaments and bits av things in the shad's quarters. They were things that belonged to a man, and no camp kit, here today and dissipated next. You're comfortable in this place, Sergeant sej it's the wife that did ut, boy sej he, pointin' the stem av his pipe to ad mother shad, and she smacked the top av his bald head upon the compliment. That manes you want money sej she. And thin when the kettle was to be filled, Dinah came in, my Dinah, her sleeves rolled up to the elbow and her hair in a winkin' glory over her forehead, the big blue eyes beneath twinkling like stars on a frosty night, and the tread av her 2 feet lighter than waste paper from the colonel's basket in ordlyrum when ut's emptied. Being but a slip av a girl she went pink at seeing me, and I twisted me moustache and looked at a picture for an inst the wall. Niver show a woman that ye care the snap av a finger for her, and begad she'll come bleatin' to your boot heels. I suppose that's why you followed Annie Bragen till everybody in the married quarters laughed at you, said I, remembering that unhallowed wooing and casting off the disguise of drowsiness. I'm laying down the general theory av the attack, said Mulvaney, driving his boot into the dying fire. If you read the soldier's pocket book, which never any soldier reads, you'll see that there are exceptions. When Dinah was out av the door, and 'twas as though the sunlight had shut to, mother av Hyven, Sergeant sej I, but is that your daughter? I've believed that way these 18 years, sejed shad, his eyes twinkling, but Mrs. Shad has her own opinion, like for a why woman, tease with yours this time, for a miracle sej mother Shad. Then why in the name av fortune did I never see her before, sej I, because you've been thrapsin' round with the married women these 3 years past. She was a bit av a child till last year, and she shot up with the spring, sejed mother Shad. I'll thrapes no more sej I, d'you mean that, sejed mother Shad, looking at me sideways like a hen looks at a hawk when the chickens are running free. Try me, and tell Sedge I with that I pulled on my gloves, drank off the tea, and went out av the house as stiff as at General P. Rad, for well I knew that Dinah Shadd's eyes were in the small av my back out av the scullery window. Faith! That was the only time I mourned I was not a Carvelry man, for the pride av the spurs to jingle. I went out to think, and I did a powerful lot av thinking, but all came round to that slip av a girl in the dotted blue dress, with the blue eyes and the sparkle in them. Then I kept off canteen, and I kept to the married quarthers, or nearby, on the chance av meeting Dinah. Did I meet her? Oh, my time passed, did I not, with a lump in my throat as big as my valise and my heart going like a farrier's forge on a Saturday morning. 'Twas good day to ye, Miss Dinah, and good day to you, Corporal, for a week or two, and devil a bit further could I get because av the respect I had to that girl that I cut broken between finger and thumb. Here I giggled as I recalled the gigantic figure of Dinah Shadd when she handed me my shirt. Ye may laugh, grunted Mulvaney, but I'm speaking the truth, and tease you that are in fault. Dinah was a girl that would ha taken the imperiousness out av the Duchess av Clonmel in those days. Flower hand, foot av shoulder, and the eyes av the living morning she had, that is my wife today, a Dinah, and niver aught else than Dinah Shadd to me. 'Twas after 3 weeks standing off and on, and niver marking headway except through the eyes, that a little drummer boy grinned in me face when I had admonished him with the buckle av my belt for rioting all over the place. And I'm not the only one that doesn't cape to barracks, said he. I took him by the scruff av his neck, my heart was hung on a hair trigger those days, you will understand, and out wid said I, or I'll lave no bone av you unbreakable. Speak to Dempsey, said he, howlin'. Dempsey which, said I, ye unwashed limb av Satan. Av the bob-tailed dragoons, said he. He's seen her home from her aunt's house in the civil lines 4 times this fortnight. Child, said I, drop in him, your tongue's stronger than your body. Go to your quarters. I'm sorry I dressed you down. At that I went 4 ways to once hunting Dempsey. I was mad to think that with all my airs among women I should ha been chatted by a basin-faced fool av a Carvelry man not fit to trust on a trunk. Presently I found him in our lines, the bobtails was quartered next us, and a tallowy, tough-heavy son av a she-mule he was with his big brass spurs and his plastrons on his epigastrons and all. But he niver flinched a hair. A word with you, Dempsey, said I, you've walked with Dinah Shadd 4 times this fortnight gone. What's that to you, said he. I'll walk 40 times more, and 40 on top av that, ye shovel-footed clod-breaking infantry lance corporal. Before I cut yard he had his gloved fist home on my cheek and down I went full sprawl. Will that content you, said he, blowing on his knuckles for all the world like a Scots Greys officer. Content, said I, for your own sake, man, take off your spurs, peel your jacket, and on glove. 'Tis the beginning av the overture, stand up. He stud all he know, but he niver peeled his jacket, and his shoulders had no fair play. I was fightin' for Dinah Shad and that cut on my cheek. What hope had he for against me? Stand up, said I, time and again when he was beginning to quarter the ground and yard high and go large. This isn't riding school, I said. Oh man, stand up and let me get in at ye. But when I saw he would be running about, I grup his stock in my left and his waist belt in my right and swung him clear to my right front, head under, he hammering my nose till the wind was knocked out av him on the bare ground. Stand up, said I, or I'll kick your head into your chest, and I've hard done you too, so ragin' mad I was. My collarbones bruck, said he. Help me back to lines. I'll walk with her no more. So I helped him back. And was his collarbone broken? I asked, for I fancied that only Leroyd could neatly accomplish that terrible throw. He pitched on his left shoulder point. Ut was. Next day the news was in both barracks, and when I met Dinah Shad with a cheek on me like all the regimental tailor's samples, there was no good morning, corporal or aught else. And what have I done, Miss Shad, said I, very bowed, plantin' meself for against her, that ye should not pass the time of day. Ye half killed Rough Rider Dempsey, said she, her dear blue eyes filling up. Maybe, said I, was he a friend av yours that saw ye home 4 times in the fortnight? Yes, said she, but her mouth was down at the corners. And what's that to you, she said. Ask Dempsey, said I, pretending to go away. Did you fight for me then, ye silly man, she said, though she knew ut all along. Who else, said I, and I took 1 pace to the front. I wasn't worth ut, said she, fingering in her apron. That's for me to say, said I. Shall I say ut? Yes, said she in a saint's whisper, and at that I explained meself, and she told me what ivery man that is a man, and many that is a woman, hears once in his life. But what made ye cry at starting, Dinah, darling, said I. Your bloody cheek, said she, ducking her little head down on my sash. I was on duty for the day, and whimperin' like a sorrowful angel. Now a man could take that 2 ways. I took ut as pleased me best, and my first kiss wid ut. Mother av innocence. But I kissed her on the tip av the nose and under the eye, and a girl that lets a kiss come tumbleways like that has never been kissed before. Take note av that, sir. Then we went hand in hand to it, Mother Shad like 2 little child her, and she said 'twas no bad thing, and it Shad nodded behind his pipe, and Dinah ran away to her own room. That day I thrid on rolling clouds. All earth was too small to hurt me. Begad, I could ha hiked the sun out av the sky for a live coal to my pipe, so magnificent I was. But I took recruities at squad drill instead, and began with general battalion advance when I should ha been balance step in them. Yeah. That day. A very long pause. Well, said I, 'twas all wrong, said Mulvaney, with an enormous sigh. And I know that every bit av ut was my own foolishness. That night I took maybe the half av 3 pints, not enough to turn the hair of a man in his natural senses. But I was more than half drunk with pure joy, and that canteen beer was so much whiskey to me. I can't tell how it came about, but because I had no thought for anyone except Dinah, because I hadn't slipped her little white arms from my neck 5 minutes, because the breath of her kiss was not gone from my mouth, I must go through the married lines on my way to quarters, and I must stay talking to a red-headed Mullinger heifer a girl, Judy Sheehy, that was daughter to Mother Sheehy, the wife of Nick Sheehy, the canteen sergeant, the black curse Sheely be on the whole brood that are above ground this day. And what are ye holdin' your head that high for, Corporeal, said Judy. Come in and try a cup av tea, she said, standing in the doorway. Being an untrustable fool, and thinking av anything but tea, I wint. Mother's at canteen, said Judy, smoothing the hair av hers that was like red snakes, and looking at me cornerways out av her green cat's eyes. Ye will not mind, Corporeal. I can endure, said I, at Mother Sheehy being no devotion av mine, nor her daughter too. Judy fetched the tea things and put them on the table, leanin' over me very close to get them square. I drew back, thinking av Dinah. Is you afraid you are av a girl alone, said Judy. No, said I, why should I be? That rests with the girl, said Judy, drawing her chair next to mine. Then there let you rest, said I, and thinking I'd been a trifle unpolite, I said, the tea's not quite sweet enough for my taste. Put your little finger in the cup, Judy. 'Twill make you next ha. What's next ha, said she. Something very sweet, said I, and for the sinful life av me I could not help looking at her out av the corner av my eye, as I was used to look at a woman. Go on wid ye, Corporeal, said she. You're a flirt. On me soul I'm not, said I. Then you're a cruel handsome man, and that's worse, said she, heaving big sighs and looking crossways. You know your own mind, said I. 'Twould be better for me if I did not, she said. There's a deal to be said on both sides av that, said I, unthinking. Say your own part av ut, then, Terence, darling, said she, for begad I'm thinking I've said too much or too little for an honest girl, and with that she put her arms round my neck and kissed me. There's no more to be said after that, said I, kissing her back again. Oh, the main scud that I was, my head ringing with Dinah shad. How does ut come about, sir, that when a man has put the commether on one woman, he's sure bound to put it on another? 'Tis the same thing at musketry. One day ivory shot goes wide or into the bank, and the next, lay high lay low, sight or snap, ye can't get off the bull's-eye for 10 shots running. That only happens to a man who has had a good deal of experience. He does it without thinking, I replied. Thanking you for the compliment, sir, ut may be so. But I'm doubtful whether you meant ut for a compliment. Here now, I sat there with Judy on my knee telling me all manner av nonsense and only saying yes and no when I'd much better ha kept tongue between teeth. And that was not an hour after I had left Dinah. what I was thinking av I cannot say. Presently, quiet as a cat, at mother he came in velvet drunk. She had her daughter's red hair, but 'twas spalled in patches, and I could see in her wicked face, clear as lightning, what Judy would be 20 years to come. I was for jumping up, but Judy never moved. Terence has promised, mother said she, and the cold sweat broke out all over me. At mother he sat down of a heap and began playing with the cups. Then you're a well-matched pair, she said very thick. For he's the biggest rogue that I've spoiled the Queen's shoe leather and I'm off. Judy said ye should not talk nonsense to your mother. Get her to bed, girl. Nonsense, said the old woman, pricking up her ears like a cat and gripping the table edge. 'Twill be the most nonsensical nonsense for you, ye grinning badger, if nonsense tease. Git clear, you. I'm going to bed. I ran out into the dark, my head in a stew and my heart sick, but I had sense enough to see that I'd brought ut all on myself. It's this to pass the time av day to a panjandrum av hellcats said I what I've said, and what I've not said do not matter. Judy and her dam will hold me for a promised man, and Dinah will give me the go, and I deserve ut. I will go and get drunk said I, and forget about ut, for 'tis plain I'm not a marrin' man. On my way to canteen I ran against Lascelles, colour sergeant that was ave comp ny, a hard man, wid a torment av a wife. You've the head av a drowned man on your shoulders said he, and you're going where you'll get a worse one. Come back said he. Let me go said I've thrown my luck over the wall wid my own hand. Then that's not the way to get ut back again said he. Have out wid your throuble, ye fool boy. And I told him how the matter was. He sucked in his lower lip. You've been thrapped said he. Jew he would be the better for a man's name to hers as soon as can. And we thought ye'd put the commether on her. That's the natural vanity of the baste, Terence. You're a big-born fool, but you're not bad enough to marry into that comp ny. If you said anything, and for all your protestations I'm sure ye did, or did not, which is worse, eat ut all, lie like the father of all lies, but come out avut free av Judy. Do I not know what ut is to marry a woman that was the very spit and image av Judy when she was young? I'm gettin' old and I've larned patience, but you, Terence, you'd raise hand on Judy and kill her in a year. Never mind if Dinah gives you the go, you've deserved ut, never mind if the whole regiment laughs you all day. Get shut av Judy and her mother. They can't drag you to church, but if they do, they'll drag you to hell. Go back to your quarters and lie down said he. Then over his shoulder, you must ha done with them. Next day I went to see Dinah, but there was no tucker in me as I walked. I knew the throuble would come soon enough widout any handlin' av mine, and I dreaded ut sore. I heard Judy calling me, but I hiled straight on to the shad's quarthers, and Dinah would ha kissed me but I put her back. When all's said, darling said I, you can give ut me if ye will, though I misdoubt 'twill be so easy to come by then. I had scarce begun to put the explanation into shape before Judy and her mother came to the door. I think there was a veranda, but I'm forgettin'. Will ye not step in, said Dinah, pretty and polite, though the Shadds had no dealings with the Sheehys. And Mother Shadd looked up quick, and she was the first to see the throuble, for Dinah was her daughter. I'm pressed for time today, said Judy as bowed as brass, and I've only come for Terence, my promised man. 'Tis strange to find him here the day after the day. Dinah looked at me as though I had hit her, and I answered straight. There was some nonsense last night at the Sheehys' quarters, and Judy's carrying on the joke. Darling, said I. At the Sheehys' quarters, said Dinah very slow, and Judy cut in wid, he was there from 9 till 10, Dinah Shadd, and the better half av that time I was sitting on his knee, Dinah Shadd. Ye may look and ye may look and ye may look me up and down, but ye won't look away that Terence is my promised man. Terence, darling, 'tis time for us to be coming home. Dinah Shadd niver said word to Judy. Ye left me at 8:30, she said to me, and I niver thought that ye'd leave me for Judy, promises or no promises. Go back wid her, you that have to be fetched by a girl. I'm done with you, said she, and she ran into her own room, her mother following. So I was alone with those two women and at liberty to spake my sentiments. Judy Sheehy, said I, if you made a fool av me betune the lights you shall not do ut in the day. I niver promised you words or lines. You lie, said Mother Sheehy, and may ut choke you where you stand. She was far gone in drink. And though ut choked me where I stood I'd not change, said I. Go home, Judy. I take shame for a decent girl like you dragging your mother out bareheaded on this errand. Here now, and have ut for an answer. I gave my word to Dinah Shadd yesterday, and, more blame to me, I was with you last night talking nonsense but nothing more. You've chosen to try to herd me on ut. I will not be held thereby for anything in the world. Is that enough? Judy went pink all over. And I wish you joy av the perjury, said she, ducking a curtsy. You've lost a woman that would ha wore her hand to the bone for your pleasure, indeed, Terence, ye were not thrapped, Lascelles must ha spoken plain to her. I am such as Dinah is, deed I am. You've lost a fool av a girl that'll niver look at you again, and you've lost what he niver had, your common honesty. If you manage your men as you manage your love markin', small wonder they call you the worst corporal in the comp ny. Come away, mother, said she. But devil a feud would the old woman budge. D'you heard by that, said she, peering up under her thick grey eyebrows. Unvad, said I, though Dinah give me the go 20 times. I'll have no thruck with you or yours, said I. Take your child away, ye shameless woman. And am I shameless, said she, bringing her hands up above her head. Then what are you, ye lying, scammon, weak-kneed, dirtis old son av a sutler? Am I shameless? Who put the open shame on me and my child that we should go begging through the lines in the broad daylight for the broken word of a man? Double portion of my shame be on you, Terence Mulvaney, that think yourself so strong. By Mary and the saints, by blood and water and by ivory sorrow that came into the world since the beginning, the black blight fall on you and yours, so that you may never be free from pain for another when you tease not your own. May your heart bleed in your breast drop by drop with all your friends laughing at the bleeding. Strong you think yourself. May your strength be a curse to you to drive you into the devil's hands against your own will. Clear-eyed you are. May your eyes see clear ivory step av the dark path you take till the hot sind hers av hell put them out. May the rage and dry thirst in my owned bones go to you that you shall never pass bottle full nor glass empty. God preserve the light av your understanding to you, my jewel av abhoy, that ye may never forget what you meant to be and do, when you're wallowing in the muck. May ye see the better and follow the worse as long as there's breath in your body, and may ye die quick in a strange land, watching your death before ut takes you, and unable to stir hand or foot. I heard a scuffling in the room behind, and thin Dinah Shadd's hand dropped into mine like a rose leaf into a muddy road. The half av that I'll take, said she, and more too if I can. Go home, ye silly talking woman, go home and confess. Come away. Come away, said Judy, pulling her mother by the shawl. 'Twas none av Terence's fault. For the love av Mary, stop the talking. And you, said Mother Sheehy, spinning round for an inst Dinah. Will ye take the half av that man's load? Stand off from him, Dinah Shadd, before he takes you down too. You that look to be a quartermaster sergeant's wife in 5 years. You look too high, child. You shall wash for the quartermaster sergeant, when he places to give you the job out av charity, but a private's wife you shall be to the end, an ivory sorrow of a private's wife you shall know and never a joy but one, that shall go from you like the running tide from a rock. The pain av bearing you shall know but never the pleasure av giving the breast, and you shall put away a man-child into the common ground with never a priest to say a prayer over him, and on that man-child ye shall think ivory day av your life. Think long, Dinah Shadd, for you'll never have another though you pray till your knees are bleeding. The mother's av child her shall mock you behind your back when you're wringing over the wash tub. You shall know what ut is to help a drunken husband home and see him go to the giard room. Will that plays you, Dinah Shadd, that won't be seen talking to my daughter. You shall talk to worse than Judy before all's over. The sergeants' wives shall look down on you contemptuous, daughter av a sergeant, and you shall cover ut all up with a smiling face when your heart's bursting. Stand off av him, Dinah Shadd, for I've put the black curse of Sheely upon him and his own mouth shall make ut good. She pitched forward on her head and began foaming at the mouth. Dinah Shadd ran out with water, and Judy dragged the old woman into the veranda till she sat up. I'm old and forlorn, she said, trembling and crying, and 'tis like I say a dale more than I main. When you're able to walk, go said Mother Shad. This house has no place for the likes of you that have cursed my daughter. Ya, said the old woman. Hard words break no bones, and Dinah Shad'll keep the love of her husband till my bones are green corn. Judy darling, I misremember what I came here for. Can you lend us the bottom of a take-up of tea, Mrs. Shad? But Judy dragged her off crying as though her heart would break. And Dinah Shad and I, in 10 minutes we had forgot tea all. Then why do you remember it now, said I, is tea like I'd forget. Every word that wicked woman spoke fell through in my life aft herwards, and I cut her stud tea all, except when my little Shad was born. That was on the line of March 3 months after the regiment was taken with cholera. We were between Umballa and Calcathin, and I was on picket. When I came off duty the women showed me the child, and tea turned on outside and died as I looked. We buried him by the road, and Father Victor was a day's march behind with the heavy baggage, so the Company captain read a prayer. And since then I've been a childless man, and all else that mother he put upon me and Dinah Shad. What do you think, sir? I thought a good deal, but it seemed better then to reach out for Mulvaney's hand. The demonstration nearly cost me the use of 3 fingers. Whatever he knows of his weaknesses, Mulvaney is entirely ignorant of his strength. But what do you think, he repeated, as I was straightening out the crushed fingers. My reply was drowned in yells and outcries from the next fire, where 10 men were shouting for or three's privet or three's Mr. or the Riz. D. Boy Cap N or three's Field Marshal or three's Stanley, you pen North O Pop, come here to your own company. And the Cockney, who had been delighting another audience with recondite and Rabelaisian yarns, was shot down among his admirers by the major force. You've crumpled my dress shirt Orid, said he, and I shan't sing no more to this air bloomin' drawing room. Leroyd, roused by the confusion, uncoiled himself, crept behind Ortheris, and slung him aloft on his shoulders. Sing, ye bloomin' hummin' bird, said he, and Ortheris, beating time on Leroyd's skull, delivered himself, in the raucous voice of the Ratcliffe Highway, of this song. My girl she give me the go-onst, when I was a London lad, and I went on the drink for a fortnight, and then I went to the bad. The Queen she give me a shilling to fight for her over the seas, but government built me a fever trap, and India give me disease. Chorus. Ho! Don't you eat what a girl says, and don't you go for the beer, but I was an ass when I was at grass, and that is why I'm here. I fired a shot at a Afghan, the beggar fired again, and I lay on my bed with a ole in my head, and missed the next campaign. I up with my gun at a Burman who carried a bloomin' da, but the cartridge stuck and the bayonet broke, and all I got was the scar. Chorus. Ho! Don't you aim at a Afghan when you stand on the skyline clear, and don't you go for a Burman if none o' your friends is near. I served my time for a corporal, and wetted my stripes with pop, for I went on the bend with a intimate friend, and finished the night in the shop. I served my time for a sergeant, the colonel said. No. The most you'll see is a full CB. Footnote, confined to barracks. An, very next night 'twas so. Chorus. Ho! Don't you go for a corporal unless your head is clear, but I was an ass when I was at grass, and that is why I'm a. I've tasted the luck o' the army in barrack and camp and clink, and I lost my tip through the bloomin' trip along o' the women and drink. I'm down at the heel o' my service, and when I am laid on the shelf, my very best friend from beginning to end by the blood of a mouse was myself. Chorus. Ho! Don't you eat what a girl says, and don't you go for the beer, but I was an ass when I was at grass, and that is why I'm a. Listen to our little man now, singing and shouting as though trouble had never touched him. Do you remember when he went mad with the homesickness, said Mulvaney, recalling a never-to-be-forgotten season when Ortheris waded through the deep waters of affliction and behaved abominably. But he's talking bitter truth, though. Yeah. My very worst friend from beginning to end by the blood av a mouse was meself. When I woke I saw Mulvaney, the night dew gemming his moustache, leaning on his rifle at picket, lonely as Prometheus on his rock, with I know not what vultures tearing his liver. On green How Hill to Love's low voice she lent a careless ear, her hand within his rosy fingers lay, a chilling weight. She would not turn or hear, but with averted face went on her way. But when pale death, all featureless and grim, lifted his bony hand, and beckoning held out his cypress wreath, she followed him, and love was left forlorn and wondering, that she who for his bidding would not stay, at death's first whisper rose and went away. Rivals. Oe, Ahmed Din. Shafiz Allah. Bahadur Khan, where are you? Come out of the tents, as I have done, and fight against the English. Don't kill your own kin. Come out to me. The deserter from a native corps was crawling round the outskirts of the camp, firing at intervals, and shouting invitations to his old comrades. Misled by the rain and the darkness, he came to the English wing of the camp, and with his yelping and rifle practice disturbed the men. They had been making roads all day, and were tired. Ortheris was sleeping at Leroyd's feet. What's all that? He said thickly. Leroyd snored, and a Snyder bullet ripped its way through the tent wall. The men swore. It's that bloomin' deserter from the Aurangabadis, said Ortheris. Git up, someone, and tell him he's come to the wrong shop. Go to sleep, little man, said Mulvaney, who was steaming nearest the door. I can't arise and expatiate with him. 'Tis raining in trench in tools outside. Tain't because you bloomin' can't. It's 'cause you bloomin' won't, ye long, limp, lousy, lazy beggar, you. Ark to Imowlin. What's the good of argufying? Put a bullet into the swine. He's keeping us awake, said another voice. A subaltern shouted angrily, and a dripping sentry whined from the darkness, "Tain't he no good, sir? I can't see him. He's hidden somewhere down hill." Ortheris tumbled out of his blanket. "Shall I try to get him, sir?" said he. "No," was the answer. "Lie down. I won't have the whole camp shooting all round the clock. Tell him to go and pot his friends." Ortheris considered for a moment. Then, putting his head under the tent wall, he called, as a bus conductor calls in a block, "Ire up, there! Ire up!" The men laughed, and the laughter was carried downwind to the deserter, who, hearing that he had made a mistake, went off to worry his own regiment half a mile away. He was received with shots. The Aurungabades were very angry with him for disgracing their colors. "And that's all right," said Ortheris, withdrawing his head as he heard the hiccough of the Sniders in the distance. "S'help me good, though, that man's not fit to live, messing with my beauty sleep this way." "Go out and shoot him in the morning," then said the subaltern incautiously. "Silence in the tents now. Get your rest, men." Ortheris lay down with a happy little sigh, and in 2 minutes there was no sound except the rain on the canvas and the all-embracing and elemental snoring of Leroyd. The camp lay on a bare ridge of the Himalayas, and for a week had been waiting for a flying column to make connection. The nightly rounds of the deserter and his friends had become a nuisance. In the morning the men dried themselves in hot sunshine and cleaned their grimy accoutrements. The native regiment was to take its turn of road-making that day while the old regiment loafed. "I'm going to lay for a shot at that man," said Ortheris, when he had finished washing out his rifle. "He comes up the watercourse every evening about 5 o'clock. If we go and lie out on the North Hill a bit this afternoon we'll get him." "You're a bloodthirsty little mosquito," said Mulvaney, blowing blue clouds into the air. "But I suppose I will have to come with you." "Where's Jock?" "Gone out with the mixed pickles, 'cause he thinks hisself a bloomin' marksman," said Ortheris with scorn. The mixed pickles were a detachment of picked shots, generally employed in clearing spurs of hills when the enemy were too impertinent. This taught the young officers how to handle men, and did not do the enemy much harm. Mulvaney and Ortheris strolled out of camp, and passed the Aurungabades going to their road-making. "You've got to sweat today," said Ortheris genially. "We're going to get your man. You didn't knock him out last night by any chance, any of you?" "No. The pig went away mocking us." "I had one shot at him," said a private. "He's my cousin, and I ought to have cleared our dishonor. But good luck to you." They went cautiously to the North Hill, Ortheris leading, because, as he explained, "this is a long-range show, and I've got to do it." His was an almost passionate devotion to his rifle, which, by barrackroom report, he was supposed to kiss every night before turning in. Charges and scuffles he held in contempt, and, when they were inevitable, slipped between Mulvaney and Leroyd, bidding them to fight for his skin as well as their own. They never failed him. He trotted along, questing like a hound on a broken trail, through the wood of the North Hill. At last he was satisfied, and threw himself down on the soft pine-needled slope that commanded a clear view of the watercourse and a brown, bare hillside beyond it. The trees made a scented darkness in which an army corps could have hidden from the sun glare without. "Here's the tail o' the wood," said Ortheris. "'Es got to come up the watercourse, 'cause it gives him cover. We'll lay 'ere. Tain't he not 'arf so bloomin' dusty neither." He buried his nose in a clump of scentless white violets. No one had come to tell the flowers that the season of their strength was long past, and they had bloomed merrily in the twilight of the pines. "This is something like," he said luxuriously. "What a evenly clear drop for a bullet across. How much d'you make it, Mulvaney?" "700. Maybe a trifle less, becars the air's so thin." Whoop! 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 Went a volley of musketry on the rear face of the north hill. "Curse them mixed pickles firin' at nothing. They'll scare off the country." "Thry a sight and shot in the middle of the row," said Mulvaney, the man of many wiles. "There's a red rock yonder he'll be sure to pass. Quick!" Ortheris ran his sight up to 600 yards and fired. The bullet threw up a feather of dust by a clump of gentians at the base of the rock. "Good enough," said Ortheris, snapping the scale down. "You snick your sights to mine or a little lower. You're always firin' high. But remember, first shot to me." "Oh lordy! But it's a lovely afternoon." The noise of the firing grew louder, and there was a tramping of men in the wood. The two lay very quiet, for they knew that the British soldier is desperately prone to fire at anything that moves or calls. Then Leroyd appeared, his tunic ripped across the breast by a bullet, looking ashamed of himself. He flung down on the pine needles, breathing in snorts. "One o' them damned gardeners o' pickles," said he, fingering the rent. "Fire into right flank, when he knowed I was there. If I knew who he was I'd a ripped the hide a fan him. Look at ma tunic. That's the special trustability av a marksman. Train him to hit a fly wid a steady rest at 700, and he loose on anything he sees or hears up to mile. You're well out av that fancy firin' gang, Jock. Stay here. Been firin' at the bloomin' wind in the bloomin' treetops," said Ortheris with a chuckle. "I'll show you some firin' later on." They wallowed in the pine needles, and the sun warmed them where they lay. The mixed pickles ceased firing, and returned to camp, and left the wood to a few scared apes. The watercourse lifted up its voice in the silence, and talked foolishly to the rocks. Now and again the dull thump of a blasting charge 3 miles away told that the Aurangabadis were in difficulties with their road making. The men smiled as they listened and lay still, soaking in the warm leisure. Presently Leroyd, between the whiffs of his pipe, "Seems queer, about him yonder, desertin' at all." "'E'll be a bloomin' sight queerer when I've done with him," said Ortheris. They were talking in whispers, for the stillness of the wood and the desire of slaughter lay heavy upon them. "I make no doubt he had his reasons for desertin', but, my faith. I make less doubt ivry man has good reason for killing him, said Mulvaney. Happen there was a lass tued up wi' it. Men do more than more for th sake of a lass. They make most av us list. They've no manner av right to make us desert. Ah, they make us list, or their fathers do, said Leroyd softly, his helmet over his eyes. Ortheris's brows contracted savagely. He was watching the valley. If it's a girl I'll shoot the beggar twice over, and second time for being a fool. You're blasted sentimental all of a sudden. Thinking o' your last near shave. Nay, lad, I was but thinking o' what had happened. And fut has happened, ye lumberin' child av calamity, that you're lowing like a cow calf at the back av the pasture, and suggestin' invidious excuses for the man Stanley's going to kill. Ye'll have to wait another hour yet, little man. Spit it out, Jock, and bellow melodious to the moon. It takes an earthquake or a bullet graze to fetch aught out av you. Discourse, Don Juan. The Amors av Lothorus Leroyd. Stanley, caper rowlin' rigmental eye on the valley. It's along o' yon hill there, said Leroyd, watching the bare sub-Himalayan spur that reminded him of his Yorkshire moors. He was speaking more to himself than his fellows. Said he, Rumbold's moor stands up our Skipton town, and Greenhow Hill stands up our Pateley Brig. I reckon you've never heerd tell o' Greenhow Hill, but you bit o' bare stuff if there was no but a white road windin' is like ut, strangely like. Moors and moors and moors, we never a tree for shelter, and grey houses wi' flagstone roofs, and peewits crying, and a vint hover going to and fro just like these kites. And cold. A wind that cuts you like a knife. You could tell Greenhow Hill folk by the red apple colour o' their cheeks and nose tips, and their blue eyes, driven into pinpoints by the wind. Miners mostly, burrowin' for lead ith hillsides, followin' the trail of th or vein same as a field rat. It was the roughest minin' I ever seen. Yodi come on a bit o' creakin' wood windlass like a wellhead, and you was let down ith bite of a rope, fendin' yoursen off the side wi' one hand, carryin' a candle stuck in a lump o' clay with t'other, and clickin' hold of a rope with t'other hand. And that's 3 of them, said Mulvaney. Must be a good climate in those parts. Leroyd took no heed. And then you came to a level, where you crept on your hands and knees through a mile o' windin' drift, and you come out into a cave place as big as Leeds Town Hall, with a engine pumpin' water from workings that went deeper still. It's a queer country, let alone minin', for the hill is full of those natural caves, and the rivers and the becks drops into what they call potholes, and come out again miles away. What was you doing there? Said Ortheris. I was a young chap then, and mostly went wi' osses, leadin' coal and lead ore, but at th time I'm telling on I was driving the wagon my th big sumph. I didn't belong to that countryside by rights. I went there because of a little difference at home, and at first I took up wi' a rough lot. One night we'd been drinking, and I must ha' had more than I could stand, or happen th ale was none so good. Though I them days, by 'fore God, I never seed bad ale. He flung his arms over his head, and gripped a vast handful of white violets. Na, said he, I never seed the ale I could not drink, the bacca I could not smoke, nor the lass I could not kiss. Well, we mun have a race home, the lot on us. I lost all others, and when I was climbing our one of them walls built o' loose stones, I comes down into the ditch, stones and all, and broke my arm. Not as I knawed much about it, for I fell on back of my head, and was knocked stupid like. And when I come to missen it were morning, and I were lying on the settle I Jessie Rowntree's house place, and Lisa Rowntree was set in suin, I ached all over, and my mouth were like a lime kill. She gave me a drink out of a china mug wi' gold letters, a present from Leeds, as I looked at many and many a time at after. You're to lie still while Dr. Warburton comes, because your arm's broken, and father has sent a lad to fetch him. He found you when he was going to work, and carried you here on his back, said she. Oh, said I, and I shut my eyes, for I felt ashamed o' missen. Father's gone to his work these 3 hours, and he said he'd tell em to get somebody to drive the tram. The clock ticked, and a bee comed in the house, and they rung I my head like mill wheels. And she give me another drink and settled the pillow. But you're young to be gettin' drunk and such like, but you won't do it again, will you? No, said I wouldn't if she'd not but stop they mill wheels clatterin'. Faith, it's a good thing to be nursed by a woman when you're sick, said Mulvaney. Dir cheap at the price av 20 broken heads. All the rest turned to frown across the valley. He had not been nursed by many women in his life. And then Dr. Warburton comes riding up, and Jessie Rowntree along with him. He was a Highland doctor, but he talked we poor folks same as thersons. What's tar big a gart on na, he sings out. Breckin tha thick head. And he felt me all over. That's none broken. Tha no but knocked a bit sillier than ordinary, and that's daft anyth. And so he went on, calling me all the names he could think on, but set in my arm, wi' Jess's help, as careful as could be. Yo mun let the big oaf bide here a bit, Jessie, he says, when he had strapped me up and given me a dose o' physic, and you and Lisa will tend him, though he's scarcelin's worth the trouble. And tha'll lose tha work, said he, and tha'll be upon sick club for a couple o' months and more. Doesn't tha think tha's a fool? But Win was a young man, high or low, the other a fool, I'd like to know, said Mulvaney. Sure, folly's the only safe way to wisdom, for I've tried it. Wisdom, grinned Ortheris, scanning his comrades with uplifted chin. You're bloomin' Solomons, you two, ain't you? Leroyd went calmly on, with a steady eye like an ox chewing the cud. And that was how I come to know Lisa Rowntree. There's some tunes as she used to sing, or, she were always singin', that fetches Green How Hill before my eyes as fair as yon brow across there. And she would learn me to sing bass, and I was to go to chapel where Jessie and she led the singin', old man playing the fiddle. He was a strange chap, old Jessie, fair mad wi' music, and he made me promise to learn the big fiddle when my arm was better. It belonged to him, and it stood up in a big case alongside OTH 8-day clock, but Willie Satterthwaite, as played it in the chapel, had getten deaf as a doorpost, and it vexed Jessie, as he had to rap him ower his head wi' fiddlestick to make him give our sawin' at right time. But there was a black drop in it all, and it was a man in a black coat that brought it. When Primitive Methodist preacher came to Greenhow, he would always stop wi' Jessie Rowntree, and he laid hold of me from beginning. It seemed I were a soul to be saved, and he meaned to do it. At same time I jealoused at he were keen o' savin' Liza Rowntree's soul as well, and I could ha' killed him many a time. And this went on till one day I broke out, and borrowed brass for a drink from Liza. After 4 days I come back, wi' my tail between my legs, just to see Liza again. But Jessie were at home and preacher, Reverend Amos Barraclough. Liza said naught, but a bit o' red come into her face as were white of a regular thing. Says Jessie, trying his best to be civil, "Nay, lad, it's like this. You've getten to choose which way it's going to be. I'll ha' nobody across my doorstep as goes a-drinking, and borrows my lass's money to spend I their drink." "Hody tongue, Liza," said he, when she wanted to put in a word at I were welcome to brass, and she were none afraid that I wouldn't pay it back. Then the Reverend cuts in, seeing as Jessie were losin' his temper, and they fair beat me among them. But it were Liza, as looked and said naught, as did more than either o' their tongues, and so I concluded to get converted. "Foot!" shouted Mulvaney. Then, checking himself, he said softly, "Let be. Let be. Sure the Blessed Virgin is the mother of all religion and most women, and there's a dale av piety in a girl if the men would only let stay there. I'd ha' been converted myself under the circumstances." "Nay, but," pursued Learoyd with a blush, "I meaned it." Ortheris laughed as loudly as he dared, having regard to his business at the time. Ortheris, you may laugh, but you didn't know yon preacher Barraclough, a little white-faced chap, wi' a voice as you'd while a bird off in a bush, and a way o' laying hold of folks as made them think they'd never had a live man for a friend before. You never saw him, you never seed Liza Rowntree, never seed Liza Rowntree. Happen it was as much Liza as preacher and her father, but anyways they all meaned it, and I was fair shamed o' missin', and so I become what they call a changed character. And when I think on, it's hard to believe as yon chap going to prayer meetings, chapel, and class meetings were me. But I never had naught to say for missin', though there was a deal o' shoutin', and old Sammy Struther, as were almost clemmed to death and doubled up with the rheumatics, would sing out, "Joyful! Joyful!" and at it were better to go up to heaven in a coal basket than down to hell I a coach and six. And he would put his poor old claw on my shoulder, saying, doesn't tha feel it, tha great lump. Doesn't tha feel it. And sometimes I thought I did, and then again I thought I didn't, and how was that? The everlasting nature of mankind, said Mulvaney. And, furthermore, I misdoubt you were built for the primitive Methodians. They're a new core anyways. I hold by the old church, for she's the mother of them all, and the father, too. I like her because she's most remarkable regimental in her fittings. I may die in Honolulu, Nova Zambra, or Cape Kn, but wherever I die, me being foot I am, and a priest handy, I go under the same orders and the same words and the same unction as though the Pope himself come down from the roof of St. Peter's to see me off. There's neither high nor low, nor broad nor deep, nor betwixt nor between with her, and that's what I like. But mark you, she's no manner of church for a wake man, because she takes the body and the soul of him, unless he has his proper work to do. I remember when my father died, that was 3 months coming to his grave, begad he'd ha sold the shbeen above our heads for 10 minutes quittance of purgatory. And he did all he could. That's why I say it takes a strong man to deal with the old church, and for that reason you'll find so many women go there. And that same's a conundrum. What's the use o' worritin' 'bout these things, said Ortheris. You're bound to find all out quicker nor you want to, anyhow. He jerked the cartridge out of the breech block into the palm of his hand. "Here's my chaplain," he said, and made the venomous black-headed bullet bow like a marionette. "Es going to teach a man all about which is which, and what's true, after all, before sundown." But what happened after that, Jock? There was one thing they boggled at, and almost shut gate I my face for, and that were my dog Blast, only one saved out o' a litter o' pups as was blowed up when a keg o' minin' powder loosed off in storekeeper's hut. They liked his name no better than his business, which were fightin' every dog he comed across, a rare good dog, wi' spots o' black and pink on his face, one ear gone, and lame o' one side wi' being driven in a basket through an iron roof, a matter of half a mile. They said I mun give him up 'cause he were worldly and low, and would I let misson be shut out of heaven for the sake on a dog. "Nay," says I, "if door isn't wide enough for pair on us, we'll stop outside, for we'll none be parted." And preacher spoke up for Blast, as had a liking for him from first. I reckon that was why I come to like preacher, and wouldn't hear o' changin' his name to Bless, as some o' them wanted. So pair on us became reg'lar chapel members. But it's hard for a young chap o' my build to cut traces from the world, flesh, and the devil all a heap. Yet I stuck to it for a long time, while lads as used to stand about town end and lean our bridge, spittin' into beck o' a Sunday, would call after me, "Sither, Leroyd, when's tar been to preach, 'cause we're coming to hear Hody jaw." "He hasn't getten white choker on tar morn," another lad would say, and I had to double my fists hard bottom of my Sunday coat, and say to Misson, if 'twere a Monday and I warn't he a member o' the Primitive Methodists, I'd leather all lot of yond. That was hardest of all, to know that I could fight and I mustn't fight. Sympathetic grunts from Mulvaney. So what we singin', practicing and class meetings, and big fiddle, as he made me take between my knees, I spent a deal o' time I Jessie Rowntrie's house place. But often as I was there, preacher fared to me to go oftener, and both old man and young women were pleased to have him. He lived I Pateley Brig, as were a goodish step off, but he come all the same. I liked him as well or better as any man I'd ever seen I one way, and yet I hated him wi' all my heart I t'other, and we watched each other like cat and mouse, but civil as you please, for I was on my best behaviour, and he was that fair and open that I was bound to be fair with him. Rare good company he was, if I hadn't wanted to wring his Clive a little neck half of the time. Often and often when he was going from Jess's I'd set him a bit on the road. See him 'ome, you mean, said Ortheris. It's a way we have I Yorkshire o' seeing friends off. You was a friend as I didn't want to come back, and he didn't want me to come back neither, and so we'd walk together towards Pateley, and then he'd set me back again, and there we'd be wall 2 o'clock I the morning settin' each other to and fro like a blasted pair o' pendulums twixt hill and valley, long after light had gone out I Lisa's window, as both on us had been looking at, pretending to watch the moon. Ah, broke in Mulvaney, ye'd no chanst against the maraudin' psalm singer. They'll take the airs and the graces instead av the man 9 times out av 10, and they only find the blunder later, the women. That's just where you're wrong, said Leroyd, reddening under the freckled tan of his cheeks. I was first wi' Lisa, and you'd think that were enough. But Parson were a steadygate sort o' chap, and Jessie were strong o' his side, and all women I the congregation dinned it to Lisa at she were fair fond to take up wi' a wastrel any do wheel like me, as was scarcelins respectable and a fighting dog at his heels. It was all very well for her to be doing me good and saving my soul, but she must mind as she didn't do herself harm. They talk o' rich folk being stuck up and genteel, but for cast iron pride o' respectability there's naught like poor chapel folk. It's as cold as window green How Hill, and colder, for 'twill never change. And now I come to think on it, one at strangest things I know is 'at they couldn't abide thought o' soldiering. There's a vast o' fightin' Bible, and there's a deal of Methodists army, but to hear chapel folk talk you'd think that soldierin' were next door, and t'other side, to Haggin. Their meetings all their talk is o' fightin'. When Sammy Struther were stuck for summat to say in his prayers, he'd sing out, sword o Lord and o Gideon. They were lus at it about putting on whole armor o righteousness, and fightin' the good fight o faith. And then, atop o all, they held a prayer meeting hour a young chap as wanted to list, and nearly deafened him, till he picked up his hat and fair ran away. And they'd tell tales in Sunday school o' bad lads as had been thumped and brayed for bird nesting o' Sundays and playing truant o' weekdays, and how they took to wrestling, dog fightin', rabbit running, and drinking, till at last, as if 'twere a epitaph on a gravestone, they damned him across Moor's Way. And then he went and listed for a soldier, and they'd all fetch a deep breath, and throw up their eyes like a hen drinking. FWHY is UT, said Mulvaney, bringing down his hand on his thigh with a crack. In the name AV God, FWHY is UT. I've seen UT, too. They cheat and they swindle and they lie and they slander, and 50 things 50 times worse, but the last and the worst by their reckoning is to serve the widdy honest. It's like the talk AV child her, seeing things all round. Plucky lot of fight and good fights of what surname they'd do if we didn't see they had a quiet place to fight in. And such fightin' as theirs is. Cats on the tiles. T'other calling to which to come on. I'd give a month's pay to get some o' them broad-backed beggars in London sweatin' through a day's road markin' and a night's rain. They'd carry on a deal afterwards, same as we're supposed to carry on. I've been turned out of a measly off-licence pub down Lambeth Way, full o' greasy kebmen, for now, said Ortheris with an oath. Maybe you were drunk, said Mulvaney soothingly. Worse nor that. The Forders were drunk. I was wearing the Queen's uniform. I'd no particular thought to be a soldier them days, said Leroyd, still keeping his eye on the bare hill opposite, but this sort o' talk put it i' my head. They was so good, chapel folk, that they tumbled our t'other side. But I stuck to it for Lisa's sake, specially as she was learning me to sing the bass part in a oratorio as Jessie were getting up. She sung like a throstle hersen, and we had practicin's night after night for a matter of 3 months. I know what a oratorio is, said Ortheris pertly. It's a sort of chaplain's sing-song, words all out of the Bible, and hullabalooja choruses. Most Green How Hill folks played some instrument or t'other, and they all sung so you might have heard them miles away, and they were so pleased with the noise they made they didn't fare to want anybody to listen. The preacher sung high seconds when he wasn't playing the flute, and they set me, as hadn't got far with big fiddle, again Willie Satterthwaite, to jog his elbow when he had to get a gate playing. Old Jessie was happy if ever a man was, for he were conductor and first fiddle and lead-in singer, beatin' time wi' his fiddlestick, till at times he'd rap with it on the table, and cry out, "Now, you mun all stop, it's my turn." And he'd face round to his front, fair sweating wi' pride, to sing tenor solos. But he were grandest choruses, wagging his head, flinging his arms round like a windmill, and singing hisself black in the face. A rare singer were Jessie. Yo see, I was not o' much account wi' all except into Lisa Rowntree, and I had a deal o' time set in quiet at meetings and oratorio practices to hearken their talk, and if it were strange to me at beginning, it got stranger still at after, when I was shut on it, and could study what it meaned. Just after oratorios come off, Lisa, as had a lus been weakly like, was took very bad. I walked Dr. Warburton's horse up and down a deal of times while he were inside, where they wouldn't let me go, though I fair ached to see her. She'll be better I knew, lad, better I knew he used to say. Mun ha patience. Then they said if I was quiet I might go in, and Reverend Amos Barraclough used to read to her lying propped up among pillows. Then she began to mend a bit, and they let me carry her on to settle, and when it got warm again she went about same as afore. Preacher and me and Blast was a deal together I them days, and I one way we was rare good comrades. But I could ha stretched him time and again with a good will. I mind one day he said he would like to go down into bowels o earth, and see how Lord had builded framework o everlasting hills. He were one of them chaps as had a gift o saying things. They rolled off the tip of his clever tongue, same as Mulvaney here, as would ha made a rare good preacher if he had not but given his mind to it. I lent him a suit o miner's kit as almost buried little man, and his white face down coat collar and hat flap looked like the face of a boggart, and he cowered down bottom o the wagon. I was driving a tram as led up a bit of an incline up to cave where the engine was pumping, and where ore was brought up and put into wagons as went down o themselves, me putting brake on and horses a trotting after. Long as it was daylight we were good friends, but when we got fair into dark, and could not but see day shining at the hole like a lamp at a street end, I feel downright wicked. My religion dropped all away from me when I looked back at him as were always coming between me and Lisa. The talk was at they were to be wed when she got better, and I couldn't get her to say yes or nay to it. He began to sing a hymn in his thin voice, and I came out wi' a chorus that was all cussin' and swearin' at my horses, and I began to know how I hated him. He were such a little chap, too. I could drop him wi' one hand down Garstang's copper hole, a place where Beck slithered our edge on a rock, and fell wi' a bit of a whisper into a pit as no rope I green how could plump. Again Leroyd rooted up the innocent violets. He should see bowels o earth and never naught else. I could take him a mile or two along drift, and leave him wi' his candle doused to cry hallelujah, we none to hear him and say amen. I was to lead him down ladder way to drift where Jesse Rowntree was working, and why shouldn't he slip on ladder, wi' my feet on his fingers till they loosed grip, and I put him down wi' my heel. If I went fast down ladder I could click hold on him and chuck him over my head, so as he should go scooshin' down the shaft, breaking his bones at every timberin as Bill Appleton did when he was fresh, and hadn't a bone left when he wrought to bottom. Niver a blasted leg to walk from Pateley. Niver an arm to put round Lisa Rowntree's waist. Niver no more, niver no more. The thick lips curled back over the yellow teeth, and that flushed face was not pretty to look upon. Mulvaney nodded sympathy, and Ortheris, moved by his comrade's passion, brought up the rifle to his shoulder, and searched the hillside for his quarry, muttering ribaldry about a sparrow, a spout, and a thunderstorm. The voice of the watercourse supplied the necessary small talk till Leroyd picked up his story. But it's none so easy to kill a man like you. When I'd given up my horses to Th lad as took my place and I was showin' Th preacher Th workings, shoutin' into his ear across Th clang o' Th pumpin' engines, I saw he were afraid o' naught, and when the lamplight showed his black eyes, I could feel as he was masterin' me again. I were no better nor Blast chained up short and growlin' I the depths of him while a strange dog went safe past. Th art a coward and a fool I said to Misson, and I wrestled I my mind again him till, when we come to Garstang's copper hole, I laid hold o' the preacher and lifted him up over my head and held him into the darkest on it. Now, lad, I says it's to be one or t'other on us, thee or me, for Lee's a Rowntree. Why, isn't thee afraid for Tisson? I says, for he were still I my arms as a sack. Nay, I'm but afraid for thee, my poor lad, as knows naught, says he. I set him down on Th edge, and Th beck run stiller, and there was no more buzzin' in my head like when Th come through Th window o' Jess's house. What dost Tha mean? Says I've often thought as thou ought to know, says he, but 'twas hard to tell thee. Lee's a Rowntree's for neither on us, nor for nobody o' this earth. Dr. Warburton says, and he knows her, and her mother before her, that she is in a decline, and she cannot live 6 months longer. He's known it for many a day. Steady, John. Steady, says he. And that weak little man pulled me further back and set me again him, and talked it all over quiet and still, me turnin' a bunch o' candles in my hand, and counting them hour and hour again as I listened. A deal on it were Th regular preachin' talk, but there were a vast lot as made me begin to think as he were more of a man than I'd ever given him credit for, till I were cut as deep for him as I were for Misson. 6 candles we had, and we crawled and climbed all that day while they lasted, and I said to Misson, Lee's a Rowntree hasn't 6 months to live. And when we came into Th daylight again we were like dead men to look at, and Blast come behind us without so much as waggin' his tail. When I saw Lisa again she looked at me a minute and says, who's telled Tha? For I see Tha knows. And she tried to smile as she kissed me, and I fair broke down. Yo see, I was a young chap I them days, and had seen naught o' life, let alone death, as is allus a waiting. She telled me as Dr. Warburton said as Greenhow air was too keen, and they were going to Bradford, to Jess's brother David, as worked I a mill, and I mun hold up like a man and a Christian, and she'd pray for me. Well, and they went away, and the preacher that same back end o' Th year were appointed to another circuit, as they call it, and I were left alone on Greenhow Hill. I tried, and I tried hard, to stick to Th chapel, but 'tweren't Th same thing at after. I hadn't Lisa's voice to follow Th singin', nor her eyes a shinin' across their heads. And Th class meetings they said as I mun have some experiences to tell, and I hadn't a word to say for Misson. Blast and me moped a good deal, and happen we didn't behave ourselves over well, for they dropped us and wondered however they'd come to take us up. I can't tell how we got through time, while winter I gave up my job and went to Bradford. Old Jessie were at door o house, in a long street o little houses. He'd been sending children way as were clatterin' their clogs in causeway, for she were asleep. Is it thee, he says, but you're not to see her. I'll none have her wakened for a nout like thee. She's going fast, and she mun go in peace. Thou'lt never be good for naught world, and as long as thou lives thou'll never play the big fiddle. Get away, lad, get away. So he shut the door softly in my face. Nobody never made Jessie my master, but it seemed to me he was about right, and I went away into the town and knocked up against a recruiting sergeant. The old tales o chapel folk came buzzin' into my head. I was to get away, and this were regular road for the likes o' me. I listed there and then, took widow's shillin', and had a bunch o' ribbons pinned I my hat. But next day I found my way to David Rowntree's door, and Jessie came to open it. Says he, thou's come back again wi' devil's colours flying, thy true colours, as I always telled thee. But I begged and prayed of him to let me see her no but to say goodbye, till a woman calls down stairway, she says John Learoyd's to come up. Old man shifts aside in a flash, and lays his hand on my arm, quite gentle-like. But thou'lt be quiet, John, says he, for she's rare and weak. Thou was a good lad. Her eyes were all alive wi' light, and her hair was thick on the pillow round her, but her cheeks were thin to frighten a man that's strong. Nay, father, yo main say devil's colours. Them ribbons is pretty. And she held out her hands for hat, and she put all straight as a woman will wi' ribbons. Nay, but what they're pretty, she says. But I'd ha liked to see thee I thy red coat, John, for thou was my own lad, my very own lad, and none else. She lifted up her arms, and they come round my neck I a gentle grip, and they slacked away, and she seemed fainting. Now yo mun get away, lad, says Jessie, and I picked up my hat and I came downstairs. Recruiting sergeant were waiting for me at corner public house. Yo ve seen your sweetheart, says he. Yes, I've seen her, says I. Well, we'll have a quart now, and you'll do your best to forget her, says he, being one o' them smart, bustlin' chaps. Sergeant, says I, forget her. And I've been forgettin' her ever since. He threw away the wilted clump of white violets as he spoke. Ortheris suddenly rose to his knees, his rifle at his shoulder, and peered across the valley in the clear afternoon light. His chin cuddled the stock, and there was a twitching of the muscles of the right cheek as he sighted. Private Stanley Ortheris was engaged on his business. A speck of white crawled up the watercourse. See that beggar? Got him. 700 yards away, and a full 200 down the hillside, The deserter of the Aurangabadis pitched forward, rolled down a red rock, and lay very still, with his face in a clump of blue gentians, while a big raven flapped out of the pine wood to make investigation. "That's a clean shot, little man," said Mulvaney. Leroy thoughtfully watched the smoke clear away. "Happen there was a lass queued up wi' him, too," said he. Ortheris did not reply. He was staring across the valley, with the smile of the artist who looks on the completed work. "The man who was the earth gave up her dead that tide, into our camp he came, and said his say, and went his way, and left our hearts aflame. Keep tally, on the gun butt score the vengeance we must take, when God shall bring full reckoning, for our dead comrades' sake." Ballad. Let it be clearly understood that the Russian is a delightful person till he tucks in his shirt. As an Oriental he is charming. It is only when he insists upon being treated as the most easterly of Western peoples instead of the most westerly of Easterns that he becomes a racial anomaly extremely difficult to handle. The host never knows which side of his nature is going to turn up next. Durkovich was a Russian of the Russians, who appeared to get his bread by serving the Tsar as an officer in a Cossack regiment, and corresponding for a Russian newspaper with a name that was never twice alike. He was a handsome young Oriental, fond of wandering through unexplored portions of the earth, and he arrived in India from nowhere in particular. At least no living man could ascertain whether it was by way of Balkh, Badakhshan, Chitral, Balochistan, or Nepal, or anywhere else. The Indian government, being in an unusually affable mood, gave orders that he was to be civilly treated and shown everything that was to be seen. So he drifted, talking bad English and worse French, from one city to another, till he foregathered with Her Majesty's White Hussars in the city of Peshawar, which stands at the mouth of that narrow sword cut in the hills that men call the Khyber Pass. He was undoubtedly an officer, and he was decorated after the manner of the Russians with little enameled crosses, and he could talk. And, though this has nothing to do with his merits, he had been given up as a hopeless task, or cask, by the Black Tyrone, who individually and collectively, with hot whiskey and honey, mulled brandy, and mixed spirits of every kind, had striven in all hospitality to make him drunk. And when the Black Tyrone, who are exclusively Irish, fail to disturb the peace of head of a foreigner, that foreigner is certain to be a superior man. The White Hussars were as conscientious in choosing their wine as in charging the enemy. All that they possessed, including some wondrous brandy, was placed at the absolute disposition of Durkovich, and he enjoyed himself hugely, even more than among the Black Tyrones. But he remained distressingly European through it all. The White Hussars were my dear true friends, fellow soldiers glorious and brothers inseparable. He would unburden himself by the hour on the glorious future that awaited the combined arms of England and Russia when their hearts and their territories should run side by side and the great mission of civilizing Asia should begin. That was unsatisfactory, because Asia is not going to be civilized after the methods of the West. There is too much Asia and she is too old. You cannot reform a lady of many lovers, and Asia has been insatiable in her flirtations aforetime. She will never attend Sunday school or learn to vote save with swords for tickets. Durkovich knew this as well as anyone else, but it suited him to talk special correspondently and to make himself as genial as he could. Now and then he volunteered a little, a very little, information about his own Sotnia of Cossacks, left apparently to look after themselves somewhere at the back of beyond. He had done rough work in Central Asia, and had seen rather more help-yourself fighting than most men of his years. But he was careful never to betray his superiority, and more than careful to praise on all occasions the appearance, drill, uniform, and organization of Her Majesty's White Hussars. And indeed they were a regiment to be admired. When Lady Durgan, widow of the late Sir John Durgan, arrived in their station, and after a short time had been proposed to by every single man at mess, she put the public sentiment very neatly when she explained that they were all so nice that unless she could marry them all, including the colonel and some majors already married, she was not going to content herself with one hussar. Wherefore she wedded a little man in a rifle regiment, being by nature contradictious, and the White Hussars were going to wear crape on their arms, but compromised by attending the wedding in full force, and lining the aisle with unutterable reproach. She had jilted them all, from Bassett Holmer the senior captain to little Mildred the junior subaltern, who could have given her 4,000 a year and a title. The only persons who did not share the general regard for the White Hussars were a few thousand gentlemen of Jewish extraction who lived across the border, and answered to the name of Pathan. They had once met the regiment officially and for something less than 20 minutes, but the interview, which was complicated with many casualties, had filled them with prejudice. They even called the White Hussars children of the devil and sons of persons whom it would be perfectly impossible to meet in decent society. Yet they were not above making their aversion fill their money belts. The regiment possessed carbines, beautiful Martina Henry carbines that would lob a bullet into an enemy's camp at 1,000 yards. And were even handier than the long rifle. Therefore they were coveted all along the border, and since demand inevitably breeds supply, they were supplied at the risk of life and limb for exactly their weight in coined silver, 7½ pounds weight of rupees, or 16 pounds sterling reckoning the rupee at par. They were stolen at night by snaky-haired thieves who crawled on their stomachs under the nose of the sentries. They disappeared mysteriously from locked arm racks, and in the hot weather, when all the barrack doors and windows were open, they vanished like puffs of their own smoke. The border people desired them for family vendettas and contingencies. But in the long cold nights of the northern Indian winter they were stolen most extensively. The traffic of murder was liveliest among the hills at that season, and prices ruled high. The regimental guards were first doubled and then trebled. A trooper does not much care if he loses a weapon, government must make it good. But he deeply resents the loss of his sleep. The regiment grew very angry, and one rifle thief bears the visible marks of their anger upon him to this hour. That incident stopped the burglaries for a time, and the guards were reduced accordingly, and the regiment devoted itself to polo with unexpected results, for it beat by 2-1 that very terrible polo corps, the Lashkar Light Horse, though the latter had 4 ponies apiece for a short hour's fight, as well as a native officer who played like a lambent flame across the ground. They gave a dinner to celebrate the event. The Lashkar team came, and Durkovich came, in the full uniform of a Cossack officer, which is as full as a dressing gown, and was introduced to the Lashkars, and opened his eyes as he regarded. They were lighter men than the Hussars, and they carried themselves with the swing that is the peculiar right of the Punjab frontier force and all irregular horse. Like everything else in the service, it has to be learnt, but, unlike many things, it is never forgotten, and remains on the body till death. The great beam-roofed messroom of the White Hussars was a sight to be remembered. All the mess plate was out on the long table, the same table that had served up the bodies of 5 officers after a forgotten fight long and long ago. The dingy, battered standards faced the door of entrance, clumps of winter roses lay between the silver candlesticks, and the portraits of eminent officers deceased looked down on their successors from between the heads of Samher, Nilgai, Mark Haw, and, pride of all the mess, 2 grinning snow leopards that had cost Bassett Holmer 4 months' leave that he might have spent in England, instead of on the road to Thibay and the daily risk of his life by ledge, snowslide, and grassy slope. The servants in spotless white muslin and the crest of their regiments on the brow of their turbans waited behind their masters, who were clad in the scarlet and gold of the White Hussars, and the cream and silver of the Lashkar Light Horse. Durkovich's dull green uniform was the only dark spot at the board, but his big onyx eyes made up for it. He was fraternizing effusively with the captain of the Lashkar team, who was wondering how many of Durkovich's Cossacks his own dark wiry down countrymen could account for in a fair charge. But one does not speak of these things openly. The talk rose higher and higher, and the regimental band played between the courses, as is the immemorial custom, till all tongues ceased for a moment with the removal of the dinner slips and the first toast of obligation, when an officer rising said, "Mr. Vice." The Queen and little Mildred from the bottom of the table answered, "The Queen, God bless her," and the big spurs clanked as the big men heaved themselves up and drank the Queen, upon whose pay they were falsely supposed to settle their mess bills. That sacrament of the mess never grows old, and never ceases to bring a lump into the throat of the listener wherever he be by sea or by land. Durkovich rose with his brothers glorious, but he could not understand. No one but an officer can tell what the toast means, and the bulk have more sentiment than comprehension. Immediately after the little silence that follows on the ceremony there entered the native officer who had played for the Lashkar team. He could not, of course, eat with the mess, but he came in at dessert, all 6 feet of him, with the blue and silver turban atop, and the big black boots below. The mess rose joyously as he thrust forward the hilt of his sabre in token of fealty for the colonel of the White Hussars to touch, and dropped into a vacant chair amid shouts of "Rung ho, Hira Singh," which being translated means "Go in and win." "Did I whack you over the knee, old man. Reseda Sahib, what the devil made you play that kicking pig of a pony in the last 10 minutes? Shabash, Reseda Sahib. Then the voice of the colonel, the health of Reseda Hira Singh. After the shouting had died away, Hira Singh rose to reply, for he was the cadet of a royal house, the son of a king's son, and knew what was due on these occasions. Thus he spoke in the vernacular, Colonel Sahib and officers of this regiment. Much honor have you done me. This will I remember. We came down from afar to play you. But we were beaten. No fault of yours, Reseda Sahib. Played on our own ground, you know. Your ponies were cramped from the railway. Don't apologize. Therefore perhaps we will come again if it be so ordained. Here. Here. Here, indeed. Bravo. HSH. Then we will play you afresh, happy to meet you. Till there are left no feet upon our ponies. Thus far for sport. He dropped one hand on his sword hilt and his eye wandered to Durkovich lolling back in his chair. But if by the will of God there arises any other game which is not the polo game, then be assured, Colonel Sahib and officers, that we will play it out side by side, though they again his eye sought Durkovich, though they I say have 50 ponies to our one horse. And with a deep-mouthed rung-ho. That sounded like a musket, but on flagstones he sat down amid leaping glasses. Durkovich, who had devoted himself steadily to the brandy, the terrible brandy aforementioned, did not understand, nor did the expurgated translations offered to him at all convey the point. Decidedly Hira Singh's was the speech of the evening, and the clamour might have continued to the dawn had it not been broken by the noise of a shot without that sent every man feeling at his defenceless left side. Then there was a scuffle and a yell of pain. "Carbine stealing again," said the adjutant, calmly sinking back in his chair. "This comes of reducing the guards. I hope the sentries have killed him." The feet of armed men pounded on the veranda flags, and it was as though something was being dragged. "Why don't they put him in the cells till the morning?" said the colonel testily. "See if they've damaged him, Sergeant." The mess sergeant fled out into the darkness and returned with 2 troopers and a corporal, all very much perplexed. "Caught a man stealing carbines, sir," said the corporal. "Leastways he was crawling towards the barracks, sir, past the main road sentries, and the sentry he said, sir." The limp heap of rags upheld by the 3 men groaned. "Never was seen so destitute and demoralized an Afghan. He was turbanless, shoeless, caked with dirt, and all but dead with rough handling." Hira Singh started slightly at the sound of the man's pain. Durkovich took another glass of brandy. "What does the sentry say?" said the colonel. "Sergey speaks English, sir," said the corporal. "So you brought him into mess instead of handing him over to the sergeant? If he spoke all the tongues of the Pentecost you've no business." Again the bundle groaned and muttered. Little Mildred had risen from his place to inspect. He jumped back as though he had been shot. Perhaps it would be better, sir, to send the men away, said he to the colonel, for he was a much privileged subaltern. He put his arms round the rag-bound horror as he spoke, and dropped him into a chair. It may not have been explained that the littleness of Mildred lay in his being 6'4" and big in proportion. The corporal, seeing that an officer was disposed to look after the capture, and that the colonel's eye was beginning to blaze, promptly removed himself and his men. The mess was left alone with the carbine thief, who laid his head on the table and wept bitterly, hopelessly, and inconsolably, as little children weep. Hira Singh leapt to his feet. "Colonel Sahib," said he, "that man is no Afghan, for they weep Ari. Ari. Nor is he of Hindustan, for they weep O. Ho. He weeps after the fashion of the white men, who say ow. Ow. Now where the dickens did you get that knowledge, Hira Singh?" said the captain of the Lashkar team. "Hear him," said Hira Singh simply, pointing at the crumpled figure that wept as though it would never cease. He said, "My God," said little Mildred. "I heard him say it." The colonel and the messroom looked at the man in silence. It is a horrible thing to hear a man cry. A woman can sob from the top of her palate, or her lips, or anywhere else, but a man must cry from his diaphragm, and it rends him to pieces. "Poor devil," said the colonel, coughing tremendously. "We ought to send him to hospital. He's been manhandled." Now the adjutant loved his carbines. They were to him as his grandchildren, the men standing in the first place. He grunted rebelliously, "I can understand an Afghan stealing, because he's built that way. But I can't understand his crying. That makes it worse." The brandy must have affected Durkovich, for he lay back in his chair and stared at the ceiling. There was nothing special in the ceiling beyond a shadow as of a huge black coffin. Owing to some peculiarity in the construction of the messroom, this shadow was always thrown when the candles were lighted. It never disturbed the digestion of the White Hussars. They were in fact rather proud of it. "Is he going to cry all night?" said the colonel. "Or are we supposed to sit up with little Mildred's guest until he feels better?" The man in the chair threw up his head and stared at the mess. "Oh, my God," he said, and every soul in the mess rose to his feet. Then the Lashkar captain did a deed for which he ought to have been given the Victoria Cross. Distinguished gallantry in a fight against overwhelming curiosity. He picked up his team with his eyes as the hostess picks up the ladies at the opportune moment, and pausing only by the colonel's chair to say, "This isn't our affair, you know," sir, led them into the veranda and the gardens. Hira Singh was the last to go, and he looked at Durkovich. But Durkovich had departed into a brandy paradise of his own. His lips moved without sound and he was studying the coffin on the ceiling. "White, white all over," said Bassett Holmer, the adjutant. "What a pernicious renegade he must be. I wonder where he came from." The colonel shook the man gently by the arm. "And who are you?" said he. There was no answer. The man stared round the mess room and smiled in the colonel's face. Little Mildred, who was always more of a woman than a man till boot and saddle was sounded, repeated the question in a voice that would have drawn confidences from a geyser. The man only smiled. Durkovich at the far end of the table slid gently from his chair to the floor. No son of Adam in this present imperfect world can mix the hussar's champagne with the hussar's brandy by 5 and 8 glasses of each without remembering the pit whence he was digged and descending thither. The band began to play the tune with which the White Hussars from the date of their formation have concluded all their functions. They would sooner be disbanded than abandon that tune. It is a part of their system. The man straightened himself in his chair and drummed on the table with his fingers. "I don't see why we should entertain lunatics," said the colonel. "Call a guard and send him off to the cells. We'll look into the business in the morning. Give him a glass of wine first, though." Little Mildred filled a sherry glass with the brandy and thrust it over to the man. He drank, and the tune rose louder, and he straightened himself yet more. Then he put out his long taloned hands to a piece of plate opposite and fingered it lovingly. There was a mystery connected with that piece of plate, in the shape of a spring which converted what was a 7-branched candlestick, 3 springs on each side and 1 in the middle, into a sort of wheel-spoke candelabrum. He found the spring, pressed it, and laughed weakly. He rose from his chair and inspected a picture on the wall, then moved on to another picture, the mess watching him without a word. When he came to the mantelpiece he shook his head and seemed distressed. A piece of plate representing a mounted hussar in full uniform caught his eye. He pointed to it, and then to the mantelpiece with inquiry in his eyes. "What is it? Oh, what is it?" said little Mildred. Then, as a mother might speak to a child, "That is a horse." "Yes, a horse." Very slowly came the answer in a thick, passionless guttural, "Yes, I have seen." "But where is the horse?" You could have heard the hearts of the mess beating as the men drew back to give the stranger full room in his wanderings. There was no question of calling the guard. Again he spoke, very slowly, "Where is our horse?" "There is but one horse in the White Hussars, and his portrait hangs outside the door of the mess room. He is the piebald drum horse, the king of the regimental band, that served the regiment for 37 years, and in the end was shot for old age." Half the mess tore the thing down from its place and thrust it into the man's hands. He placed it above the mantelpiece, it clattered on the ledge as his poor hands dropped it, and he staggered towards the bottom of the table, falling into Mildred's chair. Then all the men spoke to one another something after this fashion: "The drum horse hasn't hung over the mantelpiece since '67. How does he know?" "Mildred, go and speak to him again." "Colonel, what are you going to do?" "Oh, dry up, and give the poor devil a chance to pull himself together. It isn't possible anyhow. The man's a lunatic." Little Mildred stood at the colonel's side talking in his ear. "Will you be good enough to take your seats, please, gentlemen," he said, and the mess dropped into the chairs. Only Durkovich's seat, next to little Mildred's, was blank, and little Mildred himself had found Hira Singh's place. The wide-eyed mess sergeant filled the glasses in deep silence. Once more the colonel rose, but his hand shook and the port spilled on the table as he looked straight at the man in little Mildred's chair and said hoarsely, "Mr. Vice, the Queen." There was a little pause, but the man sprung to his feet and answered without hesitation, "The Queen, God bless her," and as he emptied the thin glass he snapped the shank between his fingers. Long and long ago, when the Empress of India was a young woman and there were no unclean ideals in the land, it was the custom of a few messes to drink the Queen's toast in broken glass, to the vast delight of the mess contractors. The custom is now dead, because there is nothing to break anything for, except now and again the word of a government, and that has been broken already. "That settles it," said the colonel, with a gasp. "He's not a sergeant." "What in the world is he?" The entire mess echoed the word, and the volley of questions would have scared any man. It was no wonder that the ragged, filthy invader could only smile and shake his head. From under the table, calm and smiling, rose Durkovich, who had been roused from healthful slumber by feet upon his body. By the side of the man he rose, and the man shrieked and grovelled. It was a horrible sight coming so swiftly upon the pride and glory of the toast that had brought the Straitwits together. Durkovich made no offer to raise him, but little Mildred heaved him up in an instant. "It is not good that a gentleman who can answer to the Queen's toast should lie at the feet of a subaltern of Cossacks." The hasty action tore the wretch's upper clothing nearly to the waist, and his body was seamed with dry black scars. There is only one weapon in the world that cuts, in parallel lines, and it is neither the cane nor the cat. Durkovich saw the marks, and the pupils of his eyes dilated. Also his face changed. He said something that sounded like "Shto vi taked," and the man fawning answered, "Chataya." "What's that?" said everybody together. "His number." "That is number 4, you know." Durkovich spoke very thickly. "What has a Queen's officer to do with a qualified number?" said the colonel, and an unpleasant growl ran round the table. "How can I tell?" said the affable Oriental with a sweet smile. "He is a, how you have it, escape, run away, from over there." He nodded towards the darkness of the night. "Speak to him if he'll answer you, and speak to him gently," said little Mildred, settling the man in a chair. It seemed most improper to all present that Durkovich should sip brandy as he talked in purring, spitting Russian to the creature who answered so feebly and with such evident dread. But since Durkovich appeared to understand, no one said a word. All breathed heavily, leaning forward, in the long gaps of the conversation. "The next time that they have no engagements on hand, the White Hussars intend to go to St. Petersburg in a body to learn Russian." "He does not know how many years ago," said Durkovich, facing the mess, "but he says it was very long ago in a war. I think that there was an accident." He says he was of this glorious and distinguished regiment in the war. The rolls. The rolls. Holmer, get the rolls, said little Mildred, and the adjutant dashed off bareheaded to the orderly room, where the muster rolls of the regiment were kept. He returned just in time to hear Durkovich conclude, "Therefore, my dear friends, I am most sorry to say there was an accident which would have been reparable if he had apologized to that our colonel, which he had insulted." Then followed another growl which the colonel tried to beat down. The mess was in no mood just then to weigh insults to Russian colonels. He does not remember, but I think that there was an accident, and so he was not exchanged among the prisoners, but he was sent to another place, how do you say, the country. So, he says, he came here. He does not know how he came. He was at Chbany. The man caught the word, nodded, and shivered, at Jigansk and Irkutsk. I cannot understand how he escaped. He says, too, that he was in the forests for many years, but how many years he has forgotten, that with many things. It was an accident, done because he did not apologize to that our colonel. Instead of echoing Durkovich's sigh of regret, it is sad to record that the White Hussars livelily exhibited Christian delight and other emotions, hardly restrained by their sense of hospitality. Holmer flung the frayed and yellow regimental rolls on the table, and the men flung themselves at these. "Steady! 56, 55, 54, said Holmer. "Here we are. Lieutenant Austin Limerson. Missing. That was before Sebastopol. What an infernal shame. Insulted one of their colonels, and was quietly shipped off. 30 years of his life wiped out. But he never apologized. Said he'd see him damned first, chorused the mess. Poor chap. I suppose he never had the chance afterwards. How did he come here, said the colonel. The dingy heap in the chair could give no answer. Do you know who you are? It laughed weakly. Do you know that you are Limerson, Lieutenant Limerson of the White Hussars? Swiftly as a shot came the answer, in a slightly surprised tone, yes, I'm Limerson, of course. The light died out in his eyes, and the man collapsed, watching every motion of Durkovich with terror. A flight from Siberia may fix a few elementary facts in the mind, but it does not seem to lead to continuity of thought. The man could not explain how, like a homing pigeon, he had found his way to his own old mess again. Of what he had suffered or seen he knew nothing. He cringed before Durkovich as instinctively as he had pressed the spring of the candlestick, sought the picture of the drum horse, and answered to the toast of the Queen. The rest was a blank that the dreaded Russian tongue could only in part remove. His head bowed on his breast, and he giggled and cowered alternately. The devil that lived in the brandy prompted Durkovich at this extremely inopportune moment to make a speech. He rose, swaying slightly, gripped the table edge, while his eyes glowed like opals, and began, "Fellow soldiers glorious, true friends and hospitables. It was an accident, and deplorable, most deplorable. Here he smiled sweetly all round the mess. But you will think of this little, little thing. So little, is it not? The posh. I slap my fingers, I snap my fingers at him. Do I believe in him? No. But in us Slav who has done nothing, him I believe. 70, how much, millions peoples that have done nothing, not one thing. Posh. Napoleon was an episode. He banged a hand on the table. Hear you, old peoples, we have done nothing in the world, out here. All our work is to do, and it shall be done, old peoples. Get away. He waved his hand imperiously, and pointed to the man. You see him. He is not good to see. He was just one little, oh, so little, accident, that no one remembered. Now he is that. So will you be, brother soldiers so brave, so will you be. But you will never come back. You will all go where he is gone, or, he pointed to the great coffin shadow on the ceiling, and muttering, 70 millions, get away, you old peoples fell asleep. Sweet, and to the point said little Mildred. What's the use of getting wroth? Let's make this poor devil comfortable. But that was a matter suddenly and swiftly taken from the loving hands of the White Hussars. The lieutenant had returned only to go away again 3 days later, when the wail of the Dead March, and the tramp of the squadrons, told the wondering station, who saw no gap in the mess table, that an officer of the regiment had resigned his new-found commission. And Durkovich, bland, supple, and always genial, went away too by a night train. Little Mildred and another man saw him off, for he was the guest of the mess, and even had he smitten the colonel with the open hand, the law of that mess allowed no relaxation of hospitality. Goodbye, Durkovich, and a pleasant journey, said little Mildred. Au revoir, said the Russian. Indeed. But we thought you were going home. Yes, but I will come again. My dear friends, is that road shut? He pointed to where the North Star burned over the Khyber Pass. By Jove! I forgot. Of course. Happy to meet you, old man, any time you like. Got everything you want? Cheroots, ice, bedding. That's all right. Well, au revoir, Durkovich. Said the other man, as the tail lights of the train grew small. Of all the unmitigated. Little Mildred answered nothing, but watched the North Star and hummed a selection from a recent Simla burlesque that had much delighted the White Hussars. It ran, I'm sorry for Mr. Bluebeard, I'm sorry to cause him pain, but a terrible spree there's sure to be when he comes back again. The head of the district, there's a convict more in the central jail, behind the old mud wall, there's a lifter less on the border trail, and the Queen's peace over all, dear boys, the Queen's peace over all. For we must bear our leaders' blame, on us the shame will fall, if we lift our hand from a fettered land, and the Queen's peace over all, dear boys, the Queen's peace over all. the running of Shindand. The Indus had risen in flood without warning. Last night it was affordable shallow, tonight 5 miles of raving muddy water parted bank and caving bank, and the river was still rising under the moon. A litter borne by 6 bearded men, all unused to the work, stopped in the white sand that bordered the whiter plain. "It's God's will," they said. "We dare not cross tonight, even in a boat. Let us light a fire and cook food. We be tired men." They looked at the litter inquiringly. Within, the Deputy Commissioner of the Kotkamarsan district lay dying of fever. They had brought him across country, 6 fighting men of a frontier clan that he had won over to the paths of a moderate righteousness, when he had broken down at the foot of their inhospitable hills. And Talentire, his assistant, rode with them, heavy-hearted as heavy-eyed with sorrow and lack of sleep. He had served under the sick man for 3 years, and had learned to love him as men associated in toil of the hardest learn to love, or hate. Dropping from his horse he parted the curtains of the litter and peered inside. "Ord, old man, can you hear? We have to wait till the river goes down, worse luck." "I hear," returned a dry whisper. "Wait till the river goes down. I thought we should reach camp before the dawn. Polly knows. She'll meet me." One of the litter men stared across the river and caught a faint twinkle of light on the far side. He whispered to Talentire, "There are his campfires, and his wife. They will cross in the morning, for they have better boats." "Can he live so long?" Talentire shook his head. Yodleord was very near to death. What need to vex his soul with hopes of a meeting that could not be? The river gulped at the banks, brought down a cliff of sand, and snarled the more hungrily. The litter men sought for fuel in the waste-dried camel thorn and refuse of the camps that had waited at the ford. Their sword belts clinked as they moved softly in the haze of the moonlight, and Talentire's horse coughed to explain that he would like a blanket. "I'm cold too," said the voice from the litter. "I fancy this is the end. Poor Polly." Talentire rearranged the blankets. Khudadad Khan, seeing this, stripped off his own heavy-wadded sheepskin coat and added it to the pile. "I shall be warm by the fire presently," said he. Talentire took the wasted body of his chief into his arms and held it against his breast. Perhaps if they kept him very warm Ord might live to see his wife once more. If only blind Providence would send a 3-foot fall in the river. "That's better," said Ord faintly. "Sorry to be a nuisance, but is there anything to drink?" They gave him milk and whiskey, and Talentire felt a little warmth against his own breast. Ord began to mutter. "It isn't that I mind dying," he said. "It's leaving Polly and the district. Thank God. We have no children. Dick, you know, I'm dipped, awfully dipped, debts in my first 5 years' service. It isn't much of a pension, but enough for her. She has her mother at home. Getting there is the difficulty. And, you see, not being a soldier's wife, We'll arrange the passage home, of course, said Talentire quietly. It's not nice to think of sending round the hat, but, good Lord, how many men I lie here and remember that had to do it. Morton's dead, he was of my year. Shaughnessy is dead, and he had children. I remember he used to read us their school letters. What a bore we thought him. Evans is dead, Cotcombe arson killed him. Ricketts of Mindoni is dead, and I'm going to. Man that is born of a woman is small potatoes and few in the hill. That reminds me, Dick, the 4 Khasrukeel villages in our border want a 1/3 remittance this spring. That's fair, their crops are bad. See that they get it, and speak to Ferris about the canal. I should like to have lived till that was finished, it means so much for the North Indus villages, but Ferris is an idle beggar, wake him up. You'll have charge of the district till my successor comes. I wish they would appoint you permanently, you know the folk. I suppose it will be Bullows, though. Good man, but too weak for frontier work, and he doesn't understand the priests. The blind priest at Jagai will bear watching. You'll find it in my papers, in the uniform case, I think. Call the Khasrukeel men up, I'll hold my last public audience. Khudadad Khan. The leader of the men sprang to the side of the litter, his companions following. Men, I'm dying, said Ord quickly, in the vernacular, and soon there will be no more Ord Sahib to twist your tails and prevent you from raiding cattle. God forbid this thing, broke out the deep bass chorus. The Sahib is not going to die. Yes, he is, and then he will know whether Mahomed speaks truth, or Moses. But you must be good men, when I am not here. Such of you as live in our borders must pay your taxes quietly as before. I have spoken of the villages to be gently treated this year. Such of you as live in the hills must refrain from cattle lifting, and burn no more thatch, and turn a deaf ear to the voice of the priests, who, not knowing the strength of the government, would lead you into foolish wars, wherein you will surely die and your crops be eaten by strangers. And you must not sack any caravans, and must leave your arms at the police post when you come in, as has been your custom, and my order. And Talentire Sahib will be with you, but I do not know who takes my place. I speak now true talk, for I am as it were already dead, my children, for though ye be strong men, ye are children. And thou art our father and our mother, broke in Khudadad Khan with an oath. What shall we do, now there is no one to speak for us, or to teach us to go wisely? There remains Talentire Sahib. Go to him, he knows your talk and your heart. Keep the young men quiet, listen to the old men, and obey. Khudadad Khan, take my ring. The watch and chain go to thy brother. Keep those things for my sake, and I will speak to whatever god I may encounter and tell him that the Khasrukeel are good men. Ye have my leave to go. Khudadad Khan, the ring upon his finger, choked audibly as he caught the well-known formula that closed an interview. His brother turned to look across the river. The dawn was breaking, and a speck of white showed on the dull silver of the stream. "She comes," said the man under his breath. "Can he live for another 2 hours?" And he pulled the newly acquired watch out of his belt and looked uncomprehendingly at the dial, as he had seen Englishmen do. For 2 hours the bellying sail tacked and blundered up and down the river, Talantyre still clasping Ord in his arms, and Khudadad Khan chafing his feet. He spoke now and again of the district and his wife, but, as the end neared, more frequently of the latter. They hoped he did not know that she was even then risking her life in a crazy native boat to regain him. But the awful foreknowledge of the dying deceived them. Wrenching himself forward, Ord looked through the curtains and saw how near was the sail. "That's Polly," he said simply, though his mouth was wide with agony. Polly, and the grimmest practical joke ever played on a man. "Dick, you'll have to explain." And an hour later Talantyre met on the bank a woman in a gingham riding habit and a sun hat who cried out to him for her husband, her boy and her darling, while Khudadad Khan threw himself face down on the sand and covered his eyes. To the very simplicity of the notion was its charm. What more easy to win a reputation for far-seeing statesmanship, originality, and, above all, deference to the desires of the people, than by appointing a child of the country to the rule of that country? 200 millions of the most loving and grateful folk under Her Majesty's dominion would laud the fact, and their praise would endure forever. Yet he was indifferent to praise or blame, as befitted the very greatest of all the viceroys. His administration was based upon principle, and the principle must be enforced in season and out of season. His pen and tongue had created the new India, teeming with possibilities, loud-voiced, insistent, a nation among nations, all his very own. Wherefore the very greatest of all the viceroys took another step in advance, and with it counsel of those who should have advised him on the appointment of a successor to Rudyard. There was a gentleman and a member of the Bengal civil service who had won his place and a university degree to boot in fair and open competition with the sons of the English. He was cultured, of the world, and, if report spoke truly, had wisely and, above all, sympathetically ruled a crowded district in southeastern Bengal. He had been to England and charmed many drawing rooms there. His name, if the Viceroy recollected aright, was Mr. Grish Chunder de M.O. In short, did anybody see any objection to the appointment, always on principle, of a man of the people to rule the people? The district in southeastern Bengal might with advantage, he apprehended, pass over to a younger civilian of Mr. G.C.'s nationality, who had written a remarkably clever pamphlet on the political value of sympathy in administration, and Mr. G.C. could be transferred northward to Kot Kumarsan. The Viceroy was averse, on principle, to interfering with appointments under control of the provincial governments. He wished it to be understood that he merely recommended and advised in this instance. As regarded the mere question of race, Mr. Grish Chunder was more English than the English, and yet possessed of that peculiar sympathy and insight which the best among the best service in the world could only win to at the end of their service. The stern, black-bearded kings who sit about the Council Board of India divided on the step, with the inevitable result of driving the very greatest of all the viceroys into the borders of hysteria, and a bewildered obstinacy pathetic as that of a child. The principle is sound enough, said the weary-eyed head of the Red Provinces in which Kot Kamarsan lay, for he too held theories. The only difficulty is, put the screw on the district officials, brigadier with a very strong deputy commissioner on each side of him, give him the best assistant in the province, rub the fear of God into the people beforehand, and if anything goes wrong, say that his colleagues didn't back him up. All these lovely little experiments recoil on the district officer in the end, said the knight of the drawn sword with a truthful brutality that made the head of the Red Provinces shudder. And on a tacit understanding of this kind the transfer was accomplished, as quietly as might be for many reasons. It is sad to think that what goes for public opinion in India did not generally see the wisdom of the Viceroy's appointment. There were not lacking indeed hireling organs, notoriously in the pay of a tyrannous bureaucracy, who more than hinted that His Excellency was a fool, a dreamer of dreams, a doctrinaire, and, worst of all, a trifler with the lives of men. The Viceroy's Excellence Gazette, published in Calcutta, was at pains to thank our beloved Viceroy for once more and again thus gloriously vindicating the potentialities of the Bengali nations for extended executive and administrative duties in foreign parts beyond our ken. We do not at all doubt that our excellent fellow townsman, Mr. Grish Chunder De, Esquire, M.A., will uphold the prestige of the Bengali, notwithstanding what underhand intrigue and peshbundi may be set on foot to insidiously nip his fame and blast his prospects among the proud civilians, some of which will now have to serve under a despised native and take orders too. How will you like that, misters? We entreat our beloved Viceroy still to substantiate himself superiorly to race prejudice and color blindness, and to allow the flower of this now our civil service all the full pays and allowances granted to his more fortunate brethren. 3. When does this man take over charge? I'm alone just now, and I gather that I'm to stand fast under him. Would you have cared for a transfer? Said Bellows keenly. Then, laying his hand on Talantire's shoulder, we're all in the same boat, don't desert us. And yet, why the devil should you stay, if you can get another charge? It was odds, said Talantire simply. Well, it's dus now. He's a Bengali of the Bengalis, crammed with code and case law, a beautiful man so far as routine and desk work go, and pleasant to talk to. They naturally have always kept him in his own home district, where all his sisters and his cousins and his aunts lived, somewhere south of Dhaka. He did no more than turn the place into a pleasant little family preserve, allowed his subordinates to do what they liked, and let everybody have a chance at the shekels. Consequently he's immensely popular down there. I've nothing to do with that. How on earth am I to explain to the district that they are going to be governed by a Bengali? Does the government, I mean, suppose that the Khasrukil will sit quiet when they once know. What will the Mohammedan heads of villages say? How will the police, Musbi Sikhs and Pathans, how will they work under him? We couldn't say anything if the government appointed a sweeper, but my people will say a good deal, you know that. It's a piece of cruel folly. My dear boy, I know all that, and more. I've represented it, and have been told that I am exhibiting culpable and puerile prejudice. By Jove, if the Khasrukil don't exhibit something worse than that, I don't know the border. The chances are that you will have the district alight on your hands, and I shall have to leave my work and help you pull through. I needn't ask you to stand by the Bengali man in every possible way. You'll do that for your own sake. For odds, I can't say that I care tuppence personally. Don't be an ass. It's grievous enough, God knows, and the government will know later on, but that's no reason for your sulking. You must try to run the district, you must stand between him and as much insult as possible, you must show him the ropes, you must pacify the Khasrukil, and just warn Kirbar of the police to look out for trouble by the way. I'm always at the end of a telegraph wire, and willing to peril my reputation to hold the district together. You'll lose yours, of course, if you keep things straight, and he isn't actually beaten with a stick when he's on tour, he'll get all the credit. If anything goes wrong, you'll be told that you didn't support him loyally. I know what I've got to do, said Talentire wearily, and I'm going to do it. But it's hard. The work is with us, the event is with Allah, as Ord used to say when he was more than usually in hot water. And Bullows rode away. That two gentlemen in Her Majesty's Bengal Civil Service should thus discuss a third, also in that service, and a cultured and affable man withal, seems strange and saddening. Yet listen to the artless babble of the blind mullah of Jagai, the priest of the Khasrukil, sitting upon a rock overlooking the border. 5 years before, a chance-hurled shell from a screw-gun battery had dashed earth in the face of the mullah, then urging a rush of gauzes against half a dozen British bayonets. So he became blind, and hated the English none the less for the little accident. Yodli Ord knew his failing, and had many times laughed at him therefore. Dogs you are, said the blind mullah to the listening tribesmen round the fire. Whipped dogs. Because you listened to Ord Sahib and called him father and behaved as his children, the British government have proven how they regard you. Ord Sahib ye know is dead. Ari, 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 said half a dozen voices. He was a man. Comes now in his stead, whom think ye? A Bengali of Bengal, an eater of fish from the south. A lie, said Khuda Dad Khan. And but for the small matter of thy priesthood, I'd drive my gun butt first down thy throat. Aho, art thou there, lickspittle of the English? Go in tomorrow across the border to pay service to Ord Sahib's successor, and thou shalt slip thy shoes at the tent door of a Bengali, as thou shalt hand thy offering to a Bengali's black fist. This I know, and in my youth, when a young man spoke evil to a mullah holding the doors of heaven and hell, the gun butt was not rammed down the mullah's gullet. No. The blind mullah hated Khudadad Khan with Afghan hatred, both being rivals for the headship of the tribe, but the latter was feared for bodily as the other for spiritual gifts. Khudadad Khan looked at Ord's ring and grunted, "I go in tomorrow because I am not an old fool, preaching war against the English. If the government, smitten with madness, have done this, then croaked the mullah, thou wilt take out the young men and strike at the 4 villages within the border. Or wring thy neck, black raven of Jahannam, for a bearer of ill tidings." Khudadad Khan oiled his long locks with great care, put on his best Bokhara belt, a new turban cap and fine green shoes, and accompanied by a few friends came down from the hills to pay a visit to the new Deputy Commissioner of Kot Kamarsan. Also he bore tribute, 4 or 5 priceless gold mahars of Akbar's time in a white handkerchief. These the Deputy Commissioner would touch and remit. The little ceremony used to be a sign that, so far as Khudadad Khan's personal influence went, the Khusru Keel would be good boys, till the next time, especially if Khudadad Khan happened to like the new Deputy Commissioner. In Yodli Ord's consulship his visit concluded with a sumptuous dinner and perhaps forbidden liquors, certainly with some wonderful tales and great good fellowship. Then Khudadad Khan would swagger back to his hold, vowing that Ord Sahib was one prince and Talantaya Sahib another, and that whosoever went a-raiding into British territory would be flayed alive. On this occasion he found the Deputy Commissioner's tents looking much as usual. Regarding himself as privileged, he strode through the open door to confront a suave, portly Bengali in English costume writing at a table. Unversed in the elevating influence of education, and not in the least caring for university degrees, Khudadad Khan promptly set the man down for a babu, the native clerk of the Deputy Commissioner, a hated and despised animal. "Ah," said he cheerfully. "Where's your master, Babuji?" "I am the Deputy Commissioner," said the gentleman in English. Now he overvalued the effects of university degrees, and stared Khudadad Khan in the face. "But if from your earliest infancy you have been accustomed to look on battle, murder, and sudden death, if spilled blood affects your nerves as much as red paint, and, above all, if you have faithfully believed that the Bengali was the servant of all Hindustan, and that all Hindustan was vastly inferior to your own large, lustful self, you can endure, even though uneducated, a very large amount of looking over. You can even stare down a graduate of an Oxford college if the latter has been born in a hothouse, of stock bred in a hothouse, and fearing physical pain as some men fear sin, especially if your opponent's mother has frightened him to sleep in his youth with horrible stories of devils inhabiting Afghanistan, and dismal legends of the Black North. The eyes behind the gold spectacles sought the floor. Khudadad Khan chuckled, and swung out to find Talantaya hard by. "Here," said he roughly, thrusting the coins before him, "touch and remit. That answers for my good behavior. But, O Sahib, has the government gone mad to send a black Bengali dog to us? And am I to pay service to such an one?" And are you to work under him? What does it mean? It is an order, said Talantia. He had expected something of this kind. He is a very clever Sahib. He is Sahib. He's a Kala Admi, a black man, unfit to run at the tail of a potter's donkey. All the peoples of the earth have harried Bengal. It is written. Thou knowest when we of the north wanted women or plunder, whither went we? To Bengal, where else? What child's talk is this of Sahibdom, after Ord Sahib too? Of a truth the blind mullah was right. What of him? Asked Talantia uneasily. He mistrusted that old man with his dead eyes and his deadly tongue. Nay, now, because of the oath that I swear to Ord Sahib when we watched him die by the river yonder, I will tell. In the first place, is it true that the English have set the heel of the Bengali on their own neck, and that there is no more English rule in the land? I am here, said Talantia, and I serve the Maharani of England. The mullah said otherwise, and further that because we loved Ord Sahib the government sent us a pig to show that we were dogs, who till now have been held by the strong hand. Also that they were taking away the white soldiers, that more Hindustanis might come, and that all was changing. This is the worst of ill-considered handling of a very large country. What looks so feasible in Calcutta, so right in Bombay, so unassailable in Madras, is misunderstood by the North and entirely changes its complexion on the banks of the Indus. Khudadad Khan explained as clearly as he could that, though he himself intended to be good, he really could not answer for the more reckless members of his tribe under the leadership of the blind mullah. They might or they might not give trouble, but they certainly had no intention whatever of obeying the new deputy commissioner. Was Talantia perfectly sure that in the event of any systematic border raiding the force in the district could put it down promptly? Tell the mullah if he talks any more fool's talk, said Talantia curtly, that he takes his men on to certain death, and his tribe to blockade, trespass fine, and blood money. But why do I talk to one who no longer carries weight in the councils of the tribe? Khudadad Khan pocketed that insult. He had learned something that he much wanted to know, and returned to his hills to be sarcastically complimented by the mullah, whose tongue raging round the campfires was deadlier flame than ever dung-cake fed. For be pleased to consider here for a moment the unknown district of Kot Kamarsan. It lay cut lengthways by the Indus under the line of the Khusru hills, ramparts of useless earth and tumbled stone. It was 70 miles long by 50 broad, maintained a population of something less than 200,000, and paid taxes to the extent of £40,000 a year on an area that was by rather more than half sheer, hopeless waste. The cultivators were not gentle people. The miners for salt were less gentle still, and the cattle breeders least gentle of all. A police post in the top right-hand corner and a tiny mud fort in the top left-hand corner prevented as much salt smuggling and cattle lifting as the influence of the civilians could not put down, and in the bottom right-hand corner lay Jumala, the district headquarters. A pitiful knot of lime-washed barns facetiously rented as houses, reeking with frontier fever, leaking in the rain, and ovens in the summer. It was to this place that Grish Chunder was travelling, there formerly to take over charge of the district. But the news of his coming had gone before. Bengalis were as scarce as poodles among the simple borderers, who cut each other's heads open with their long spades and worshipped impartially at Hindu and Mohammedan shrines. They crowded to see him, pointing at him, and diversely comparing him to a gravid milch buffalo, or a broken-down horse, as their limited range of metaphor prompted. They laughed at his police guard, and wished to know how long the burly Sikhs were going to lead Bengali apes. They inquired whether he had brought his women with him, and advised him explicitly not to tamper with theirs. It remained for a wrinkled hag by the roadside to slap her lean breasts as he passed, crying, "I have suckled 6 that could have eaten 6,000 of him. The government shot them, and made this that a king." Whereat a blue-turbaned huge-boned plough-mender shouted, "Have hope, mother o' mine. He may yet go the way of thy wastrels." And the children, the little brown puffballs, regarded curiously. It was generally a good thing for infancy to stray into Ord Sahib's tent, where copper coins were to be won for the mere wishing, and tales of the most authentic, such as even their mothers knew but the first half of. No. This fat black man could never tell them how Purprith hauled the eye teeth out of 10 devils, how the big stones came to lie all in a row on top of the Khusru hills, and what happened if you shouted through the village gate to the grey wolf that even Badalkas is dead. Meantime Grish Chunder talked hastily and much to Talentire, after the manner of those who are more English than the English, of Oxford and home, with much curious book knowledge of bump suppers, cricket matches, hunting runs, and other unholy sports of the alien. "We must get these fellows in hand," he said once or twice uneasily, "get them well in hand, and drive them on a tight rein. No use, you know, being slack with your district." And a moment later Talentire heard Debendranath Dar, who brotherly-wise had followed his kinsman's fortune and hoped for the shadow of his protection as a pleader, whisper in Bengali, "Better are dried fish at Dhaka than drawn swords at Delhi. Brother of mine, these men are devils, as our mother said. And you will always have to ride upon a horse." That night there was a public audience in a broken-down little town 30 miles from Jumala, when the new deputy commissioner, in reply to the greetings of the subordinate native officials, delivered a speech. It was a carefully thought-out speech, which would have been very valuable had not his third sentence begun with 3 innocent words, "Hamara hukam hai, it is my order." Then there was a laugh, clear and bell-like, from the back of the big tent, where a few borderland holders sat, and the laugh grew and scorn mingled with it, and the lean, keen face of Debendranath Dar paled, and Grish Chunder turning to Talentire spake, You put up this arrangement." Upon that instant the noise of hoofs rang without, and there entered Kirbar, the district superintendent of police, sweating and dusty. The state had tossed him into a corner of the province for 17 weary years, there to check smuggling of salt, and to hope for promotion that never came. He had forgotten how to keep his white uniform clean, had screwed rusty spurs into patent leather shoes, and clothed his head indifferently with a helmet or a turban. Soured, old, worn with heat and cold, he waited till he should be entitled to sufficient pension to keep him from starving. "Talantia," said he, disregarding Grish Chunder, "come outside. I want to speak to you." They withdrew. "It's this," continued Kerbar. "The Khasrukil have rushed and cut up half a dozen of the coolies on Ferris's new canal embankment, killed a couple of men and carried off a woman. I wouldn't trouble you about that. Ferris is after them and Dugonin, my assistant, with 10 mounted police. But that's only the beginning, I fancy. Their fires are out on the Hassan Ardeb heights, and unless we're pretty quick there'll be a flare-up all along our border. They are sure to raid the 4 Khasru villages on our side of the line. There's been bad blood between them for years, and you know the blind mullah has been preaching a holy war since Ord went out. What's your notion?" "Damn," said Talantia thoughtfully. "They've begun quick. Well, it seems to me I'd better ride off to Fort Zaya and get what men I can there to picket among the lowland villages, if it's not too late. Tommy Dodd commands at Fort Zaya, I think. Ferris and Dugonin ought to teach the canal thieves a lesson, and, no, we can't have the head of the police ostentatiously guarding the treasury. You go back to the canal. I'll wire Bullows to come into Jumala with a strong police guard, and sit on the treasury. They won't touch the place, but it looks well. I insist upon knowing what this means," said the voice of the deputy commissioner, who had followed the speakers. "Oh," said Kerbar, who being in the police could not understand that 15 years of education must, on principle, change the Bengali into a Briton. "There has been a fight on the border, and heaps of men are killed. There's going to be another fight, and heaps more will be killed. What for? Because the teeming millions of this district don't exactly approve of you, and think that under your benign rule they are going to have a good time. It strikes me that you had better make arrangements. I act, as you know, by your orders. What do you advise?" I take you all to witness that I have not yet assumed charge of the district," stammered the deputy commissioner, not in the tones of the more English. "Ah, I thought so. Well, as I was saying, Talantia, your plan is sound. Carry it out. Do you want an escort?" "No, only a decent horse." "But how about wiring to headquarters? I fancy, from the color of his cheeks, that your superior officer will send some wonderful telegrams before the night's over. Let him do that, and we shall have half the troops of the province coming up to see what's the trouble. Well, run along, and take care of yourself. The Khasrukil jab upwards from below, remember. Ho! Mir Khan, give Talantia Sahib the best of the horses, and tell 5 men to ride to Jumala with the Deputy Commissioner Sahib Bahadur. There is a hurry toward." There was, and it was not in the least bettered by Debendranath clinging to a policeman's bridle and demanding the very shortest way to Jumala. Now originality is fatal to the Bengali. Debendranath should have stayed with his brother, who rode steadfastly for Jumala on the railway line, thanking gods entirely unknown to the most Catholic of universities that he had not taken charge of the district, and could still, happy resource of a fertile race, fall sick. And I grieve to say that when he reached his goal, 2 policemen, not devoid of rude wit, who had been conferring together as they bumped in their saddles, arranged an entertainment for his behoof. It consisted of first one and then the other entering his room with prodigious details of war, the massing of bloodthirsty and devilish tribes, and the burning of towns. It was almost as good, said these scamps, as riding with Kurbar after evasive Afghans. Each invention kept the hearer at work for half an hour on telegrams which the sack of Delhi would hardly have justified. To every power that could move a bayonet or transfer a terrified man, Grish Chunder appealed telegraphically. He was alone, his assistants had fled, and in truth he had not taken over charge of the district. Had the telegrams been dispatched, many things would have occurred, but since the only signaller in Jumala had gone to bed, and the station master, after one look at the tremendous pile of paper, discovered that railway regulations forbade the forwarding of imperial messages, policemen Ram Singh and Nihal Singh were fain to turn the stuff into a pillow and slept on it very comfortably. Talentire drove his spurs into a rampant skewbald stallion with china blue eyes, and settled himself for the 40-mile ride to Fort Zia. Knowing his district blindfold, he wasted no time hunting for short cuts, but headed across the richer grazing ground to the ford where Ord had died and been buried. The dusty ground deadened the noise of his horse's hoofs. The moon threw his shadow, a restless goblin, before him, and the heavy dew drenched him to the skin. Hillock, scrub that brushed against the horse's belly, unmetalled road where the whip-like foliage of the tamarisks lashed his forehead, illimitable levels of lowland furred with bent and speckled with drowsing cattle, waste, and hillock anew, dragged themselves past, and the skewbald was labouring in the deep sand of the Indus ford. Talentire was conscious of no distinct thought till the nose of the dawdling ferryboat grounded on the farther side, and his horse shied snorting at the white headstone of Ord's grave. Then he uncovered, and shouted that the dead might hear, "They're out, old man. Wish me luck." In the chill of the dawn he was hammering with a stirrup iron at the gate of Fort Zia, where 50 sabres of that tattered regiment, the Baluch Bishaklis, were supposed to guard Her Majesty's interests along a few hundred miles of border. This particular fort was commanded by a subaltern, who, born of the ancient family of the Derulets, naturally answered to the name of Tommy Dodd. Him Talentire found robed in a sheepskin coat, shaking with fever like an aspen, and trying to read the native apothecary's list of invalids. "So you've come, too," said he. "Well, we're all sick here, and I don't think I can horse 30 men, but we're bub blessed willing." "Stop, does this impress you as a trap or a lie?" He tossed a scrap of paper to Talentire, on which was written painfully in crabbed Gurmukhi, "We cannot hold young horses." They will feed after the moon goes down in the 4 border villages issuing from the Jagai Pass on the next night. Then in English round hand, your sincere friend. Good man, said Talentire. That's Khudadad Khan's work, I know. It's the only piece of English he could ever keep in his head, and he is immensely proud of it. He is playing against the blind mullah for his own hand, the treacherous young ruffian. Don't know the politics of the Khasrukil, but if you're satisfied, I am. That was pitched in over the gatehead last night, and I thought we might pool ourselves together and see what was on. Oh, but we're sick with fever here and no mistake. Is this going to be a big business, think you? Said Tommy Dodd. Talentire gave him briefly the outlines of the case, and Tommy Dodd whistled and shook with fever alternately. That day he devoted to strategy, the art of war, and the enlivenment of the invalids, till at dusk there stood ready 42 troopers, lean, worn, and dishevelled, whom Tommy Dodd surveyed with pride, and addressed thus, O men! If you die you will go to hell. Therefore endeavour to keep alive. But if you go to hell, that place cannot be hotter than this place, and we are not told that we shall there suffer from fever. Consequently be not afraid of dying. File out there. They grinned, and went. It will be long ere the Khasrukil forget their night attack on the lowland villages. The mullah had promised an easy victory and unlimited plunder, but behold, armed troopers of the Queen had risen out of the very earth, cutting, slashing, and riding down under the stars, so that no man knew where to turn, and all feared that they had brought an army about their ears, and ran back to the hills. In the panic of that flight more men were seen to drop from wounds inflicted by an Afghan knife jabbed upwards, and yet more from long-range carbine fire. Then there rose a cry of treachery, and when they reached their own guarded heights, they had left, with some 40 dead and 60 wounded, all their confidence in the blind mullah on the plains below. They clamoured, swore, and argued round the fires, the women wailing for the lost, and the mullah shrieking curses on the returned. Then Khudadad Khan, eloquent and unbreathed, for he had taken no part in the fight, rose to improve the occasion. He pointed out that the tribe owed every item of its present misfortune to the blind mullah, who had lied in every possible particular and talked them into a trap. It was undoubtedly an insult that a Bengali, the son of a Bengali, should presume to administer the border, but that fact did not, as the mullah pretended, herald a general time of license and lifting, and the inexplicable madness of the English had not in the least impaired their power of guarding their marches. On the contrary, the baffled and out-general tribe would now, just when their food stock was lowest, be blockaded from any trade with Hindustan until they had sent hostages for good behavior, paid compensation for disturbance, and blood money at the rate of 36 English pounds per head for every villager that they might have slain. And ye know that those lowland dogs will make oath that we have slain scores. Will the mullah pay the fines, or must we sell our guns? A low growl ran round the fires. Now, seeing that all this is the mullah's work, and that we have gained nothing but promises of paradise thereby, It is in my heart that we of the Khasrukil lack a shrine whereat to pray. We are weakened, and henceforth how shall we dare to cross into the Madarkil border, as has been our custom, to kneel to Persaj's tomb? The Madar men will fall upon us, and rightly. But our mullah is a holy man. He has helped 20 of us into paradise this night. Let him therefore accompany his flock, and we will build over his body a dome of the blue tiles of Multan, and burn lamps at his feet every Friday night. He shall be a saint, we shall have a shrine, and there our women shall pray for fresh seed to fill the gaps in our fighting tale. How think you? A grim chuckle followed the suggestion, and the soft wheep of unscabbarded knives followed the chuckle. It was an excellent notion, and met a long-felt want of the tribe. The mullah sprang to his feet, glaring with withered eyeballs at the drawn death he could not see, and calling down the curses of God and Mahomed on the tribe. Then began a game of blind man's buff round and between the fires, whereof Khuruk Shah, the tribal poet, has sung in verse that will not die. They tickled him gently under the armpit with the knife point. He leaped aside screaming, only to feel a cold blade drawn lightly over the back of his neck, or a rifle muzzle rubbing his beard. He called on his adherents to aid him, but most of these lay dead on the plains, for Khudadad Khan had been at some pains to arrange their decease. Men described to him the glories of the shrine they would build, and the little children clapping their hands cried, "Run, Mullah, run! There's a man behind you." In the end, when the sport wearied, Khudadad Khan's brother sent a knife home between his ribs. Wherefore said Khudadad Khan with charming simplicity, "I am now chief of the Khasrukil." No man gainsaid him, and they all went to sleep very stiff and sore. On the plain below Tommy Dodd was lecturing on the beauties of a cavalry charge by night, and Talentire, bowed on his saddle, was gasping hysterically because there was a sword dangling from his wrist flecked with the blood of the Khasrukil, the tribe that Ord had kept in leash so well. When a Rajput trooper pointed out that the Skubald's right ear had been taken off at the root by some blind slash of its unskilled rider, Talentire broke down altogether, and laughed and sobbed till Tommy Dodd made him lie down and rest. "We must wait about till the morning," said he. "I wired to the colonel just before we left, to send a wing of the Bishaklis after us. He'll be furious with me for monopolizing the fun, though. Those beggars in the hills won't give us any more trouble. Then tell the Bishaklis to go on and see what has happened to Kerbar on the canal. We must patrol the whole line of the border." "You're quite sure, Tommy, that stuff was only the Skubald's ear?" "Oh, quite," said Tommy. "You just missed cutting off his head. I saw you when we went into the mess. Sleep, old man." Noon brought 2 squadrons of Bishaklis and a knot of furious brother officers demanding the court-martial of Tommy Dodd for spoiling the picnic and a gallop across country to the canal works where Ferris, Kerbar, and Ugonin were haranguing the terror-stricken coolies on the enormity of abandoning good work and high pay, merely because half a dozen of their fellows had been cut down. The sight of a troop of the Bashaklis restored wavering confidence, and the police-hunted section of the Khasrukil had the joy of watching the canal bank humming with life as usual, while such of their men as had taken refuge in the watercourses and ravines were being driven out by the troopers. By sundown began the remorseless patrol of the border by police and trooper, most like the cowboy's eternal ride round restless cattle. Now said Khudadad Khan to his fellows, pointing out a line of twinkling fires below, ye may see how far the old order changes. After their horse will come the little devil guns that they can drag up to the tops of the hills, and, for aught I know, to the clouds when we crown the hills. If the tribe council thinks good, I will go to Talantaya Sahib, who loves me, and see if I can stave off at least the blockade. Do I speak for the tribe? Speak for the tribe in God's name. How those accursed fires wink. Do the English send their troops on the wire, or is this the work of the Bengali? As Khudadad Khan went down the hill he was delayed by an interview with a hard-pressed tribesman, which caused him to return hastily for something he had forgotten. Then, handing himself over to the two troopers who had been chasing his friend, he claimed escort to Talantaya Sahib, then with Bulos at Jumala. The border was safe, and the time for reasons in writing had begun. Thank heaven, said Bulos, that the trouble came at once. Of course we can never put down the reason in black and white, but all India will understand. And it is better to have a sharp short outbreak than 5 years of impotent administration inside the border. It costs less. Grish Chundada has reported himself sick, and has been transferred to his own province without any sort of reprimand. He was strong on not having taken over the district. Of course, said Talantaya bitterly. Well, what am I supposed to have done that was wrong? Oh, you will be told that you exceeded all your powers, and should have reported, and written, and advised for 3 weeks until the Khasrukil could really come down in force. But I don't think the authorities will dare to make a fuss about it. They've had their lesson. Have you seen Kirbar's version of the affair? He can't write a report, but he can speak the truth. What's the use of the truth? He'd much better tear up the report. I'm sick and heartbroken over it all. It was so utterly unnecessary, except in that it rid us of that Babu. Entered unabashed Khudadad Khan, a stuffed forage net in his hand, and the troopers behind him. May you never be tired, said he cheerily. Well, Sahibs, that was a good fight, and Naim Shah's mother is in debt to you, Talantaya Sahib. A clean cut, they tell me, through jaw, wadded coat, and deep into the collarbone. Well done. But I speak for the tribe. There has been a fault, a great fault. Thou knowest that I and mine, Talantaya Sahib, kept the oath we swear toward Sahib on the banks of the Indus. As an Afghan keeps his knife, sharp on one side, blunt on the other, said Talantaya. The better swing in the blow, then. But I speak God's truth. Only the blind mullah carried the young men on the tip of his tongue, and said that there was no more border law because a Bengali had been sent, and we need not fear the English at all. So they came down to avenge that insult and get plunder. Ye know what befell, and how far I helped. Now 50 of us are dead or wounded, and we are all shamed and sorry, and desire no further war. Moreover, that ye may better listen to us, we have taken off the head of the blind mullah, whose evil counsels have led us to folly. I bring it for proof, and he heaved on the floor the head. He will give no more trouble, for I am chief now, and so I sit in a higher place at all audiences. Yet there is an offset to this head. That was another fault. One of the men found that black Bengali beast, through whom this trouble arose, wandering on horseback and weeping. Reflecting that he had caused loss of much good life, Al-Dad Khan, whom, if you choose, I will tomorrow shoot, whipped off this head, and I bring it to you to cover your shame, that ye may bury it. See, no man kept the spectacles, though they were of gold. Slowly rolled to Talantaya's feet the crop-haired head of a spectacled Bengali gentleman, open-eyed, open-mouthed, the head of terror incarnate. Bellows bent down. Yet another blood-fine and a heavy one, Khuda Dad Khan, for this is the head of Debendranath, the man's brother. The Babu is safe long since. All but the fools of the Khusru Keel know that. Well, I care not for carrion. Quick meat for me. The thing was under our hills asking the road to Jumala, and Al-Dad Khan showed him the road to Jahannam, being, as thou sayest, but a fool. Remains now what the government will do to us. As to the blockade, who art thou, seller of dog's flesh? Thundered Talantaya, to speak of terms and treaties. Get hence to the hills, go, and wait there starving, till it shall please the government to call thy people out for punishment, children and fools that ye be. Count your dead, and be still. Best assured that the government will send you a man. A returned Khuda Dad Khan, for we also be men. As he looked Talantaya between the eyes, he added, and by God, Sahib, may thou be that man. Without benefit of clergy before my spring I garnered autumn's gain, out of her time my field was white with grain, the year gave up her secrets to my woe. Forced and deflowered each sick season lay, in mystery of increase and decay, I saw the sunset ere men saw the day, who am too wise in that I should not know. Bitter waters. But if it be a girl, Lord of my life, it cannot be. I have prayed for so many nights, and sent gifts to Sheikh Badal's shrine so often, that I know God will give us a son, a man-child that shall grow into a man. Think of this and be glad. My mother shall be his mother till I can take him again, and the mullah of the Patan Mosque shall cast his nativity. God send he be born in an auspicious hour, and then thou wilt never weary of me, thy slave. Since when hast thou been a slave, my queen? Since the beginning, till this mercy came to me. How could I be sure of thy love when I knew that I had been bought with silver? Nay, that was the dowry. I paid it to thy mother. And she has buried it, and sits upon it all day long like a hen. what talk is yours of dower? I was bought as though I had been a Lucknow dancing girl instead of a child. Art thou sorry for the sale? I have sorrowed, but today I am glad. Thou wilt never cease to love me now, answer, my king. Never, never. No. Not even though the Memlog, the white women of thy own blood, love thee. And remember, I have watched them driving in the evening, they are very fair. I have seen fire balloons by the 100. I have seen the moon, and then I saw no more fire balloons. Amira clapped her hands and laughed. Very good talk, she said. Then with an assumption of great stateliness, it is enough. Thou hast my permission to depart, if thou wilt. The man did not move. He was sitting on a low red lacquered couch in a room furnished only with a blue and white floor cloth, some rugs, and a very complete collection of native cushions. At his feet sat a woman of 16, and she was all but all the world in his eyes. By every rule and law she should have been otherwise, for he was an Englishman, and she a Mussulman's daughter bought 2 years before from her mother, who, being left without money, would have sold Amira shrieking to the Prince of Darkness if the price had been sufficient. It was a contract entered into with a light heart, but even before the girl had reached her bloom she came to fill the greater portion of John Holden's life. For her, and the withered hag her mother, he had taken a little house overlooking the great red-walled city, and found, when the marigolds had sprung up by the well in the courtyard and Amira had established herself according to her own ideas of comfort, and her mother had ceased grumbling at the inadequacy of the cooking places, the distance from the daily market, and at matters of housekeeping in general, that the house was to him his home. Anyone could enter his bachelor's bungalow by day or night, and the life that he led there was an unlovely one. In the house in the city his feet only could pass beyond the outer courtyard to the women's rooms, and when the big wooden gate was bolted behind him he was king in his own territory, with Amira for queen. And there was going to be added to this kingdom a third person whose arrival Holden felt inclined to resent. It interfered with his perfect happiness. It disarranged the orderly peace of the house that was his own. But Amira was wild with delight at the thought of it, and her mother not less so. The love of a man, and particularly a white man, was at the best an inconstant affair, but it might, both women argued, be held fast by a baby's hands. And then Amira would always say, then he will never care for the white Memlog. I hate them all, I hate them all. He will go back to his own people in time, said the mother, but by the blessing of God that time is yet afar off. Holden sat silent on the couch thinking of the future, and his thoughts were not pleasant. The drawbacks of a double life are manifold. The government, with singular care, had ordered him out of the station for a fortnight on special duty in the place of a man who was watching by the bedside of a sick wife. The verbal notification of the transfer had been edged by a cheerful remark that Holden ought to think himself lucky in being a bachelor and a free man. He came to break the news to Amira. It is not good, she said slowly, but it is not all bad. There is my mother here, and no harm will come to me, unless indeed I die of pure joy. Go thou to thy work and think no troublesome thoughts. When the days are done I believe, nay, I am sure. And then I shall lay him in thy arms, and thou wilt love me forever. The train goes tonight, at midnight is it not? Go now, and do not let thy heart be heavy by cause of me. But thou wilt not delay in returning. Thou wilt not stay on the road to talk to the bold white memlog. Come back to me swiftly, my life. As he left the courtyard to reach his horse that was tethered to the gate-post, Holden spoke to the white-haired old watchman who guarded the house, and bade him under certain contingencies dispatch the filled-up telegraph form that Holden gave him. It was all that could be done, and with the sensations of a man who has attended his own funeral, Holden went away by the night mail to his exile. Every hour of the day he dreaded the arrival of the telegram, and every hour of the night he pictured to himself the death of Amira. In consequence his work for the state was not of first-rate quality, nor was his temper towards his colleagues of the most amiable. The fortnight ended without a sign from his home, and, torn to pieces by his anxieties, Holden returned to be swallowed up for 2 precious hours by a dinner at the club, wherein he heard, as a man hears in a swoon, voices telling him how execrably he had performed the other man's duties, and how he had ended himself to all his associates. Then he fled on horseback through the night with his heart in his mouth. There was no answer at first to his blows on the gate, and he had just wheeled his horse round to kick it in when Percan appeared with a lantern and held his stirrup. "Has aught occurred?" said Holden. "The news does not come from my mouth, protector of the poor, but," he held out his shaking hand as befitted the bearer of good news who is entitled to a reward. Holden hurried through the courtyard. A light burned in the upper room. His horse neighed in the gateway, and he heard a shrill little wail that sent all the blood into the apple of his throat. It was a new voice, but it did not prove that Amira was alive. "Who is there?" he called up the narrow brick staircase. There was a cry of delight from Amira, and then the voice of the mother, tremulous with old age and pride, "We be 2 women and the man, thy son." On the threshold of the room Holden stepped on a naked dagger, that was laid there to avert ill luck, and it broke at the hilt under his impatient heel. "God is great," cooed Amira in the half-light. "Thou hast taken his misfortunes on thy head. But how is it with thee, life of my life? Old woman, how is it with her? She has forgotten her sufferings for joy that the child is born." "There is no harm, but speak softly," said the mother. "It only needed thy presence to make me all well," said Amira. "My king, thou hast been very long away. What gifts hast thou for me?" Ah. It is I that bring gifts this time. Look, my life, look. Was there ever such a babe? Nay, I am too weak even to clear my arm from him. Rest then, and do not talk. I am here, Bacheri, little woman. Well said, for there is a bond and a heel rope, Pichari, between us now that nothing can break. Look, canst thou see in this light? He is without spot or blemish. Never was such a man-child. Yarila. He shall be a pundit, no, a trooper of the Queen. And, my life, dost thou love me as well as ever, though I am faint and sick and worn? Answer truly. Yea. I love as I have loved, with all my soul. Lie still, Pearl, and rest. Then do not go. Sit by my side here, so. Mother, the lord of this house needs a cushion. Bring it. There was an almost imperceptible movement on the part of the new life that lay in the hollow of Amira's arm. "Oh," she said, her voice breaking with love. "The baby's a champion from his birth. He is kicking me in the side with mighty kicks. Was there ever such a babe? And he is ours to us, thine and mine. Put thy hand on his head, but carefully, for he is very young, and men are unskilled in such matters." Very cautiously Holden touched with the tips of his fingers the downy head. "He is of the faith," said Amira, "for lying here in the night watches I whispered the call to prayer and the profession of faith into his ears. And it is most marvelous that he was born upon a Friday, as I was born. Be careful of him, my life, but he can almost grip with his hands." Holden found one helpless little hand that closed feebly on his finger. And the clutch ran through his body till it settled about his heart. Till then his sole thought had been for Amira. He began to realize that there was someone else in the world, but he could not feel that it was a veritable son with a soul. He sat down to think, and Amira dozed lightly. "Get hence, Sahib," said her mother under her breath. "It is not good that she should find you here on waking. She must be still." "I go," said Holden submissively. "Here be rupees. See that my barber gets fat and finds all that he needs." The chink of the silver roused Amira. "I am his mother, and no hireling," she said weakly. "Shall I look to him more or less for the sake of money?" "Mother, give it back. I have borne my lord a son." The deep sleep of weakness came upon her almost before the sentence was completed. Holden went down to the courtyard very softly with his heart at ease. Per Khan, the old watchman, was chuckling with delight. "This house is now complete," he said, and without further comment thrust into Holden's hands the hilt of a saber worn many years ago when he, Per Khan, served the Queen in the police. The bleat of a tethered goat came from the well curb. "There be two," said Per Khan, "two goats of the best. I bought them, and they cost much money, and since there is no birth party assembled their flesh will be all mine. Strike craftily, Sahib. 'Tis an ill-balanced sabre at the best. Wait till they raise their heads from cropping the marigolds." "And why?" said Holden, bewildered. "For the birth sacrifice." "What else? Otherwise the child being unguarded from fate may die. The protector of the poor knows the fitting words to be said." Holden had learned them once with little thought that he would ever speak them in earnest. The touch of the cold saber hilt in his palm turned suddenly to the clinging grip of the child upstairs, the child that was his own son, and a dread of loss filled him. "Strike," said Khan. "Never life came into the world but life was paid for it. See, the goats have raised their heads. Now." With a drawing cut. Hardly knowing what he did, Holden cut twice as he muttered the Mohammedan prayer that runs, "Almighty, in place of this my son I offer life for life, blood for blood, head for head, bone for bone, hair for hair, skin for skin." The waiting horse snorted and bounded in his pickets at the smell of the raw blood that spurted over Holden's riding boots. "Well smitten," said Khan, wiping the saber. "A swordsman was lost in thee. Go with a light heart, heaven-born. I am thy servant, and the servant of thy son. May the presents live 1,000 years and the flesh of the goats is all mine." Khan drew back richer by a month's pay. Holden swung himself into the saddle and rode off through the low-hanging wood smoke of the evening. He was full of riotous exultation, alternating with a vast vague tenderness directed towards no particular object, that made him choke as he bent over the neck of his uneasy horse. "I never felt like this in my life," he thought. "I'll go to the club and pull myself together." A game of pool was beginning, and the room was full of men. Holden entered, eager to get to the light and the company of his fellows, singing at the top of his voice, "In Baltimore a walking, a lady I did meet." "Did you?" said the club secretary from his corner. "Did she happen to tell you that your boots were wringing wet?" "Great goodness, man, it's blood." "Bosh," said Holden, picking his cue from the rack. "May I cut in?" "It's due. I've been riding through high crops. My faith. My boots are in a mess though. And if it be a girl she shall wear a wedding ring, and if it be a boy he shall fight for his king, with his dirk, and his cap, and his little jacket blue, he shall walk the quarter-deck, yellow on blue, green." "Next player," said the marker monotonously. "He shall walk the quarter-deck, my green marker. He shall walk the quarter-deck, eh? That's a bad shot, as his daddy used to do." "I don't see that you have anything to crow about," said a zealous junior civilian acidly. "The government is not exactly pleased with your work when you relieved Sanders." "Does that mean a wigging from headquarters?" said Holden with an abstracted smile. "I think I can stand it." The talk beat up round the ever-fresh subject of each man's work, and steadied Holden till it was time to go to his dark empty bungalow, where his butler received him as one who knew all his affairs. Holden remained awake for the greater part of the night, and his dreams were pleasant ones. How old is he now? Yorila. What a man's question. He is all but 6 weeks old, and on this night I go up to the house top with thee, my life, to count the stars. For that is auspicious. And he was born on a Friday under the sign of the sun, and it has been told to me that he will outlive us both and get wealth. Can we wish for aught better, beloved? There is nothing better. Let us go up to the roof, and thou shalt count the stars, but a few only, for the sky is heavy with cloud. The winter rains are late, and maybe they come out of season. Come, before all the stars are hid. I have put on my richest jewels. Thou'st forgotten the best of all. Ours. He comes also. He has never yet seen the skies. Amira climbed the narrow staircase that led to the flat roof. The child, placid and unwinking, lay in the hollow of her right arm, gorgeous in silver-fringed muslin with a small skull cap on his head. Amira wore all that she valued most. The diamond nose stud that takes the place of the western patch in drawing attention to the curve of the nostril, the gold ornament in the center of the forehead studded with tallow drop emeralds and flawed rubies, the heavy circlet of beaten gold that was fastened round her neck by the softness of the pure metal, and the chinking curb-patterned silver anklets hanging low over the rosy ankle bone. She was dressed in jade green muslin as befitted a daughter of the faith, and from shoulder to elbow and elbow to wrist ran bracelets of silver tied with floss silk. Frail glass bangles slipped over the wrist in proof of the slenderness of the hand, and certain heavy gold bracelets that had no part in her country's ornaments but, since they were Holden's gift and fastened with a cunning European snap, delighted her immensely. They sat down by the low white parapet of the roof, overlooking the city and its lights. "They are happy down there," said Amira. "But I do not think that they are as happy as we. Nor do I think the white Memlog are as happy. And thou?" "I know they are not." "How dost thou know?" "They give their children over to the nurses." "I have never seen that," said Amira with a sigh, "nor do I wish to see." She dropped her head on Holden's shoulder. "I have counted 40 stars, and I am tired. Look at the child, love of my life, he is counting too." The baby was staring with round eyes at the dark of the heavens. Amira placed him in Holden's arms, and he lay there without a cry. "What shall we call him among ourselves?" she said. "Look. Art thou ever tired of looking? He carries thy very eyes. But the mouth is thine, most dear. Who should know better than I? 'Tis such a feeble mouth. Oh, so small. And yet it holds my heart between its lips. Give him to me now. He has been too long away. Nay, let him lie, he has not yet begun to cry. When he cries thou wilt give him back, eh? What a man of mankind thou art! If he cried he were only the dearer to me. But, my life, what little name shall we give him?" The small body lay close to Holden's heart. It was utterly helpless and very soft. He scarcely dared to breathe for fear of crushing it. The caged green parrot that is regarded as a sort of guardian spirit in most native households moved on its perch and fluttered a drowsy wing. "There is the answer," said Holden. "Mian Mitu has spoken. He shall be the parrot. When he is ready he will talk mightily and run about. Mian might you is the parrot in the Mussulman tongue, is it not? Why put me so far off, said Amira fretfully. Let it be like unto some English name, but not wholly. For he is mine. Then call him Tota, for that is likest English. Tota, and that is still the parrot. Forgive me, my lord, for a minute ago, but in truth he is too little to wear all the weight of me and might you for name. He shall be Tota, our Tota to us. Hearest thou, O small one? Littlest, thou art Tota. She touched the child's cheek, and he waking wailed, and it was necessary to return him to his mother, who soothed him with the wonderful rhyme of our Coco, Jere Coco, which says, O crow, go crow. Babies sleeping sound, and the wild plums grow in the jungle, only a penny a pound. Only a penny a pound, Baba, only a penny a pound. Reassured many times as to the price of those plums, Tota cuddled himself down to sleep. The two sleek, white Welbullocks in the courtyard were steadily chewing the cud of their evening meal. Old Perkan squatted at the head of Holden's horse, his police saber across his knees, pulling drowsily at a big water pipe that croaked like a bullfrog in a pond. Amira's mother sat spinning in the lower veranda, and the wooden gate was shut and barred. The music of a marriage procession came to the roof above the gentle hum of the city, and a string of flying foxes crossed the face of the low moon. I have prayed, said Amira after a long pause, I have prayed for two things. First, that I may die in thy stead if thy death is demanded, and in the second that I may die in the place of the child. I have prayed to the Prophet and to Bibi Miriam, the Virgin Mary. Thinkest thou either will hear from thy lips who would not hear the lightest word? I asked for straight talk, and thou hast given me sweet talk. Will my prayers be heard? How can I say? God is very good. Of that I am not sure. Listen now. When I die, or the child dies, what is thy fate? Living, thou wilt return to the bold white Memlog, for kind calls to kind. Not always. With a woman, no, with a man it is otherwise. Thou wilt in this life, later on, go back to thine own folk. That I could almost endure, for I should be dead. But in thy very death thou wilt be taken away to a strange place and a paradise that I do not know. Will it be paradise? Surely, for who would harm thee? But we two, I and the child, shall be elsewhere, and we cannot come to thee, nor canst thou come to us. In the old days, before the child was born, I did not think of these things, but now I think of them always. It is very hard talk. It will fall as it will fall. Tomorrow we do not know, but today and love we know well. Surely we are happy now. So happy that it were well to make our happiness assured. And thy Bibi Miriam should listen to me, for she is also a woman. But then she would envy me. It is not seemly for men to worship a woman. Holden laughed aloud at Amira's little spasm of jealousy. Is it not seemly? Why didst thou not turn me from worship of thee, then? thou a worshipper, and of me, my king, for all thy sweet words. Well I know that I am thy servant and thy slave, and the dust under thy feet. And I would not have it otherwise. See. Before Holden could prevent her, she stooped forward and touched his feet. Recovering herself with a little laugh, she hugged Tota closer to her bosom. Then, almost savagely, is it true that the bold white Memlog live for 3 times the length of my life? Is it true that they make their marriages not before they are old women? They marry as do others, when they are women. That I know, but they wed when they are 25. Is that true? That is true. Yorila. At 25. Who would of his own will take a wife even of 18? She is a woman, aging every hour. 25. I shall be an old woman at that age, and those Memlog remain young forever. How I hate them! What have they to do with us? I cannot tell. I know only that there may now be alive on this earth a woman 10 years older than I who may come to thee and take thy love 10 years after I am an old woman, grey-headed, and the nurse of Tota's son. That is unjust and evil. They should die too. Now, for all thy years thou art a child, and shalt be picked up and carried down the staircase. Tota. Have a care for Tota, my lord. Thou at least art as foolish as any babe. Amira tucked Tota out of harm's way in the hollow of her neck, and was carried downstairs laughing in Holden's arms, while Tota opened his eyes and smiled after the manner of the lesser angels. He was a silent infant, and, almost before Holden could realize that he was in the world, developed into a small gold-colored little god and unquestioned despot of the house overlooking the city. Those were months of absolute happiness to Holden and Amira, happiness withdrawn from the world, shut in behind the wooden gate that Per Khan guarded. By day Holden did his work with an immense pity for such as were not so fortunate as himself, and a sympathy for small children that amazed and amused many mothers at the little station gatherings. At nightfall he returned to Amira, full of the wondrous doings of Tota, how he had been seen to clap his hands together and move his fingers with intention and purpose, which was manifestly a miracle, how later, he had of his own initiative crawled out of his low bedstead onto the floor and swayed on both feet for the space of 3 breaths. And they were long breaths, for my heart stood still with delight, said Amira. Then Tota took the beasts into his counsels, the well-bullocks, the little grey squirrels, the mongoose that lived in a hole near the well, and especially Mian Maitu, the parrot, whose tail he grievously pulled, and Mian Maitu screamed till Amira and Holden arrived. O villain! Child of strength! This to thy brother on the house-top. Taba, Taba. Fie. Fie. But I know a charm to make him wise as Suleiman and Aflatun, Solomon and Plato. Now look, said Amira. She drew from an embroidered bag a handful of almonds. See, we count 7. In the name of God. She placed Mian Maitu, very angry and rumpled, on the top of his cage, and seating herself between the babe and the bird, she cracked and peeled an almond less white than her teeth. "This is a true charm, my life, and do not laugh. See, I give the parrot one half and Tota the other." Mian Mitu with careful beak took his share from between Amira's lips, and she kissed the other half into the mouth of the child, who ate it slowly with wondering eyes. "This I will do each day of 7, and without doubt he who is ours will be a bold speaker and wise. Tota, what wilt thou be when thou art a man and I am grey-headed?" Tota tucked his fat legs into adorable creases. He could crawl, but he was not going to waste the spring of his youth in idle speech. He wanted Mian Mitu's tail to tweak. When he was advanced to the dignity of a silver belt, which, with a magic square engraved on silver and hung round his neck, made up the greater part of his clothing, he staggered on a perilous journey down the garden to Pir Khan and proffered him all his jewels in exchange for one little ride on Holden's horse, having seen his mother's mother chaffering with peddlers in the veranda. Pir Khan wept and set the untried feet on his own grey head in sign of fealty, and brought the bold adventurer to his mother's arms, vowing that Tota would be a leader of men ere his beard was grown. One hot evening, while he sat on the roof between his father and mother watching the never-ending warfare of the kites that the city boys flew, he demanded a kite of his own with Pir Khan to fly it, because he had a fear of dealing with anything larger than himself, and when Holden called him a spark he rose to his feet and answered slowly in defense of his new-found individuality, "Hum Park na hin hai. Hummed me high, I am no spark, but a man." The protest made Holden choke and devote himself very seriously to a consideration of Tota's future. He need hardly have taken the trouble. The delight of that life was too perfect to endure. Therefore it was taken away as many things are taken away in India, suddenly and without warning. The little lord of the house, as Pir Khan called him, grew sorrowful and complained of pains who had never known the meaning of pain. Amira, wild with terror, watched him through the night, and in the dawning of the second day the life was shaken out of him by fever, the seasonal autumn fever. It seemed altogether impossible that he could die, and neither Amira nor Holden at first believed the evidence of the little body on the bedstead. Then Amira beat her head against the wall and would have flung herself down the well in the garden had Holden not restrained her by main force. One mercy only was granted to Holden. He rode to his office in broad daylight and found waiting him an unusually heavy mail that demanded concentrated attention and hard work. He was not, however, alive to this kindness of the gods. The first shock of a bullet is no more than a brisk pinch. The wrecked body does not send in its protest to the soul till 10 or 15 seconds later. Holden realized his pain slowly, exactly as he had realized his happiness, and with the same imperious necessity for hiding all trace of it. In the beginning he only felt that there had been a loss, and that Amira needed comforting, where she sat with her head on her knees shivering as Mian Mitu from the housetop called, "Tota! Tota! Tota!" Later all his world and the daily life of it rose up to hurt him. It was an outrage that any one of the children at the bandstand in the evening should be alive and clamorous, when his own child lay dead. It was more than mere pain when one of them touched him, and stories told by overfond fathers of their children's latest performances cut him to the quick. He could not declare his pain. He had neither help, comfort, nor sympathy, and a mirror at the end of each weary day would lead him through the hell of self-questioning reproach which is reserved for those who have lost a child, and believe that with a little, just a little, more care it might have been saved. Perhaps a mirror would say, I did not take sufficient heed. Did I, or did I not? The sun on the roof that day when he played so long alone and I was, braiding my hair, it may be that the sun then bred the fever. If I had warned him from the sun he might have lived. But, O my life, say that I am guiltless. Thou knowest that I loved him as I love thee. Say that there is no blame on me, or I shall die, I shall die. There is no blame, before God, none. It was written, and how could we do aught to save? What has been, has been. Let it go, beloved. He was all my heart to me. How can I let the thought go when my arm tells me every night that he is not here? O Tota, come back to me, come back again, and let us be all together as it was before. Peace, peace. For thine own sake, and for mine also, if thou lovest me, rest. By this I know thou dost not care, and how shouldst thou? The white men have hearts of stone and souls of iron. Oh, that I had married a man of mine own people, though he beat me, and had never eaten the bread of an alien. Am I an alien, mother of my son? What else, Sahib? Oh, forgive me, forgive. The death has driven me mad. Thou art the life of my heart, and the light of my eyes, and the breath of my life, and I have put thee from me, though it was but for a moment. If thou goest away, to whom shall I look for help? Do not be angry. Indeed, it was the pain that spoke and not thy slave. I know, I know. We be two who were three. The greater need therefore that we should be one. They were sitting on the roof as of custom. The night was a warm one in early spring, and sheet lightning was dancing on the horizon to a broken tune played by far-off thunder. Amira settled herself in Holden's arms. The dry earth is lowing like a cow for the rain, and I am afraid. It was not like this when we counted the stars. But thou lovest me as much as before, though a bond is taken away. Answer. I love more because a new bond has come out of the sorrow that we have eaten together, and that thou knowest. Yea, I knew, said Amira in a very small whisper. But it is good to hear thee say so, my life, who art so strong to help. I will be a child no more, but a woman and an aid to thee. Listen. Give me my sitar and I will sing bravely. She took the light silver-studded sitar and began a song of the great hero Raja Rasalu. The hand failed on the strings, the tune halted, checked, and at a low note turned off to the poor little nursery rhyme about the wicked crow. And the wild plums grow in the jungle, only a penny a pound. Only a penny a pound, Barbara, only. Then came the tears, and the piteous rebellion against fate till she slept, moaning a little in her sleep, with the right arm thrown clear of the body as though it protected something that was not there. It was after this night that life became a little easier for Holden. The ever-present pain of loss drove him into his work, and the work repaid him by filling up his mind for 9 or 10 hours a day. Amira sat alone in the house and brooded, but grew happier when she understood that Holden was more at ease, according to the custom of women. They touched happiness again, but this time with caution. It was because we loved Tota that he died. The jealousy of God was upon us, said Amira. I have hung up a large black jar before our window to turn the evil eye from us, and we must make no protestations of delight, but go softly underneath the stars, lest God find us out. Is that not good talk, worthless one? She had shifted the accent on the word that means beloved in proof of the sincerity of her purpose. But the kiss that followed the new christening was a thing that any deity might have envied. They went about henceforward saying, "It is naught, it is naught," and hoping that all the powers heard. The powers were busy on other things. They had allowed 30 million people 4 years of plenty wherein men fed well and the crops were certain, and the birth rate rose year by year. The districts reported a purely agricultural population varying from 900 to 2,000 to the square mile of the overburdened earth, and the member for Lower Tooting, wandering about India in pot hat and frock coat, talked largely of the benefits of British rule and suggested as the one thing needful the establishment of a duly qualified electoral system and a general bestowal of the franchise. His long-suffering hosts smiled and made him welcome, and when he paused to admire, with pretty picked words, the blossom of the blood-red dak tree that had flowered untimely for a sign of what was coming, they smiled more than ever. It was the Deputy Commissioner of Carmarthen, staying at the club for a day, who lightly told a tale that made Holden's blood run cold as he overheard the end. He won't bother anyone anymore. Never saw a man so astonished in my life. By Jove, I thought he meant to ask a question in the house about it. Fellow passenger in his ship, dined next him, bowled over by cholera and died in 18 hours. You needn't laugh, you fellows. The member for Lower Tooting is awfully angry about it, but he's more scared. I think he's going to take his enlightened self out of India. I'd give a good deal if he were knocked over. It might keep a few vestrymen of his kidney to their own parish. But what's this about cholera? It's full early for anything of that kind, said the warden of an unprofitable salt lick. Don't know, said the Deputy Commissioner reflectively. We've got locusts with us. There's sporadic cholera all along the north, at least we're calling it sporadic for decency's sake. The spring crops are short in 5 districts, and nobody seems to know where the rains are. It's nearly March now. I don't want to scare anybody, but it seems to me that nature's going to audit her accounts with a big red pencil this summer. Just when I wanted to take leave, too, said a voice across the room. There won't be much leave this year, but there ought to be a great deal of promotion. I've come in to persuade the government to put my pet canal on the list of famine relief works. It's an ill wind that blows no good. I shall get that canal finished at last. Is it the old program then, said Holden, famine, fever, and cholera? Oh no. Only local scarcity and an unusual prevalence of seasonal sickness. You'll find it all in the reports if you live till next year. You're a lucky chap. You haven't got a wife to send out of harm's way. The hill stations ought to be full of women this year. I think you're inclined to exaggerate the talk in the bazaars, said a young civilian in the secretariat. Now I have observed, I dare say you have, said the deputy commissioner, but you've a great deal more to observe, my son. In the meantime, I wish to observe to you, and he drew him aside to discuss the construction of the canal that was so dear to his heart. Holden went to his bungalow and began to understand that he was not alone in the world, and also that he was afraid for the sake of another, which is the most soul-satisfying fear known to man. 2 months later, as the deputy had foretold, nature began to audit her accounts with a red pencil. On the heels of the spring reapings came a cry for bread, and the government, which had decreed that no man should die of want, sent wheat. Then came the cholera from all 4 quarters of the compass. It struck a pilgrim gathering of 500,000 at a sacred shrine. Many died at the feet of their god, the others broke and ran over the face of the land carrying the pestilence with them. It smote a walled city and killed 200 a day. The people crowded the trains, hanging onto the footboards and squatting on the roofs of the carriages, and the cholera followed them, for at each station they dragged out the dead and the dying. They died by the roadside, and the horses of the Englishmen shied at the corpses in the grass. The rains did not come, and the earth turned to iron lest man should escape death by hiding in her. The English sent their wives away to the hills and went about their work, coming forward as they were bidden to fill the gaps in the fighting line. Holden, sick with fear of losing his chiefest treasure on earth, had done his best to persuade Amira to go away with her mother to the Himalayas. "Why should I go?" said she one evening on the roof. "There is sickness, and people are dying, and all the white memlog have gone. All of them. All. Unless perhaps there remains some old scald head who vexes her husband's heart by running risk of death. Nay, who stays is my sister, and thou must not abuse her, for I will be a scald head too. I am glad all the bold memlog are gone. Do I speak to a woman or a babe? Go to the hills and I will see to it that thou goest like a queen's daughter. Think, child. In a red-lacquered bullock cart, veiled and curtained, with brass peacocks upon the pole and red cloth hangings. I will send 2 orderlies for guard, and peace. Thou art the babe in speaking thus. What use are those toys to me?" He would have patted the bullocks and played with the housings. For his sake, Perhaps, thou'st made me very English, I might have gone. Now, I will not. Let the memlog run. Their husbands are sending them, beloved. Very good talk. Since when hast thou been my husband to tell me what to do? I have but borne thee a son. Thou art only all the desire of my soul to me. How shall I depart when I know that if evil befall thee by the breadth of so much as my littlest fingernail, is that not small, I should be aware of it though I were in paradise. And here, this summer thou mayest die, yea, die. And in dying they might call to tend thee a white woman, and she would rob me in the last of thy love. But love is not born in a moment or on a deathbed. What dost thou know of love, stony heart? She would take thy thanks at least and, by God and the prophet and be Miriam the mother of thy prophet, that I will never endure. My lord and my love, let there be no more foolish talk of going away. Where thou art, I am. It is enough. She put an arm round his neck and a hand on his mouth. There are not many happinesses so complete as those that are snatched under the shadow of the sword. They sat together and laughed, calling each other openly by every pet name that could move the wrath of the gods. The city below them was locked up in its own torments. Sulphur fires blazed in the streets, the conchs in the Hindu temples screamed and bellowed, for the gods were inattentive in those days. There was a service in the great Mohammedan shrine, and the call to prayer from the minarets was almost unceasing. They heard the wailing in the houses of the dead, and once the shriek of a mother who had lost a child and was calling for its return. In the grey dawn they saw the dead borne out through the city gates, each litter with its own little knot of mourners. Wherefore they kissed each other and shivered. It was a red and heavy audit, for the land was very sick and needed a little breathing space ere the torrent of cheap life should flood it anew. The children of immature fathers and undeveloped mothers made no resistance. They were cowed and sat still, waiting till the sword should be sheathed in November if it were so willed. There were gaps among the English, but the gaps were filled. The work of superintending famine relief, cholera sheds, medicine distribution, and what little sanitation was possible, went forward because it was so ordered. Holden had been told to keep himself in readiness to move to replace the next man who should fall. There were 12 hours in each day when he could not see Amira, and she might die in 3. He was considering what his pain would be if he could not see her for 3 months, or if she died out of his sight. He was absolutely certain that her death would be demanded, so certain that when he looked up from the telegram and saw Per Khan breathless in the doorway, he laughed aloud. And, said he, when there is a cry in the night and the spirit flutters into the throat, who has a charm that will restore? Come swiftly, heaven-born. It is the black cholera. Holden galloped to his home. The sky was heavy with clouds, for the long-deferred rains were near and the heat was stifling. Amira's mother met him in the courtyard, whimpering, "She is dying. She is nursing herself into death. She is all but dead. What shall I do, Sahib?" Amira was lying in the room in which Tota had been born. She made no sign when Holden entered, because the human soul is a very lonely thing and, when it is getting ready to go away, hides itself in a misty borderland where the living may not follow. The black cholera does its work quietly and without explanation. Amira was being thrust out of life as though the angel of death had himself put his hand upon her. The quick breathing seemed to show that she was either afraid or in pain, but neither eyes nor mouth gave any answer to Holden's kisses. There was nothing to be said or done. Holden could only wait and suffer. The first drops of the rain began to fall on the roof, and he could hear shouts of joy in the parched city. The soul came back a little and the lips moved. Holden bent down to listen. "Keep nothing of mine," said Amira. "Take no hair from my head. She would make thee burn it later on. That flame I should feel. Lower. Stoop lower. Remember only that I was thine and bore thee a son. Though thou wed a white woman tomorrow, the pleasure of receiving in thy arms thy first son is taken from thee forever. Remember me when thy son is born, the one that shall carry thy name before all men. His misfortunes be on my head. I bear witness, I bear witness," the lips were forming the words on his ear, "that there is no God but thee, beloved." Then she died. Holden sat still, and all thought was taken from him, till he heard Amira's mother lift the curtain. "Is she dead, Sahib?" "She is dead." "Then I will mourn, and afterwards take an inventory of the furniture in this house. For that will be mine." The Sahib does not mean to resume it. "It is so little, so very little, Sahib, and I am an old woman. I would like to lie softly. For the mercy of God, be silent a while. Go out and mourn where I cannot hear. Sahib, she will be buried in 4 hours. I know the custom. I shall go ere she is taken away. That matter is in thy hands. Look to it, that the bed on which she lies, aha! That beautiful red lacquered bed. I have long desired, that the bed is left here untouched for my disposal. All else in the house is thine. Hire a cart, take everything, go hence, and before sunrise let there be nothing in this house but that which I have ordered thee to respect. I am an old woman. I would stay at least for the days of mourning, and the rains have just broken. Whither shall I go? What is that to me? My order is that there is a going. The house gear is worth 1,000 rupees and my orderly shall bring thee 100 rupees tonight. That is very little. Think of the cart hire. It shall be nothing unless thou goest, and with speed. O woman, get hence and leave me with my dead." The mother shuffled down the staircase, and in her anxiety to take stock of the house fittings forgot to mourn. Holden stayed by Amira's side and the rain roared on the roof. He could not think connectedly by reason of the noise, though he made many attempts to do so. Then 4 sheeted ghosts glided dripping into the room and stared at him through their veils. They were the washers of the dead. Holden left the room and went out to his horse. He had come in a dead, stifling calm through ankle-deep dust. He found the courtyard a rain-lashed pond alive with frogs, a torrent of yellow water ran under the gate, and a roaring wind drove the bolts of the rain like buckshot against the mud walls. Khan was shivering in his little hut by the gate, and the horse was stamping uneasily in the water. "I have been told the Sahib's order," said Khan. "It is well. This house is now desolate. I go also, for my monkey face would be a reminder of that which has been. Concerning the bed, I will bring that to thy house yonder in the morning, but remember, Sahib, it will be to thee a knife turning in a green wound. I go upon a pilgrimage, and I will take no money. I have grown fat in the protection of the presence whose sorrow is my sorrow. For the last time I hold his stirrup." He touched Holden's foot with both hands and the horse sprang out into the road, where the creaking bamboos were whipping the sky and all the frogs were chuckling. Holden could not see for the rain in his face. He put his hands before his eyes and muttered, "Oh, you brute! You utter brute!" The news of his trouble was already in his bungalow. He read the knowledge in his butler's eyes when Ahmed Khan brought in food, and for the first and last time in his life laid a hand upon his master's shoulder, saying, "Eat, Sahib, eat. Meat is good against sorrow. I also have known. Moreover, the shadows come and go, Sahib, the shadows come and go. These be curried eggs." Holden could neither eat nor sleep. The heavens sent down 8 inches of rain in that night and washed the earth clean. The waters tore down walls, broke roads, and scoured open the shallow graves on the Mohammedan burying ground. All next day it rained, and Holden sat still in his house considering his sorrow. On the morning of the 3rd day he received a telegram which said only, "Ricketts, Mindoni. Dying." Holden relief. Immediate. Then he thought that before he departed he would look at the house wherein he had been master and lord. There was a break in the weather, and the rank earth steamed with vapor. He found that the rains had torn down the mud pillars of the gateway, and the heavy wooden gate that had guarded his life hung lazily from one hinge. There was grass 3 inches high in the courtyard. Khan's lodge was empty, and the sodden thatch sagged between the beams. A grey squirrel was in possession of the veranda, as if the house had been untenanted for 30 years instead of 3 days. Amira's mother had removed everything except some mildewed matting. The tick-tick of the little scorpions as they hurried across the floor was the only sound in the house. Amira's room and the other one where Tota had lived were heavy with mildew, and the narrow staircase leading to the roof was streaked and stained with rain-born mud. Holden saw all these things, and came out again to meet in the road Durga Das, his landlord, portly, affable, clothed in white muslin, and driving a sea-spring buggy. He was overlooking his property to see how the roofs stood the stress of the first rains. "I have heard," said he, "you will not take this place any more, Sahib. What are you going to do with it?" "Perhaps I shall let it again." Then I will keep it on while I am away." Durgadas was silent for some time. "You shall not take it on, Sahib," he said. "When I was a young man I also, but today I am a member of the municipality." "Ho! Ho! No. When the birds have gone, what need to keep the nest? I will have it pulled down. The timber will sell for something always. It shall be pulled down, and the municipality shall make a road across, as they desire, from the burning ghat to the city wall, so that no man may say where this house stood. At the end of the passage the sky is lead and our faces are red, and the gates of hell are opened and riven, and the winds of hell are loosened and driven, and the dust flies up in the face of heaven, and the clouds come down in a fiery sheet, heavy to raise and hard to be borne. And the soul of man is turned from his meat, turned from the trifles for which he has striven, sick in his body, and heavy-hearted, and his soul flies up like the dust in the sheet, breaks from his flesh and is gone and departed, as the blasts they blow on the cholera horn." Himalayan. 4 men, each entitled to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, sat at a table playing whist. The thermometer marked, for them, 101 degrees of heat. The room was darkened till it was only just possible to distinguish the pips of the cards and the very white faces of the players. A tattered, rotten punkah of whitewashed calico was puddling the hot air and whining dolefully at each stroke. Outside lay gloom of a November day in London. There was neither sky, sun, nor horizon, nothing but a brown-purple haze of heat. It was as though the earth were dying of apoplexy. From time to time clouds of tawny dust rose from the ground without wind or warning, flung themselves tablecloth-wise among the tops of the parched trees, and came down again. Then a whirling dust devil would scutter across the plain for a couple of miles, break, and fall outward, though there was nothing to check its flight save a long low line of piled railway sleepers white with the dust, a cluster of huts made of mud, condemned rails, and canvas, and the one squat four-roomed bungalow that belonged to the assistant engineer in charge of a section of the Gauthari state line then under construction. The 4, stripped to the thinnest of sleeping suits, played whist crossly, with wranglings as to leads and returns. It was not the best kind of whist, but they had taken some trouble to arrive at it. Mottram of the Indian Survey had ridden 30 and railed 100 miles from his lonely post in the desert since the night before. Loans of the civil service, on special duty in the political department, had come as far to escape for an instant the miserable intrigues of an impoverished native state whose king alternately fawned and blustered for more money from the pitiful revenues contributed by hard-wrung peasants and despairing camel breeders. Spurstow, the doctor of the line, had left a cholera-stricken camp of coolies to look after itself for 48 hours while he associated with white men once more. Hummel, the assistant engineer, was the host. He stood fast and received his friends thus every Sunday if they could come in. When one of them failed to appear, he would send a telegram to his last address, in order that he might know whether the defaulter were dead or alive. There are very many places in the East where it is not good or kind to let your acquaintances drop out of sight even for one short week. The players were not conscious of any special regard for each other. They squabbled whenever they met, but they ardently desired to meet, as men without water desire to drink. They were lonely folk who understood the dread meaning of loneliness. They were all under 30 years of age, which is too soon for any man to possess that knowledge. "Pilsener," said Spurstow, after the second rubber, mopping his forehead. "Bees out, I'm sorry to say, and there's hardly enough soda water for tonight," said Hummel. "What filthy bad management!" Spurstow snarled. "Can't help it. I've written and wired, but the trains don't come through regularly yet. Last week the ice ran out, as Lones knows. Glad I didn't come. I could ha' sent you some if I had known, though. Phew. It's too hot to go on playing bumble puppy." This with a savage scowl at Lones, who only laughed. He was a hardened offender. Mottram rose from the table and looked out of a chink in the shutters. "What a sweet day," said he. The company yawned all together and betook themselves to a nameless investigation of all Hummel's possessions, guns, tattered novels, saddlery, spurs, and the like. They had fingered them a score of times before, but there was really nothing else to do. "Got anything fresh?" said Lones. "Last week's Gazette of India, and a cutting from a home paper. My father sent it out. It's rather amusing. One of those vestrymen that call themselves M.P.S. again, is it?" said Spurstow, who read his newspapers when he could get them. "Yes. Listen to this. It's to your address, Lones." The man was making a speech to his constituents, and he piled it on. "Here's a sample, and I assert unhesitatingly that the civil service in India is the preserve, the pet preserve, of the aristocracy of England. What does the democracy, what do the masses, get from that country, which we have step by step fraudulently annexed? I answer, nothing whatever. It is farmed with a single eye to their own interests by the scions of the aristocracy. They take good care to maintain their lavish scale of incomes, to avoid or stifle any inquiries into the nature and conduct of their administration, while they themselves force the unhappy peasant to pay with the sweat of his brow for all the luxuries in which they are lapped." Hummel waved the cutting above his head. "Here, here," said his audience. Then Lones, meditatively, I'd give 3 months' pay to have that gentleman spend 1 month with me and see how the free and independent native prince works things. Old Timbersides," this was his flippant title for an honored and decorated feudatory prince, "has been wearing my life out this week past for money. By Jove! His latest performance was to send me one of his women as a bribe. Good for you." "Did you accept it?" said Mottram. "No, I rather wish I had, now. She was a pretty little person, and she yawned away to me about the horrible destitution among the king's women folk. The darlings haven't had any new clothes for nearly a month, and the old man wants to buy a new drag from Calcutta, solid silver railings and silver lamps, and trifles of that kind. I've tried to make him understand that he has played the deuce with the revenues for the last 20 years and must go slow. He can't see it. But he has the ancestral treasure vaults to draw on. There must be 3 millions at least in jewels and coin under his palace, said Hummel. Catch a native king disturbing the family treasure. The priests forbid it except as the last resort. Old Timbersides has added something like $250,000 to the deposit in his reign. Where the mischief does it all come from, said Mottram. The country. The state of the people is enough to make you sick. I've known the taxmen wait by a milch camel till the foal was born and then hurry off the mother for arrears. And what can I do? I can't get the court clerks to give me any accounts. I can't raise anything more than a fat smile from the commander-in-chief when I find out the troops are 3 months in arrears, and old Timbersides begins to weep when I speak to him. He has taken to the king's peg heavily, liqueur brandy for whiskey, and he'd sick for soda water. That's what the row of Jubilee took to. Even a native can't last long at that, said Spurstow. He'll go out. And a good thing, too. Then I suppose we'll have a council of regency, and a tutor for the young prince, and hand him back his kingdom with 10 years' accumulations. Whereupon that young prince, having been taught all the vices of the English, will play ducks and drakes with the money and undo 10 years' work in 18 months. I've seen that business before, said Spurstow. I should tackle the king with a light hand, if I were you, Loans. They'll hate you quite enough under any circumstances. That's all very well. The man who looks on can talk about the light hand, but you can't clean a pigsty with a pen dipped in rose water. I know my risks, but nothing has happened yet. My servant's an old Pathan, and he cooks for me. They are hardly likely to bribe him, and I don't accept food from my true friends, as they call themselves. Oh, but it's weary work. I'd sooner be with you, Spurstow. There's shooting near your camp. Would you? I don't think it. About 15 deaths a day don't incite a man to shoot anything but himself. And the worst of it is that the poor devils look at you as though you ought to save them. Lord knows, I've tried everything. My last attempt was empirical, but it pulled an old man through. He was brought to me apparently past hope, and I gave him gin and Worcester sauce with cayenne. It cured him, but I don't recommend it. How do the cases run generally, said Hummel. Very simply indeed. Chlorodyne, opium pill, chlorodyne, collapse, nitra, bricks to the feet, and then, the burning gut. The last seems to be the only thing that stops the trouble. It's black cholera, you know. Poor devils. But, I will say, little Bunsi Lal, my apothecary, works like a demon. I've recommended him for promotion if he comes through it all alive. And what are your chances, old man, said Mottram. Don't know, don't care much, but I've sent the letter in. What are you doing with yourself generally? Sitting under a table in the tent and spitting on the sextant to keep it cool, said the man of the survey. Washing my eyes to avoid ophthalmia, which I shall certainly get, and trying to make a sub-surveyor understand that an error of 5 degrees in an angle isn't quite so small as it looks. I'm altogether alone, why no, and shall be till the end of the hot weather. Hummels the lucky man, said Lones, flinging himself into a long chair. He has an actual roof, torn as to the ceiling cloth, but still a roof, over his head. He sees 1 train daily. He can get beer and soda water and ice when God is good. He has books, pictures, they were torn from the Graphic, and the society of the excellent subcontractor Jevons, besides the pleasure of receiving us weekly. Hummel smiled grimly. Yes, I'm the lucky man, I suppose. Jevons is luckier. How? Not, yes. Went out. Last Monday. By his own hand, said Spurstow quickly, hinting the suspicion that was in everybody's mind. There was no cholera near Hummel's section. Even fever gives a man at least a week's grace, and sudden death generally implied self-slaughter. I judge no man this weather, said Hummel. He had a touch of the sun, I fancy, for last week, after you fellows had left, he came into the veranda and told me that he was going home to see his wife, in Market Street, Liverpool, that evening. I got the apothecary in to look at him, and we tried to make him lie down. After an hour or 2 he rubbed his eyes and said he believed he had had a fit, hoped he hadn't said anything rude. Jevons had a great idea of bettering himself socially. He was very like Chucks in his language. Well. Then he went to his own bungalow and began cleaning a rifle. He told the servant that he was going to shoot buck in the morning. Naturally he fumbled with the trigger, and shot himself through the head, accidentally. The apothecary sent in a report to my chief, and Jevons is buried somewhere out there. I'd have wired to you, Spurstow, if you could have done anything. You're a queer chap, said Mottram. If you'd killed the man yourself you couldn't have been more quiet about the business. Good Lord, what does it matter, said Hummel calmly. I've got to do a lot of his overseeing work in addition to my own. I'm the only person that suffers. Jevons is out of it, by pure accident, of course, but out of it. The apothecary was going to write a long screed on suicide. Trust a barbu to drivel when he gets the chance. Why didn't you let it go in as suicide, said Lones. No direct proof. A man hasn't many privileges in this country, but he might at least be allowed to mishandle his own rifle. Besides, someday I may need a man to smother up an accident to myself. Live and let live. Die and let die. You take a pill, said Spurstow, who had been watching Hummel's white face narrowly. Take a pill, and don't be an ass. That sort of talk is skittles. Anyhow, suicide is shirking your work. If I were job 10 times over, I should be so interested in what was going to happen next that I'd stay on and watch. Ah! I've lost that curiosity, said Hummel. Liver out of order, said Lones feelingly. No. Can't sleep. That's worse. By Jove, it is, said Mottram. I'm that way every now and then, and the fit has to wear itself out. What do you take for it? Nothing. What's the use? I haven't had 10 minutes sleep since Friday morning. Poor chap. Spurstow, you ought to attend to this, said Mottram. Now you mention it, your eyes are rather gummy and swollen. Spurstow, still watching Hummel, laughed lightly. I'll patch him up, later on. Is it too hot, do you think, to go for a ride? Where to? Said Lones wearily. We shall have to go away at 8, and there'll be riding enough for us then. I hate a horse, when I have to use him as a necessity. Oh, heavens! What is there to do? Begin whist again, at chick points. A chick is supposed to be 8 shillings, and a gold moher on the rub, said Spurstow promptly. Poker. A month's pay all round for the pool, no limit, and 50 rupee raises. Somebody would be broken before we got up, said Lones. Can't say that it would give me any pleasure to break any man in this company, said Mottram. There isn't enough excitement in it, and it's foolish. He crossed over to the worn and battered little camp piano, wreckage of a married household that had once held the bungalow, and opened the case. It's used up long ago, said Hummel. The servants have picked it to pieces. The piano was indeed hopelessly out of order, but Mottram managed to bring the rebellious notes into a sort of agreement, and there rose from the ragged keyboard something that might once have been the ghost of a popular music hall song. The men in the long chairs turned with evident interest as Mottram banged the more lustily. That's good, said Lones. By Jove! The last time I heard that song was in 79, or thereabouts, just before I came out. Ah, said Spurstow with pride, I was home in 80. And he mentioned a song of the streets popular at that date. Mottram executed it roughly. Lones criticized and volunteered emendations. Mottram dashed into another ditty, not of the music hall character, and made as if to rise. Sit down, said Hummel. I didn't know that you had any music in your composition. Go on playing until you can't think of anything more. I'll have that piano tuned up before you come again. Play something festive. Very simple indeed were the tunes to which Mottram's art and the limitations of the piano could give effect, but the men listened with pleasure, and in the pauses talked all together of what they had seen or heard when they were last at home. A dense dust storm sprung up outside, and swept roaring over the house, enveloping it in the choking darkness of midnight. But Mottram continued unheeding, and the crazy tinkle reached the ears of the listeners above the flapping of the tattered ceiling cloth. In the silence after the storm he glided from the more directly personal songs of Scotland, half humming them as he played, into the evening hymn. Sunday, said he, nodding his head. Go on. Don't apologize for it, said Spurstow. Hummel laughed long and riotously. Play it, by all means. You're full of surprises today. I didn't know you had such a gift of finished sarcasm. How does that thing go? Mottram took up the tune. Too slow by half. You miss the note of gratitude, said Hummel. It ought to go to the grasshopper's polka, this way. And he chanted, prestissimo, glory to thee, my God, this night. For all the blessings of the light. That shows we really feel our blessings. How does it go on? If in the night I sleepless lie, my soul with sacred thoughts supply, may no ill dreams disturb my rest. Quicker, Mottram, or powers of darkness me molest. Bah, what an old hypocrite you are. Don't be an ass, said Lones. You are at full liberty to make fun of anything else you like, but leave that hymn alone. It's associated in my mind with the most sacred recollections, summer evenings in the country, stained glass window, light going out, and you and she jamming your heads together over one hymn book, said Mottram. Yes, and a fat old cockchafer hitting you in the eye when you walked home. Smell of hay, and a moon as big as a bandbox sitting on the top of a haycock, bats, roses, milk and midges, said Lones. Also mothers. I can just recollect my mother singing me to sleep with that when I was a little chap, said Spurstow. The darkness had fallen on the room. They could hear Hummel squirming in his chair. Consequently, said he testily, you sing it when you are 7 fathom deep in hell. It's an insult to the intelligence of the deity to pretend we're anything but tortured rebels. Take 2 pills, said Spurstow, that's tortured liver. The usually placid Hummel is in a vile bad temper. I'm sorry for his coolies tomorrow, said Lones, as the servants brought in the lights and prepared the table for dinner. As they were settling into their places about the miserable goat chops, and the smoked tapioca pudding, Spurstow took occasion to whisper to Mottram, well done, David. Look after Saul, then was the reply. What are you two whispering about? Said Hummel suspiciously. Only saying that you are a damned poor host. This fowl can't be cut, returned Spurstow with a sweet smile. Call this a dinner? I can't help it. You don't expect a banquet, do you? Throughout that meal Hummel contrived laboriously to insult directly and pointedly all his guests in succession, and at each insult Spurstow kicked the aggrieved persons under the table, but he dared not exchange a glance of intelligence with either of them. Hummel's face was white and pinched, while his eyes were unnaturally large. No man dreamed for a moment of resenting his savage personalities, but as soon as the meal was over they made haste to get away. Don't go. You're just getting amusing, you fellows. I hope I haven't said anything that annoyed you. You're such touchy devils. Then, changing the note into one of almost abject entreaty, Hummel added, I say, you surely aren't going. In the language of the blessed Jorrocks, where I dines I sleeps, said Spurstow. I want to have a look at your coolies tomorrow, if you don't mind. You can give me a place to lie down in, I suppose. The others pleaded the urgency of their several duties next day, and, saddling up, departed together, Hummel begging them to come next Sunday. As they jogged off, Lones unbosomed himself to Mottram. And I never felt so like kicking a man at his own table in my life. He said I cheated at whist, and reminded me I was in debt. Told you you were as good as a liar to your face. You aren't half indignant enough over it. Not I, said Mottram. Poor devil. Did you ever know old Hummy behave like that before or within 100 miles of it? That's no excuse. Spurstow was hacking my shin all the time, so I kept a hand on myself. Else I should have. No, you wouldn't. You'd have done as Hummy did about Jevons, judge no man this weather. By Jove! The buckle of my bridle is hot in my hand. Trot out a bit, and we're at holes. 10 minutes trotting jerked out of Lones one very sage remark when he pulled up, sweating from every pore. Good thing Spurstow's with him tonight. Yes. Good man, Spurstow. Our roads turn here. See you again next Sunday, if the sun doesn't bowl me over. Suppose so. Unless old Timberside's finance minister manages to dress some of my food. Good night, and, God bless you. What's wrong now? Oh, nothing. Lones gathered up his whip, and, as he flicked Mottram's mare on the flank, added, You're not a bad little chap, that's all. And the mare bolted half a mile across the sand, on the word. In the assistant engineer's bungalow Spurstow and Hummel smoked the pipe of silence together, each narrowly watching the other. The capacity of a bachelor's establishment is as elastic as its arrangements are simple. A servant cleared away the dining room table, brought in a couple of rude native bedsteads made of tape strung on a light wood frame, flung a square of cool Calcutta matting over each, set them side by side, pinned 2 towels to the punkah so that their fringes should just sweep clear of the sleeper's nose and mouth, and announced that the couches were ready. The men flung themselves down, ordering the punkah coolies by all the powers of hell to pull. Every door and window was shut, for the outside air was that of an oven. The atmosphere within was only 104 degrees, as the thermometer bore witness, and heavy with the foul smell of badly trimmed kerosene lamps, and this stench, combined with that of native tobacco, baked brick, and dried earth, sends the heart of many a strong man down to his boots, for it is the smell of the great Indian Empire when she turns herself for 6 months into a house of torment. Spurstow packed his pillows craftily so that he reclined rather than lay, his head at a safe elevation above his feet. It is not good to sleep on a low pillow in the hot weather if you happen to be of thick-necked build, for you may pass with lively snores and googlings from natural sleep into the deep slumber of heat apoplexy. Pack your pillows, said the doctor sharply, as he saw Hummel preparing to lie down at full length. The night light was trimmed. The shadow of the punkah wavered across the room, and the flick of the punkah towel and the soft whine of the rope through the wall hole followed it. Then the punkah flagged, almost ceased. The sweat poured from Spurstow's brow. Should he go out and harangue the coolie? It started forward again with a savage jerk, and a pin came out of the towels. When this was replaced, a tom-tom in the cooler lines began to beat with the steady throb of a swollen artery inside some brain-fevered skull. Spurstow turned on his side and swore gently. There was no movement on Hamill's part. The man had composed himself as rigidly as a corpse, his hands clenched at his sides. The respiration was too hurried for any suspicion of sleep. Spurstow looked at the set face. The jaws were clenched, and there was a pucker round the quivering eyelids. "He's holding himself as tightly as ever he can," thought Spurstow. "What in the world is the matter with him, Hamill?" Yes, in a thick constrained voice. "Can't you get to sleep? No head hot? Throat feeling bulgy, or how?" "Neither, thanks. I don't sleep much, you know. Feel pretty bad." "Pretty bad, thanks. There is a tom-tom outside, isn't there? I thought it was my head at first." "Oh, Spurstow, for pity's sake give me something that will put me asleep, sound asleep, if it's only for 6 hours." He sprang up, trembling from head to foot. "I haven't been able to sleep naturally for days, and I can't stand it, I can't stand it." "Poor old chap." "That's no use. Give me something to make me sleep. I tell you I'm nearly mad. I don't know what I say half my time. For 3 weeks I've had to think and spell out every word that has come through my lips before I dared say it. Isn't that enough to drive a man mad? I can't see things correctly now, and I've lost my sense of touch. My skin aches, my skin aches. Make me sleep. Oh, Spurstow, for the love of God make me sleep sound. It isn't enough merely to let me dream. Let me sleep." "All right, old man, all right. Go slow, you aren't half as bad as you think." The floodgates of reserve once broken, Hamill was clinging to him like a frightened child. "You're pinching my arm to pieces. I'll break your neck if you don't do something for me." "No, I didn't mean that. Don't be angry, old fellow." He wiped the sweat off himself as he fought to regain composure. "I'm a bit restless and off my oats, and perhaps you could recommend some sort of sleeping mixture, bromide of potassium. Bromide of Skittles. Why didn't you tell me this before? Let go of my arm, and I'll see if there's anything in my cigarette case to suit your complaint." Spurstow hunted among his day clothes, turned up the lamp, opened a little silver cigarette case, and advanced on the expectant Hamill with the daintiest of fairy squirts. "The last appeal of civilization," said he, "and a thing I hate to use. Hold out your arm. Well, your sleeplessness hasn't ruined your muscle, and what a thick hide it is. Might as well inject a buffalo subcutaneously. Now in a few minutes the morphia will begin working. Lie down and wait." A smile of unalloyed and idiotic delight began to creep over Hamill's face. I think he whispered, I think I'm going off now. Gad. It's positively heavenly. Spurstow, you must give me that case to keep, you. The voice ceased as the head fell back. Not for a good deal, said Spurstow to the unconscious form. And now, my friend, sleeplessness of your kind being very apt to relax the moral fiber in little matters of life and death, I'll just take the liberty of spiking your guns. He paddled into Hamill's saddle-room in his bare feet and uncased a 12-bore rifle, an express, and a revolver. Of the first he unscrewed the nipples and hid them in the bottom of a saddle or a case, of the second he abstracted the lever, kicking it behind a big wardrobe. The third he merely opened, and knocked the dull-head bolt of the grip up with the heel of a riding boot. That's settled, he said, as he shook the sweat off his hands. These little precautions will at least give you time to turn. You have too much sympathy with gunroom accidents. And as he rose from his knees, the thick muffled voice of Hamill cried in the doorway, You fool! Such tones they use who speak in the lucid intervals of delirium to their friends a little before they die. Spurstow started, dropping the pistol. Hamill stood in the doorway, rocking with helpless laughter. That was awfully good of you, I'm sure, he said, very slowly, feeling for his words. I don't intend to go out by my own hand at present. I say, Spurstow, that stuff won't work. What shall I do? What shall I do? And panic terror stood in his eyes. Lie down and give it a chance. Lie down at once. I daren't. It will only take me halfway again, and I shan't be able to get away this time. Do you know it was all I could do to come out just now? Generally I am as quick as lightning, but you had clogged my feet. I was nearly caught. Oh yes, I understand. Go and lie down. No, it isn't delirium, but it was an awfully mean trick to play on me. Do you know I might have died? As a sponge rubs a slate clean, so some power unknown to Spurstow had wiped out of Hamill's face all that stamped it for the face of a man, and he stood at the doorway in the expression of his lost innocence. He had slept back into terrified childhood. Is he going to die on the spot? Thought Spurstow. Then, aloud, all right, my son. Come back to bed, and tell me all about it. You couldn't sleep, but what was all the rest of the nonsense? A place down there, said Hamill, with simple sincerity. The drug was acting on him by waves, and he was flung from the fear of a strong man to the fright of a child as his nerves gathered sense or were dulled. Good God! I've been afraid of it for months past, Spurstow. It has made every night hell to me, and yet I'm not conscious of having done anything wrong. Be still, and I'll give you another dose. We'll stop your nightmares, you unutterable idiot. Yes, but you must give me so much that I can't get away. You must make me quite sleepy, not just a little sleepy. It's so hard to run then. I know it, I know it. I've felt it myself. The symptoms are exactly as you describe. Oh, Don't laugh at me, confound you. Before this awful sleeplessness came to me, I've tried to rest on my elbow and put a spur in the bed to sting me when I fell back. Look. By Jove, the man has been rolled like a horse. Ridden by the nightmare with a vengeance. And we all thought him sensible enough. Heaven send us understanding. You like to talk, don't you? Yes, sometimes. Not when I'm frightened. Then I want to run. Don't you? Always. Before I give you your second dose, try to tell me exactly what your trouble is. Hummel spoke in broken whispers for nearly 10 minutes, whilst Spurstow looked into the pupils of his eyes and passed his hand before them once or twice. At the end of the narrative, the silver cigarette case was produced, and the last words that Hummel said as he fell back for the second time were, "Put me quite to sleep, for if I'm caught I die, I die." Yes, yes, we all do that sooner or later, thank heaven who has set a term to our miseries, said Spurstow, settling the cushions under the head. It occurs to me that unless I drink something I shall go out before my time. I've stopped sweating, and I wear a 17-inch collar. He brewed himself scalding hot tea, which is an excellent remedy against heat apoplexy if you take 3 or 4 cups of it in time. Then he watched the sleeper. A blind face that cries and can't wipe its eyes, a blind face that chases him down corridors. Decidedly, Hummel ought to go on leave as soon as possible, and, sane or otherwise, he undoubtedly did rowl himself most cruelly. Well, heaven send us understanding. At midday Hummel rose, with an evil taste in his mouth, but an unclouded eye and a joyful heart. "I was pretty bad last night, wasn't I?" said he. "I have seen healthier men. You must have had a touch of the sun. Look here, if I write you a swinging medical certificate, will you apply for leave on the spot?" "No, why not?" "You want it?" "Yes, but I can hold on till the weather's a little cooler." "Why should you, if you can get relieved on the spot?" "Burkett is the only man who could be sent, and he's a born fool." "Oh, never mind about the line. You aren't so important as all that. Wire for leave, if necessary." Hummel looked very uncomfortable. "I can hold on till the rains," he said evasively. "You can't. Wire to headquarters for Burkett." "I won't. If you want to know why, particularly, Burkett is married, and his wife's just had a kid, and she's up at Simla, in the cool, and Burkett has a very nice billet that takes him into Simla from Saturday to Monday. That little woman isn't at all well. If Burkett was transferred she'd try to follow him. If she left the baby behind she'd fret herself to death. If she came, and Burkett's one of those selfish little beasts who are always talking about a wife's place being with her husband, she'd die. It's murder to bring a woman here just now. Burkett hasn't the physique of a rat. If he came here he'd go out, and I know she hasn't any money, and I'm pretty sure she'd go out too. I'm salted in a sort of way, and I'm not married. Wait till the rains, and then Burkett can get thin down here. It'll do him heaps of good. Do you mean to say that you intend to face what you have faced, till the rains break? Oh, it won't be so bad, now you've shown me a way out of it. I can always wire to you. Besides, now I've once got into the way of sleeping, it'll be all right. Anyhow, I shan't put in for leave. That's the long and the short of it. My great Scott! I thought all that sort of thing was dead and done with. Bosh! You'd do the same yourself. I feel a new man, thanks to that cigarette case. You're going over to camp now, aren't you? Yes, but I'll try to look you up every other day, if I can. I'm not bad enough for that. I don't want you to bother. Give the coolies gin and ketchup. Then you feel all right. Fit to fight for my life, but not to stand out in the sun talking to you. Go along, old man, and bless you. Hummel turned on his heel to face the echoing desolation of his bungalow, and the first thing he saw standing in the veranda was the figure of himself. He had met a similar apparition once before, when he was suffering from overwork and the strain of the hot weather. "This is bad, already," he said, rubbing his eyes. "If the thing slides away from me all in one piece, like a ghost, I shall know it is only my eyes and stomach that are out of order. If it walks, my head is going." He approached the figure, which naturally kept at an unvarying distance from him, as is the use of all spectres that are born of overwork. It slid through the house and dissolved into swimming specks within the eyeball as soon as it reached the burning light of the garden. Hummel went about his business till even. When he came in to dinner he found himself sitting at the table. The vision rose and walked out hastily. Except that it cast no shadow, it was in all respects real. No living man knows what that week held for Hummel. An increase of the epidemic kept Spurstow in camp among the coolies, and all he could do was to telegraph to Mottram, bidding him go to the bungalow and sleep there. But Mottram was 40 miles away from the nearest telegraph, and knew nothing of anything save the needs of the survey till he met, early on Sunday morning, Lones and Spurstow heading towards Hummel's for the weekly gathering. "Hope the poor chap's in a better temper," said the former, swinging himself off his horse at the door. "I suppose he isn't up yet." "I'll just have a look at him," said the doctor. "If he's asleep there's no need to wake him." And an instant later, by the tone of Spurstow's voice calling upon them to enter, the men knew what had happened. There was no need to wake him. The punka was still being pulled over the bed, but Hummel had departed this life at least 3 hours. The body lay on its back, hands clenched by the side, as Spurstow had seen it lying 7 nights previously. In the staring eyes was written terror beyond the expression of any pen. Mottram, who had entered behind Lones, bent over the dead and touched the forehead lightly with his lips. "Oh, you lucky, lucky devil," he whispered. But Lones had seen the eyes, and withdrew shuddering to the other side of the room. "Poor chap, poor old chap. And the last time I met him I was angry. Spurstow, we should have watched him. Has he? Deftly Spurstow continued his investigations, ending by a search round the room. No, he hasn't, he snapped. There's no trace of anything. Call the servants. They came, 8 or 10 of them, whispering and peering over each other's shoulders. When did your Sahib go to bed? Said Spurstow. At 11 or 10, we think, said Humill's personal servant. He was well then. But how should you know? He was not ill, as far as our comprehension extended. But he had slept very little for 3 nights. This I know, because I saw him walking much, and specially in the heart of the night. As Spurstow was arranging the sheet, a big straight-necked hunting spur tumbled on the ground. The doctor groaned. The personal servant peeped at the body. What do you think, Juma? Said Spurstow, catching the look on the dark face. Heaven-born, in my poor opinion. This that was my master has descended into the dark places, and there has been caught because he was not able to escape with sufficient speed. We have the spur for evidence that he fought with fear. Thus have I seen men of my race do with thorns when a spell was laid upon them to overtake them in their sleeping hours and they dared not sleep. Juma, you're a mudhead. Go out and prepare seals to be set on the Sahib's property. God has made the heaven-born. God has made me. Who are we, to inquire into the dispensations of God? I will bid the other servants hold aloof while you are reckoning the tale of the Sahib's property. They are all thieves, and would steal. As far as I can make out, he died from, anything, stoppage of the heart's action, heat, apoplexy, or some other visitation, said Spurstow to his companions. We must make an inventory of his effects, and so on. He was scared to death, insisted Lones. Look at those eyes. For pity's sake, don't let him be buried with them open. Whatever it was, he's clear of all the trouble now, said Mottram softly. Spurstow was peering into the open eyes. Come here, said he. Can you see anything there? I can't face it, whimpered Lones. Cover up the face. Is there any fear on earth that can turn a man into that likeness? It's ghastly. Oh, Spurstow, cover it up. No fear on earth, said Spurstow. Mottram leaned over his shoulder and looked intently. I see nothing except some grey blurs in the pupil. There can be nothing there, you know. Even so. Well, let's think. It'll take half a day to knock up any sort of coffin, and he must have died at midnight. Lones, old man, go out and tell the coolies to break ground next to Jevins's grave. Mottram, go round the house with Juma and see that the seals are put on things. Send a couple of men to me here, and I'll arrange. The strong-armed servants, when they returned to their own kind, told a strange story of the Doctor Sahib vainly trying to call their master back to life by magic arts, to wit, the holding of a little green box that clicked to each of the dead man's eyes, and of a bewildered muttering on the part of the Doctor Sahib, who took the little green box away with him. The resonant hammering of a coffin lid is no pleasant thing to hear, but those who have experience maintain that much more terrible is the soft swish of the bed linen, the reeving and unreeving of the bed tapes, when he who has fallen by the roadside is apparelled for burial, sinking gradually as the tapes are tied over, till the swaddled shape touches the floor and there is no protest against the indignity of hasty disposal. At the last moment Lones was seized with scruples of conscience. "Ought you to read the service, from beginning to end?" said he to Spurstow. "I intend to. You're my senior as a civilian. You can take it if you like." "I didn't mean that for a moment. I only thought if we could get a chaplain from somewhere, I'm willing to ride anywhere, and give poor Hummel a better chance. That's all." "Bosh," said Spurstow, as he framed his lips to the tremendous words that stand at the head of the burial service. After breakfast they smoked a pipe in silence to the memory of the dead. Then Spurstow said absently, "'Tisn't he in medical science?" "What?" "Things in a dead man's eye." "For goodness sake leave that horror alone," said Lones. "I've seen a native die of pure fright when a tiger chivied him. I know what killed Hummel." "The deuce you do. I'm going to try to see." And the doctor retreated into the bathroom with a Kodak camera. After a few minutes there was the sound of something being hammered to pieces, and he emerged, very white indeed. "Have you got a picture?" said Mottram. "What does the thing look like?" It was impossible, of course. "You needn't look, Mottram. I've torn up the films." There was nothing there. It was impossible. "That," said Lones, very distinctly, watching the shaking hand striving to relight the pipe, "is a damned lie." Mottram laughed uneasily. "Spurstow's right," he said. "We're all in such a state now that we'd believe anything. For pity's sake let's try to be rational." There was no further speech for a long time. The hot wind whistled without, and the dry trees sobbed. Presently the daily train, winking brass, burnished steel, and spouting steam, pulled up panting in the intense glare. "We'd better go on that," said Spurstow. "Go back to work. I've written my certificate. We can't do any more good here, and work'll keep our wits together. Come on." No one moved. It is not pleasant to face railway journeys at midday in June. Spurstow gathered up his hat and whip, and, turning in the doorway, said, "There may be heaven, there must be hell. Meantime, there is our life here. We'll." Neither Mottram nor Lones had any answer to the question. The mutiny of the Mavericks Sector 7. Cause, in forces, regular forces, conspiring, belonging, reserve forces, with other, a mutiny, to her, auxiliary forces. Persons to, sedition, majesties, navy. Cause, when 3 obscure gentlemen in San Francisco argued on insufficient premises they condemned a fellow creature to a most unpleasant death in a far country, which had nothing whatever to do with the United States. They foregathered at the top of a tenement house in Tama Street, an unsavory quarter of the city, and, there calling for certain drinks, they conspired because they were conspirators by trade, officially known as the Third Three of the I. An institution for the propagation of pure light, not to be confounded with any others, though it is affiliated to many. The second three live in Montreal, and work among the poor there. The first three have their home in New York, not far from Castle Garden, and write regularly once a week to a small house near one of the big hotels at Bowlen. What happens after that, a particular section of Scotland Yard knows too well, and laughs at. A conspirator detests ridicule. More men have been stabbed with Lucrezia Borgia daggers and dropped into the Thames for laughing at head centres and triangles than for betraying secrets, for this is human nature. The third three conspired over whiskey cocktails and a clean sheet of notepaper against the British Empire and all that lay therein. This work is very like what men without discernment call politics before a general election. You pick out and discuss, in the company of congenial friends, all the weak points in your opponent's organization, and unconsciously dwell upon and exaggerate all their mishaps, till it seems to you a miracle that the hated party holds together for an hour. Our principle is not so much active demonstration, that we leave to others, as passive embarrassment, to weaken and unnerve, said the first man. Wherever an organization is crippled, wherever a confusion is thrown into any branch of any department, we gain a step for those who take on the work, we are but the forerunners. He was a German enthusiast, and editor of a newspaper, from whose leading articles he quoted frequently. That cursed empire makes so many blunders of her own that unless we doubled the year's average I guess it wouldn't strike her anything special had occurred, said the second man. Are you prepared to say that all our resources are equal to blowing off the muzzle of a 100-ton gun or spiking a 10,000-ton ship on a plain rock in clear daylight? They can beat us at our own game. Better join hands with the practical branches, we're in funds now. Try a direct scare in a crowded street. They value their greasy hides. He was the drag upon the wheel, and an Americanized Irishman of the second generation, despising his own race and hating the other. He had learned caution. The third man drank his cocktail and spoke no word. He was the strategist, but unfortunately his knowledge of life was limited. He picked a letter from his breast pocket and threw it across the table. That epistle to the heathen contained some very concise directions from the first three in New York. It said, "The boom in black iron has already affected the eastern markets, where our agents have been forcing down the English-held stock among the smaller buyers who watch the turn of shares. Any immediate operations, such as Western Bears, would increase their willingness to unload. This, however, cannot be expected till they see clearly that foreign iron masters are willing to cooperate. Mulcahy should be dispatched to feel the pulse of the market, and act accordingly. Mavericks are at present the best for our purpose. P.D.Q. As a message referring to an iron crisis in Pennsylvania, it was interesting, if not lucid. As a new departure in organized attack on an outlying English dependency, it was more than interesting. The second man read it through and murmured, "Already? Surely they are in too great a hurry. All that Dulip Singh could do in India he has done, down to the distribution of his photographs among the peasantry. Ho! Ho! The Paris firm arranged that, and he has no substantial money backing from the other power. Even our agents in India know he hasn't. What is the use of our organization wasting men on work that is already done? Of course the Irish regiments in India are half mutinous as they stand. This shows how near a lie may come to the truth. An Irish regiment, for just so long as it stands still, is generally a hard handful to control, being reckless and rough. When, however, it is moved in the direction of musketry firing, it becomes strangely and unpatriotically content with its lot. It has even been heard to cheer the Queen with enthusiasm on these occasions. But the notion of tampering with the army was, from the point of view of Talma Street, an altogether sound one. There is no shadow of stability in the policy of an English government, and the most sacred oaths of England would, even if engrossed on vellum, find very few buyers among colonies and dependencies that have suffered from vain beliefs. But there remains to England always her army. That cannot change except in the matter of uniform and equipment. The officers may write to the papers demanding the heads of the horse guards in default of clean redress for grievances. The men may break loose across a country town and seriously startle the publicans, but neither officers nor men have it in their composition to mutiny after the continental manner. The English people, when they trouble to think about the army at all, are, and with justice, absolutely assured that it is absolutely trustworthy. Imagine for a moment their emotions on realizing that such and such a regiment was in open revolt from causes directly due to England's management of Ireland. They would probably send the regiment to the polls forthwith and examine their own consciences as to their duty to Erin. But they would never be easy any more. And it was this vague, unhappy mistrust that the IRA were laboring to produce. Sheer waste of breath, said the second man after a pause in the council. I don't see the use of tampering with their fool army, but it has been tried before and we must try it again. It looks well in the reports. If we send one man from here, you may bet your life that other men are going to order up Mulcahy. They ordered him up, a slim, slight, dark-haired young man, devoured with that blind rancorous hatred of England that only reaches its full growth across the Atlantic. He had sucked it from his mother's breast in the little cabin at the back of the northern avenues of New York. He had been taught his rights and his wrongs, in German and Irish, on the canal fronts of Chicago, and San Francisco held men who told him strange and awful things of the great blind power over the seas. Once, when business took him across the Atlantic, he had served in an English regiment, and being insubordinate had suffered extremely. He drew all his ideas of England that were not bred by the cheaper patriotic prince from one iron-fisted colonel and an unbending adjutant. He would go to the mines if need be to teach his gospel. And he went as his instructions advised P.D.Q. Which means with speed, to introduce embarrassment into an Irish regiment, already half mutinous, quartered among Sikh peasantry, all wearing miniatures of His Highness Dulip Singh, Maharaja of the Punjab, next their hearts, and all eagerly expecting his arrival. Other information equally valuable was given him by his masters. He was to be cautious, but never to grudge expense in winning the hearts of the men in the regiment. His mother in New York would supply funds, and he was to write to her once a month. Life is pleasant for a man who has a mother in New York to send him £200 a year over and above his regimental pay. In process of time, thanks to his intimate knowledge of drill and musketry exercise, the excellent Mulcahy, wearing the corporal's stripe, went out in a troopship and joined Her Majesty's Royal Loyal Musketeers, commonly known as the Mavericks because they were masterless and unbranded cattle sons of small farmers in County Clare, shoeless vagabonds of Kerry, herders of Balavegan, much wanted moonlighters from the Bahraini headlands of the south coast, officered by O'Moores, Bradys, Hills, Kilreys, and the like. Never to outward seeming was there more promising material to work on. The first three had chosen their regiment well. It feared nothing that moved or talked save the colonel and the regimental Roman Catholic chaplain, the fat Father Dennis, who held the keys of heaven and hell, and blared like an angry bull when he desired to be convincing. Him also it loved because on occasions of stress he was used to tuck up his cassock and charge with the rest into the merriest of the fray, where he always found, good man, that the saints sent him a revolver when there was a fallen private to be protected, or, but this came as an afterthought, his own grey head to be guarded. Cautiously as he had been instructed, tenderly and with much beer, Mulcahy opened his projects to such as he deemed fittest to listen. And these were, one and all, of that quaint, crooked, sweet, profoundly irresponsible and profoundly lovable race that fight like fiends, argue like children, reason like women, obey like men, and jest like their own goblins of the wrath through rebellion, loyalty, want, woe, or war. The underground work of a conspiracy is always dull and very much the same the world over. At the end of 6 months, the seed always falling on good ground, Mulcahy spoke almost explicitly, hinting darkly in the approved fashion at dread powers behind him, and advising nothing more nor less than mutiny. Were they not dogs, evilly treated? Had they not all their own and their national revenges to satisfy? Who in these days would do aught to 900 men in rebellion? Who, again, could stay them if they broke for the sea, licking up on their way other regiments only too anxious to join? And afterwards, here followed windy promises of gold and preferment, office, and honor, ever dear to a certain type of Irishman. As he finished his speech, in the dusk of a twilight, to his chosen associates, there was a sound of a rapidly unslung belt behind him. The arm of one Dan Grady flew out in the gloom and arrested something. Then said Dan, "Mulcahy, you're a great man, and you do credit to whoever sent you. Walk about a bit while we think of it." Mulcahy departed elate. He knew his words would sink deep. "Why the triple-dashed asterisks did ye not let me belt him?" grunted a voice. "Because I'm not a fat-headed fool. Boys, tease what he's been driving at these 6 months, our superior corporal with his education and his copies of the Irish papers and his everlasting beer. He's been sent for the purpose, and that's where the money comes from. Can ye not see? That man's a gold mine, which horse Egan here would have destroyed with a belt buckle. It would be throwing away the gifts of Providence not to fall in with his little plans. Of course we'll mutt NY till all's dry. Shoot the colonel on the parade ground, massacre the company officers, ransack the arsenal, and then, boys, did he tell you what next? He told me the other night when he was beginning to talk wild. Then we're to join with the niggers, and look for help from Dulip Singh and the Russians. And spoil the best campaign that ever was this side of hell. Danny, I'd have lost the beer to ha given him the belting he requires. Oh, let him go this a while, man. He's got no constructiveness, but that's the egg meat of his plan, and you must understand that I'm in with it, and so are you. We'll want oceans of beer to convince us, firmaments full. We'll give him talk for his money, and one by one all the boys'll come in, and he'll have a nest of 900 mutineers to squat in and give drink to. What makes me killing mad is his wanting us to do what the niggers did 30 years gone. That and his pig's cheek in saying that other regiments would come along, said a Kerry man. That's not so bad as hintin' we should loose off on the colonel. Colonel be sugared. I'd as soon as not put a shot through his helmet to see him jump and clutch his old horse's head. But Mulcahy talk so shoot an our comp NY officers accidental. He said that, did he? Said horse Egan. Something like that, anyways. Can't ye fancy it Barbara Brady wid a bullet in his lungs, coughing like a sick monkey, and saying, "Boys, I do not mind your getting drunk, but you must hold your liquor like men. The man that shot me is drunk. I'll suspend investigations for 6 hours, while I get this bullet cut out, and then continued horse Egan, for the peppery major's peculiarities of speech and manner were as well known as his tanned face, and then, ye dissolute, half-baked, putter-faced scum-o-canemra, if I find a man so much as looking confused, begad, I'll court-martial the whole company. A man that can't get over his liquor in 6 hours is not fit to belong to the Mavericks." A shout of laughter bore witness to the truth of the sketch. "It's pretty to think of," said the Kerry man slowly. "Mulcahy would have us do all the devilment, and get clear himself, some ways. He wouldn't he be taking all this fool's trouble in spoilin' the reputation of the regiment, reputation of your grandmother's pig," said Dan. "Well, and he had a good reputation too, so it's all right. Mulcahy must see his way to clear out behind him, or he'd not ha come so far, talking powers of darkness. Did you hear anything of a regimental court-martial among the Blackboneens, these days? Half a company of 'em took one of the new draft and hanged him by his arms with a tent rope from a third-story veranda. They gave no reason for so doing, but he was half dead. I'm thinking that the Boneens are short-sighted. It was a friend of Mulcahy's, or a man in the same trade. They'd a deal better ha taken his beer, returned Dan reflectively. Better still ha handed him up to the colonel, said Horse Egan, onless, but sure the news would be all over the country and give the regiment a bad name. And there'd be no reward for that man, he but went about talking, said the Kerry man artlessly. You speak by your breed, said Dan with a laugh. There was never a Kerry man yet that wouldn't he sell his brother for a pipe o' tobacco and a pat on the back from a policeman. Praise God I'm not a bloomin' orange man, was the answer. No, nor never will be, said Dan. They breed men in Ulster. Would you like to try the taste of one? The Kerry man looked and longed, but forbore. The odds of battle were too great. Then you'll not even give Mulcahy a strike for his money, said the voice of Horse Egan, who regarded what he called trouble of any kind as the pinnacle of felicity. Dan answered not at all, but crept on tiptoe, with large strides, to the mess room, the men following. The room was empty. In a corner, cased like the King of Durham's state umbrella, stood the regimental colours. Dan lifted them tenderly and unrolled in the light of the candles the record of the Mavericks, tattered, worn, and hacked. The white satin was darkened everywhere with big brown stains, the gold threads on the crowned harp were frayed and discolored, and the red bull, the totem of the Mavericks, was copper-hued. The stiff, embroidered folds, whose price is human life, rustled down slowly. The Mavericks keep their colors long and guard them very sacredly. Vittoria, Salamanca, Toulouse, Waterloo, Moodkey, Ferozshah, and Sobron, that was fought close next door here, against the very beggars he wants us to join. Inkerman, the Alma, Sebastopol. What are those little businesses compared to the campaigns of General Mulcahy? The Mut-Ny, think o' that, the Mut-Ny and some dirty little matters in Afghanistan, and for that and these and those, Dan pointed to the names of glorious battles, that Yankee man with the partin in his hair comes and says as easy as have a drink. Holy Moses, there's the captain. But it was the mess sergeant who came in just as the men clattered out, and found the colors uncased. From that day dated the mutiny of the Mavericks, to the joy of Mulcahy and the pride of his mother in New York, the good lady who sent the money for the beer. Never, so far as words went, was such a mutiny. The conspirators, led by Dan Grady and Horse Egan, poured in daily. They were sound men, men to be trusted, and they all wanted blood, but first they must have beer. They cursed the Queen, they mourned over Ireland, they suggested hideous plunder of the Indian countryside, and then, alas, some of the younger men would go forth and wallow on the ground in spasms of wicked laughter. The genius of the Irish for conspiracies is remarkable. None the less they would swear no oaths but those of their own making, which were rare and curious, and they were always at pains to impress Mulcahy with the risks they ran. Naturally the flood of beer wrought demoralization. But Mulcahy confused the causes of things, and when a very muzzy maverick smote a sergeant on the nose or called his commanding officer a bald-headed old lard bladder and even worse names, he fancied that rebellion and not liquor was at the bottom of the outbreak. Other gentlemen who have concerned themselves in larger conspiracies have made the same error. The hot season, in which they protested no man could rebel, came to an end, and Mulcahy suggested a visible return for his teachings. As to the actual upshot of the mutiny he cared nothing. It would be enough if the English, infatuatedly trusting to the integrity of their army, should be startled with news of an Irish regiment revolting from political considerations. His persistent demands would have ended, at Dan's instigation, in a regimental belting which in all probability would have killed him and cut off the supply of beer, had not he been sent on special duty some 50 miles away from the cantonment to cool his heels in a mud fort and dismount obsolete artillery. Then the colonel of the Mavericks, reading his newspaper diligently, and scenting frontier trouble from afar, posted to the army headquarters and pled with the commander-in-chief for certain privileges, to be granted under certain contingencies, which contingencies came about only a week later, when the annual little war on the border developed itself and the colonel returned to carry the good news to the Mavericks. He held the promise of the chief for active service, and the men must get ready. On the evening of the same day, Mulcahy, an unconsidered corporal, yet great in conspiracy, returned to cantonments, and heard sounds of strife and howlings from afar off. The mutiny had broken out and the barracks of the Mavericks were one whitewashed pandemonium. A private tearing through the barrack square, gasped in his ear, "Service! Active service! It's a burnin' shame!" Oh joy, the Mavericks had risen on the eve of battle. They would not, noble and loyal sons of Ireland, serve the Queen longer. The news would flash through the countryside and over to England, and he, Mulcahy, the trusted of the third three, had brought about the crash. The private stood in the middle of the square and cursed colonel, regiment, officers, and doctor, particularly the doctor, by his gods. An orderly of the native cavalry regiment clattered through the mob of soldiers. He was half lifted, half dragged from his horse, beaten on the back with mighty hand claps till his eyes watered, and called all manner of endearing names. Yes, the Mavericks had fraternized with the native troops. Who then was the agent among the latter that had blindly wrought with Mulcahy so well? An officer slunk, almost ran, from the mess to a barrack. He was mobbed by the infuriated soldiery, who closed round but did not kill him, for he fought his way to shelter, flying for the life. Mulcahy could have wept with pure joy and thankfulness. The very prisoners in the guardroom were shaking the bars of their cells and howling like wild beasts, and from every barrack poured the booming as of a big war drum. Mulcahy hastened to his own barrack. He could hardly hear himself speak. 80 men were pounding with fist and heel the tables and trestles, 80 men, flushed with mutiny, stripped to their shirt sleeves, their knapsacks half-packed for the march to the sea, made the 2-inch boards thunder again as they chanted to a tune that Mulcahy knew well, the sacred war song of the Mavericks. Listen in the north, my boys, there's trouble on the wind. Tramp o' Cossack hooves in front, grey greatcoats behind, trouble on the frontier of a most amazing kind, trouble on the waters o' the Oxus. Then, as a table broke under the furious accompaniment, hurrah! Hurrah! It's north by west we go, hurrah! Hurrah! The chants we wanted so, let 'em hear the chorus from Umballa to Moscow, as we go march into the Kremlin. Mother of all the saints in bliss and all the devils in cinders, where's my fine new sock without the heel? Howled Horse Egan, ransacking everybody's valise but his own. He was engaged in making up deficiencies of kit preparatory to a campaign, and in that work he steals best who steals last. "Ah, Mulcahy, you're in good time," he shouted. "We've got the route, and we're off on Thursday for a picnic with the Lancers next door." An ambulance orderly appeared with a huge basket full of lint rolls, provided by the forethought of the Queen for such as might need them later on. Horse Egan unrolled his bandage, and flicked it under Mulcahy's nose, chanting, "Sheepskin and beeswax, thunder, pitch, and plaster, the more you try to pull it off, the more it sticks the faster. As I was going to New Orleans, you know the rest of it, my Irish-American Jew boy. By gad, ye have to fight for the Queen in the inside a fortnight, my darling." A roar of laughter interrupted. Mulcahy looked vacantly down the room. Bid a boy defy his father when the pantomime cab is at the door, or a girl develop a will of her own when her mother is putting the last touches to the first ball dress, but do not ask an Irish regiment to embark upon mutiny on the eve of a campaign, when it has fraternized with the native regiment that accompanies it, and driven its officers into retirement with 10,000 clamorous questions, and the prisoners dance for joy, and the sick men stand in the open, calling down all known diseases on the head of the doctor, who has certified that they are medically unfit for active service. At even the Mavericks might have been mistaken for mutineers by one so unversed in their natures as Mulcahy. At dawn a girls' school might have learned deportment from them. They knew that their colonel's hand had closed, and that he who broke that iron discipline would not go to the front. Nothing in the world will persuade one of our soldiers when he is ordered to the north on the smallest of affairs that he is not immediately going gloriously to slay Cossacks and cook his kettles in the palace of the Cho. A few of the younger men mourned for Mulcahy's beer, because the campaign was to be conducted on strict temperance principles. But as Dan and Horse Egan said sternly, "We've got the beer man with us. He shall drink now on his own hook." Mulcahy had not taken into account the possibility of being sent on active service. He had made up his mind that he would not go under any circumstances, but fortune was against him. "Sick, you," said the doctor, who had served an unholy apprenticeship to his trade in Tralee poorhouses. "You're only homesick, and what you call varicose veins come from overeating. A little gentle exercise will cure that." And later, "Mulcahy, my man, everybody is allowed to apply for a sick certificate once. If he tries it twice we call him by an ugly name. Go back to your duty, and let's hear no more of your diseases." I am ashamed to say that Horse Egan enjoyed the study of Mulcahy's soul in those days, and Dan took an equal interest. Together they would communicate to their corporal all the dark lore of death which is the portion of those who have seen men die. Egan had the larger experience, but Dan the finer imagination. Mulcahy shivered when the former spoke of the knife as an intimate acquaintance, or the latter dwelt with loving particularity on the fate of those who, wounded and helpless, had been overlooked by the ambulances, and had fallen into the hands of the Afghan womenfolk. Mulcahy knew that the mutiny, for the present at least, was dead, knew, too, that a change had come over Dan's usually respectful attitude towards him, and Horse Egan's laughter and frequent allusions to abortive conspiracies emphasized all that the conspirator had guessed. The horrible fascination of the death stories, however, made him seek the men's society. He learned much more than he had bargained for, and in this manner, it was on the last night before the regiment entrained to the front. The barracks were stripped of everything movable, and the men were too excited to sleep. The bare walls gave out a heavy hospital smell of chloride of lime. "And what," said Mulcahy in an awe-stricken whisper, after some conversation on the eternal subject, "are you going to do to me, Dan?" This might have been the language of an able conspirator conciliating a weak spirit. "You'll see," said Dan grimly, turning over in his cot, "or I rather should say you'll not see." This was hardly the language of a weak spirit. Mulcahy shook under the bedclothes. "Be easy with him," put in Egan from the next cot. "He has got his shansto going clean. Listen, Mulcahy, all we want is for the good sake of the regiment that you take your death standing up, as a man should. There be heaps and heaps of enemy, plenteous heaps. Go there and do all you can and die decent. You'll die with a good name there. 'Tis not a hard thing considerin'." Again Mulcahy shivered. "And how could a man wish to die better than fightin'?" added Dan consolingly. "And if I won't," said the corporal in a dry whisper. "There'll be a deal of smoke," returned Dan, sitting up and ticking off the situation on his fingers, "sure to be, and the noise of the fire in LL be tremendous, and we'll be running about up and down, the regiment will. But we, Horse and I, we'll stay by you, Mulcahy, and never let you go. Maybe there'll be an accident. It's playing it low on me. Let me go. For pity's sake, let me go. I never did you harm, and I stood you as much beer as I could. Oh, don't be hard on me, Dan. You were in it too. You won't kill me up there, will you? I'm not thinking of the treason, though you should be glad any honest boys drank with you. It's for the regiment. We can't have the shame o' you bringing shame on us. You went to the doctor quiet as a sick cat to get and stay behind and live with the women at the depot, you that wanted us to run to the sea in wolf packs like the rebels none of your black blood dared to be. But we knew about your going to the doctor, for he told in mess, and it's all over the regiment. Being, as we are, your best friends, we didn't allow anyone to molest you yet. We will see to you ourselves. Fight which you will, us or the enemy, you'll never lie in that cot again, and there's more glory and maybe less kicks from fightin' the enemy. That's fair speakin'. And he told us by word of mouth to go and join with the niggers. You've forgotten that, Dan said hoarse Egan, to justify sentence. What's the use of plaguin' the man? One shot pays for all. Sleep ye sound, Mulcahy. But you understand, do ye not? Mulcahy for some weeks understood very little of anything at all save that ever at his elbow, in camp, or at parade, stood two big men with soft voices adjuring him to commit harakiri lest a worse thing should happen, to die for the honor of the regiment in decency among the nearest knives. But Mulcahy dreaded death. He remembered certain things that priests had said in his infancy, and his mother, not the one at New York, starting from her sleep with shrieks to pray for a husband's soul in torment. It is well to be of a cultured intelligence, but in time of trouble the weak human mind returns to the creed it sucked in at the breast, and if that creed be not a pretty one trouble follows. Also, the death he would have to face would be physically painful. Most conspirators have large imaginations. Mulcahy could see himself, as he lay on the earth in the night, dying by various causes. They were all horrible. The mother in New York was very far away, and the regiment, the engine that, once you fall in its grip, moves you forward whether you will or won't, was daily coming closer to the enemy. They were brought to the field of Mazunkatai, and with the Blackboneans to aid, they fought a fight that has never been set down in the newspapers. In response, many believe, to the fervent prayers of Father Dennis, the enemy not only elected to fight in the open, but made a beautiful fight, as many weeping Irish mothers knew later. They gathered behind walls or flickered across the open in shouting masses, and were pot valiant in artillery. It was expedient to hold a large reserve and wait for the psychological moment that was being prepared by the shrieking shrapnel. Therefore the mavericks lay down in open order on the brow of a hill to watch the play till their call should come. Father Dennis, whose duty was in the rear, to smooth the trouble of the wounded, had naturally managed to make his way to the foremost of his boys and lay like a black porpoise, at length on the grass. To him crawled Mulcahy, ashen grey, demanding absolution. "Wait till you're shot," said Father Dennis sweetly. "There's a time for everything." Dan Grady chuckled as he blew for the 50th time into the breech of his speckless rifle. Mulcahy groaned and buried his head in his arms till a stray shot spoke like a snipe immediately above his head, and a general heave and tremor rippled the line. Other shots followed and a few took effect, as a shriek or a grunt attested. The officers, who had been lying down with the men, rose and began to walk steadily up and down the front of their companies. This maneuver, executed, not for publication, but as a guarantee of good faith, to soothe men, demands nerve. You must not hurry, you must not look nervous, though you know that you are a mark for every rifle within extreme range, and above all if you are smitten you must make as little noise as possible and roll inwards through the files. It is at this hour, when the breeze brings the first salt whiff of the powder to noses rather cold at the tip, and the eye can quietly take in the appearance of each red casualty, that the strain on the nerves is strongest. Scotch regiments can endure for half a day and abate no whit of their zeal at the end. English regiments sometimes sulk under punishment, while the Irish, like the French, are apt to run forward by ones and twos, which is just as bad as running back. The truly wise commandant of highly strung troops allows them, in seasons of waiting, to hear the sound of their own voices uplifted in song. There is a legend of an English regiment that lay by its arms under fire shouting Sam Hall to the horror of its newly appointed and pious colonel. The Blackboneens, who were suffering more than the Mavericks, on a hill half a mile away, began presently to explain to all who cared to listen, "We'll sound the Jubilee, from the centre to the sea, and Ireland shall be free," says the Sean Van Vogue. "Sing, boys," said Father Dennis softly. "It looks as if we cared for their Afghan peas." Dan Grady raised himself to his knees and opened his mouth in a song imparted to him, as to most of his comrades, in the strictest confidence by Mulcahy. The Mulcahy then lying limp and fainting on the grass, the chill fear of death upon him. Company after company caught up the words which, the IRA say, are to herald the general rising of Erin, and to breathe which, except to those duly appointed to hear, is death. Wherefore they are printed in this place. The Saxon in heaven's just balance is weighed, his doom like Belshazzar's in death has been cast, and the hand of the Venger shall never be stayed till his race, faith, and speech are a dream of the past. They were heart-filling lines and they ran with a swirl. The IRA are better served by their pens than their petards. Dan clapped Mulcahy merrily on the back, asking him to sing up. The officers lay down again. There was no need to walk any more. Their men were soothing themselves thunderously, thus, Saint Mary in heaven has written the vow that the land shall not rest till the heretic blood, from the babe at the breast to the hand at the plough, has rolled to the ocean like Shannon in flood. "I'll speak to you after all's over," said Father Dennis authoritatively in Dan's ear. "What's the use of confessing to me when you do this foolishness? Dan, you've been playing with fire. I'll lay you more penance in a week than, come along to purgatory with us, Father dear. The Boneens are on the move, they'll let us go now." The regiment rose to the blast of the bugle as one man, but one man there was who rose more swiftly than all the others, for half an inch of bayonet was in the fleshy part of his leg. "You've got to do it," said Dan grimly. "Do it decent, anyhow," and the roar of the rush drowned his words, for the rear companies thrust forward the first, still singing as they swung down the slope, from the child at the breast to the hand at the plough shall roll to the ocean like Shannon in flood. They should have sung it in the face of England, not of the Afghans, whom it impressed as much as did the wild Irish yell. They came down singing, said the unofficial report of the enemy, borne from village to village the next day. They continued to sing, and it was written that our men could not abide when they came. It is believed that there was magic in the aforesaid song. Dan and Horse Egan kept themselves in the neighborhood of Mulcahy. Twice the man would have bolted back in the confusion. Twice he was heaved, kicked, and shouldered back again into the unpaintable inferno of a hotly contested charge. At the end, the panic excess of his fear drove him into madness beyond all human courage. His eyes staring at nothing, his mouth open and frothing, and breathing as one in a cold bath, he went forward demented, while Dan toiled after him. The charge checked at a high mud wall. It was Mulcahy who scrambled up tooth and nail and hurled down among the bayonets the amazed Afghan who barred his way. It was Mulcahy, keeping to the straight line of the rabid dog, who led a collection of ardent souls at a newly unmasked battery and flung himself on the muzzle of a gun as his companions danced among the gunners. It was Mulcahy who ran wildly on from that battery into the open plain, where the enemy were retiring in sullen groups. His hands were empty, he had lost helmet and belt, and he was bleeding from a wound in the neck. Dan and Horse Egan, panting and distressed, had thrown themselves down on the ground by the captured guns, when they noticed Mulcahy's charge. "Mad," said Horse Egan critically. "Mad with fear. He's going straight to his death, and shouting's no use. Let him go. Watch now. If we fire we'll hit him, maybe." The last of a hurrying crowd of Afghans turned at the noise of shod feet behind him, and shifted his knife ready to hand. This, he saw, was no time to take prisoners. Mulcahy tore on, sobbing. The straight-held blade went home through the defenseless breast, and the body pitched forward almost before a shot from Dan's rifle brought down the slayer and still further hurried the Afghan retreat. The two Irishmen went out to bring in their dead. "He was given the point and that was an easy death," said Horse Egan, viewing the corpse. "But would you ha' shot him, Danny, if he had lived?" "He didn't live, so there's no saying. But I doubt I'd have becase of the fun he gave us, let alone the beer. Hike up his legs, horse, and we'll bring him in. Perhaps 'tis better this way." They bore the poor limp body to the mass of the regiment, lolling open-mouthed on their rifles, and there was a general snigger when one of the younger subalterns said, "That was a good man." "Few," said Horse Egan, when a burial party had taken over the burden. "I'm powerful dhry, and this reminds me there'll be no more beer at all." "Fwhy not?" said Dan, with a twinkle in his eye as he stretched himself for rest. "Are we not conspiring all we can, and while we conspire are we not entitled to free drinks? Sure his mother in New York would not let her son's comrades perish of drouth, if she can be reached at the end of a letter." "You're a genius," said Horse Egan. O course she will not. I wish this cruel war was over and we'd get back to Canteen. Faith, the commander-in-chief ought to be hanged in his own little sword belt for marking us work on wather. The mavericks were generally of Horse Egan's opinion. So they made haste to get their work done as soon as possible, and their industry was rewarded by unexpected peace. We can fight the sons of Adam, said the tribesman, but we cannot fight the sons of Iblis, and this regiment never stays still in one place. Let us therefore come in. They came in, and this regiment withdrew to conspire under the leadership of Dan Grady. Excellent as a subordinate, Dan failed altogether as a chief in command, possibly because he was too much swayed by the advice of the only man in the regiment who could manufacture more than one kind of handwriting. The same mail that bore to Mulcahy's mother in New York a letter from the colonel telling her how valiantly her son had fought for the Queen, and how assuredly he would have been recommended for the Victoria Cross had he survived, carried a communication signed, I grieve to say, by that same colonel and all the officers of the regiment, explaining their willingness to do anything which is contrary to the regulations and all kinds of revolutions if only a little money could be forwarded to cover incidental expenses. Daniel Grady, Esquire, would receive funds. Vice Mulcahy, who was unwell at this present time of writing. Both letters were forwarded from New York to Tama Street, San Francisco, with marginal comments as brief as they were bitter. The third three read and looked at each other. Then the second conspirator, he who believed in joining hands with the practical branches, began to laugh, and on recovering his gravity said, "Gentlemen, I consider this will be a lesson to us. We're left again. Those cursed Irish have let us down. I knew they would." But here he laughed a fresh idea, give considerable to know what was at the back of it all. His curiosity would have been satisfied had he seen Dan Grady, discredited regimental conspirator, trying to explain to his thirsty comrades in India the non-arrival of funds from New York. The mark of the beast, your gods and my gods do you or I know which are the stronger. Native proverb. East